Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 551 An Unforeseen End. Ashton stood over the fallen deacon, a victorious grin on his face. The deacon, on the ground, pointed towards his humanoid creatures, commanding them to attack. My children, attack the one standing before you. Show him the true power of my creations. With a wave of his hand, the creatures lunged forward, snarling and snapping their jaws. Is that all you've got? Ashton replied, looking at the creatures. Kitty, you cannot defeat them all, Reaper. My army is too powerful for you to handle. Watch me, Ashton replied, his smile never leaving his face. He snapped his fingers and his summoned soldiers immediately appeared, weapons ready. They charged towards the creatures with fierce determination, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. The deacon's eyes widened in shock as he watched his creatures fall one by one to Reaper's undead army. He struggled to get up, but Ashton placed a foot on his chest, holding him down. You really should have picked a better army, Reaper taunted, a wicked glint in his eye. My soldiers are undead, but they know how to fight, unlike your creatures. Those sickly things were mere playthings to them. So cool? Alina said the words inside everyone's heads. However, not everyone was pleased with Ashton's heroics. The deacon glared up at him, his face twisted with anger and frustration. You'll never understand the power of the Great One, he spat. You're just a mindless puppet, a slave to your own desires. Ashton's eyes narrowed. I am no one's puppet, he growled. And I'll never bow down to anyone, especially not to the likes of you. Now tell me whatever you know about your shitty cult. Ha 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 ha. The deacon's laughter echoed throughout the abandoned facility as he stood up, his body undergoing a grotesque transformation. His skin stretched and twisted, becoming a sickly shade of green, his eyes turning black as they glowed with magical energy. You fools! He cackled, his voice distorted and inhuman. Did you really think I would let you capture me so easily? The crew backed away, their weapons trained on the deacon as he continued to taunt them. I have been experimenting on myself for years, perfecting my abilities. And you, Reaper, are the perfect opponent for me to test them on. Reaper remained stoic, his expression unreadable. He knew the danger that the deacon posed, but he was also confident in his abilities. Ashton stood before the transformed deacon with his arms crossed over his chest. He could feel the energy radiating from the deacon as his body mutated and shifted into unrecognizable shapes. Funny to think you'll transform in front of me. Ashton laughed. Having had enough of Ashton's rebuttals, the deacon let out a guttural growl and lunged at him. Ashton sidestepped the attack and spun around, delivering a roundhouse kick to the deacon's head. The blow knocked the deacon back, but he quickly recovered and charged again. After sparring with Maston on the regular, jokers like the deacon were of no danger to him. However, the same could not be said for the rest of the ghosts. As the deacon charged, Ashton waited until the last moment and leapt over the deacon's head, landing behind him. The deacon whirled around and swung a clawed hand at him, who ducked under the attack and punched the deacon in the gut. The blow landed with a sickening thud, but the deacon just laughed. You think that's going to stop me? He sneered. I guess not. Ashton replied before signaling Lihud and the rest to back up a bit. But then again, I'm just getting started. If Ashton wanted, he could have ended Deacon with ease, but it was a rare opportunity to face someone from the cult. Thus he intended to have fun with the deacon in his way. You're not the only one that can transform. With that, Ashton's body began to shift and change. The transformation started deep inside him, a twisting, writhing sensation that felt like fire and ice all at once. His vision began to blur and darken, the colors of the world around him becoming more intense, more vivid, even as they turned more alien and strange. The first thing everyone noticed was his fangs sharp and deadly, emerging from between his lips as his canines elongated and sharpened. The second was the fur sprouting up from his skin in a rush of black, velvety hair that coated his arms, chest, and legs. It felt like electricity was coursing through his veins, making him feel alive in a way that was impossible to describe. Then came the claws, ripping through the tips of his fingers as they elongated and grew thicker, curving into lethal weapons he could use to slice and dice his enemies. His senses sharpened, allowing him to see in the dark and hear the slightest sounds around him. Finally, his spine twisted and contorted, the bones cracking as they realigned into a new shape. His body grew and expanded, his muscles bulging and rippling as he grew stronger and more powerful. With a howl of primal fury, Ashton completed his transformation, becoming a Zompirewolf. He felt like a god, an unstoppable force of nature that could crush anything in its path. And he knew he was ready to take on anything the Deacon could throw at him. As Ashton transformed into his Zompirewolf form, the crew stood in awe at the sight before them. Alina and Jay's eyes widened, and they both stepped back, unsure of what to do. The Xylopians that had accompanied them stood with their weapons raised, ready to defend themselves if needed. Lyhud and Weimer stood their ground, having seen Ashton's transformation before. Ashton let out a low growl, and the ghosts could see the change had not affected his mind. He remained in control, his focus unwavering. "Is that really you, Reaper?" Alina asked, still in shock. Weimer chuckled, "You're just seeing his true form. Reaper is much more than he appears to be." The Xylopians looked at each other, unsure what to make of the situation. They had never seen anything like this before. The Deacon's eyes widened in shock as the Zompirewolf charged at him. The Deacon tried to defend himself, but the Zompirewolf was too fast and powerful. Reaper's claws tore through the Deacon's flesh, leaving deep gouges in his skin. The Deacon tried to strike back, but his attacks were weak and ineffective. Reaper continued to pummel the Deacon, his claws and teeth tearing into the Deacon's flesh. The Deacon's body convulsed with each blow, and his once proud form began to wither and shrink. Finally, with a last pitiful groan, the Deacon collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. "Lyhud!" Ashton yelled as he transformed back to his human form. On it, Lyhud rushed to heal the Deacon, but something was off. The seemingly lifeless Deacon sprang up to his knees. As the Deacon got to his knees, Ashton could see the fear in his eyes. He looked like a man who knew he was about to die and was desperate for salvation. To everyone's surprise, the Deacon began to pray, his voice trembling with fear. "Oh, Great One," he said, his voice barely audible. "I beg of you, show me mercy. Forgive me for my sins, and spare me from the fate that awaits me, Ak." The Deacon then looked up at Ashton, his eyes wide with terror. "It's inside me," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Something is inside me, and it's coming for me. Please, you have to help me." Before Ashton could even comprehend what was happening, the Deacon's head busted open, revealing a centipede-like creature who chopped the Deacon in half before turning into dust itself. Chapter 552 wrapping up. Ashton and the crew stood there in disbelief as the Deacon's body slumped to the ground. They were all confused and unsure of what had just happened. They had been so close to capturing him alive and getting some answers about the cult and their activities on the planet. "No, there's still a shot I can resurrect him using association." As they stood there in silence trying to process what had just occurred, Ashton noticed something strange happening to the Deacon's body. It was as if something inside him was struggling to break free. "Everyone back up." Atan yelled and jumped as far away from the Deacon's corpse as possible. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the Deacon's body, blinding Ashton and the ghosts. When their vision cleared, they saw that the Deacon's body had disintegrated into ash. "Fuck," he exclaimed. Ashton could have done something about it as long as a part of Deacon's corpse was left intact. But with everything turned into dust, there wasn't anything he could do to resurrect the Deacon and get some information out of him. "It seems they knew what I was about to do, and thus used something to stop me from resurrecting him. They know a lot more about you than you know about them. Capturing this guy was an opportunity for you to change that, but now, you're back to square one. I was hoping we could have done this without breaking into the prison, but I guess not." "What is that?" Ashton walked over to the spot where the Deacon had been kneeling and found a small metal device lying on the ground. He picked it up and examined it closely. It was some advanced technology unlike anything he had ever seen before. The small metal device was about the size of a thumbnail. It was made of a shiny, silvery metal that almost seemed to shimmer in the light. The device was rectangular, with smooth, rounded edges and a small button in the center. On one side of the device was a series of tiny, intricate symbols etched into the metal. The signs seemed almost alien in nature, with no apparent meaning to the untrained eye. Despite having been buried in the ashes of the deacon, the device was cold to the touch and seemed to hum with a low, almost imperceptible energy. Overall, the device gave off an aura of mystery and danger, leaving Ashton unsure of what it might be used for or its true purpose. That is bad news. Zyrontech. There's a lot more we need to figure out now. Ashton turned to the rest of the crew and said, "We need to get out of here. Something's not right." They all nodded in agreement and quickly made their way out of the abandoned facility. As they were leaving, Ashton couldn't shake the feeling that they had just stumbled upon something much larger and more dangerous than they had initially thought. The deacon's last words and the strange device he had left behind were proof of that. Ashton knew they would need to investigate further and get to the bottom of what was happening on this planet. He was determined to get to the truth no matter what it took. The crew emerged from the lab, guns ready, expecting to be met with a horde of creatures. Instead, they found the forest eerily quiet. As they walked cautiously through the trees, they soon discovered that the animals had returned to normal behavior. The previously aggressive predators were now avoiding the crew altogether, and the once scavenging animals were now foraging as they should have been. The Zoraxes and Raticules were both enjoying each other's company. But weirdly enough, the rocky forest was covered in luscious vegetation. It would seem the deacon wasn't only experimenting on the creatures but also on the flora itself, and his death had some kind of ripple effect on the forest. "This is incredible," Lyhud breathed, looking around at the peaceful forest. Whatever the deacon was doing in there, it seems to have had a profound effect on the wildlife. Ashton nodded thoughtfully. It's clear that whatever the deacon was experimenting with had a ripple effect throughout the ecosystem. It's almost as if his actions were causing some kind of feedback loop, amplifying the aggression in the animals and causing them to act out of character. He continued, looking at the Zylopian leader. Now with him gone, nature got freed from the shackles he used to bind them. "I hope this is the result you were hoping for? I must admit, I was skeptical of you and your crew at first," the Zylopian leader said. "But you have proven yourselves to be true allies of our planet." "We couldn't have done it without your help," Ashton replied. "Your knowledge of the planet and your willingness to fight alongside us made all the difference." The Zylopian leader nodded. "We may have had our differences in the past, but it is clear that we share a common goal now to protect this planet and its inhabitants." Ashton smiled. "I couldn't agree more. And I hope this is just the beginning of a long and fruitful partnership between the Zylopians and the ghosts." The deacon was the primary reason why Ashton was there. However, he hadn't forgotten about Maston's request to secure excavation rights from the Zylopians. "I won't beat around the bush and pretend you don't know what I'm about to ask for." Ashton asked the leader back into his business mode. Yes, the neo-radium. That's what you're looking for, right?" Ashton nodded. "Fine. While we will not allow you to dig it yourself, we can share some of it with your people exclusively in exchange for security so that no other deacon ever steps foot on Verdantia. You have my word. As long as I'm alive, protecting Verdantia is my responsibility." The Zylopian leader held out a hand, and Ashton shook it. "We will always be grateful for what you have done for us. You have earned our respect and our trust." Ashton nodded. "And we will always be here to help whenever you need us." With that, the two leaders parted ways, each heading back to their own people, but with a newfound respect and appreciation for each other. Chapter 553 Prison Break Reconnaissance. Ashton and the rest of the crew entered the tower, the central hub of their ghosts. They made their way to the conference room, where they were greeted by the other members of the organization. Ashton sat at the head of the table, and the rest of the crew sat around him. They all looked at each other in silence for a few moments, each lost in their thoughts. Once everyone settled down, Ashton walked everyone through what had happened on planet Verdantia and the deacon. The only silver lining was Ashton befriending the Zylopians, as the mining right of neo-radium would ensure the ghosts never ran out of funds. Finally, Odiga said, "So, the deacon is dead?" Ashton nodded. Yes. We were able to take him down, but it seems the cult was one step ahead of us and had planted some sort of creature inside their followers, which gets triggered and kills the host once they get weakened enough. The others nodded, but there was a palpable sense of disappointment in the room. They had been hoping to uncover more about the cult terrorizing the galaxy, and the deacon had been their only lead apart from the prisoner they were about to break out. Did you find anything in the facility? Anna asked. Ashton pulled out the small metal device he had found in the deacon's ashes and placed it on the table. We don't know yet, but I'm hoping Thori can figure out what it is. Thori, or Vulcan, was surprised once he heard Ashton call his name out. But once he saw the device in Ashton's hands, he immediately realized why his disciple wanted his help. If there was anyone who understood more about Zyron technology than Astaroth, it had to be him. However, the others did not understand why Ashton would choose Thori to review the device over Leon, who happened to be their tech expert. But since Leon did not object, the others could only watch on in silence. Also, some of the Xylopians wanted to join the faction. Leon, get them registered as mercenaries and geared up. Weimer, you'll be in charge of getting them trained. Got it. Leon nodded and left for the bay to execute Ashton's instructions along with Weimer. Others took the hint and left the room as well. Only Odiga and Anna were left behind, just the ones Ashton needed to talk with. Once alone, Anna tapped a few buttons on the control panel, bringing up a holographic projection of the prison facility they were targeting. How's the planning coming along? Ashton asked, tapping the map. It's going well, Anna replied. We've been reviewing the prison blueprints and think we have a solid plan. Thanks to Malekith, we've identified the weak points in their system. Walk me through it, Ashton replied. Sure thing, Odiga said, pulling out a stack of papers. We've identified the weak points in the prison's security system. The main entrance is guarded by 4 armed guards, and security cameras cover the entire perimeter. However, there's a blind spot in the northeast corner where we can slip in undetected. As Odiga spoke, she pointed to different sections of the blueprints, showing Ashton the various routes they could take. Anna chimed in, explaining how they had acquired the necessary tools and equipment to pull off the escape. Ashton listened intently, nodding along as they spoke. He was impressed with the level of detail they had put into the plan. This all sounds good, but what about the prisoner? How do we get him out? He asked. That's the tricky part, Anna replied. There are over 100 prisoners in there. It's not like if we break one of them out, the rest will remain silent. And we can't just storm in and start a riot by releasing them all. We need to be strategic. Odiga picked up where Anna left off. We've been studying the patterns of the guards and the prisoners. There are certain times of the day when the guards are more relaxed and the prisoners are more active in certain activities. We're going to use those moments to our advantage. Ashton had the urge to know what kind of activities Odiga was mentioning, just to embarrass her, but decided not to go forth with it. You teasing me, you naughty. Shut it. Ashton leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with possibilities. Okay, I like what I'm hearing. But what about the guards? They're armed, right? Maston said his men would distract them, but what if they fail? Anna nodded. Yes, that's possible, but we have a few tricks up our sleeves. We've acquired some tranquilizer guns that should take them out without killing them. And if we have to, we can use force, but we'll try to avoid it as much as possible. Ashton nodded. All right, I trust you guys. When do we do this? We've set a date for 2 weeks from now, Odiga said. That should give us enough time to ensure everything is in place. I almost forgot about it. What about the extraction route? Have we secured transportation? Ashton glanced at Odiga. We can't use our regular ship, or the Orion Empire will know we were behind the prison break. Don't worry. I have arranged for a stealth frigate to pick us up at the designated location. We'll have a wide window of opportunity for extraction before the alarm is raised. Ashton nodded, satisfied with the preparations. All right, let's finalize the plan and ensure everyone is briefed. We don't have much time. The three worked together, fine-tuning the plan and addressing potential issues, while Maston and Leon fulfilled their respective roles. They discussed backup options, contingencies, and communication protocols to ensure smooth coordination during the operation. Once the plan was finalized, Ashton turned to Odiga and Anna. Great work, team. I have full confidence in our abilities. Let's ensure our people are ready and prepared for the mission. Chapter 554 Prison Break. Infiltration. Ashton and Anna sat in the cabin of the stealth ship as it descended towards the barren, desolate planet that housed the high-security prison. The ship's pilot, who surprisingly turned out to be Cass, sat at the controls. Anna fidgeted nervously in her seat, her hands clenched in her lap. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" she asked Ashton. "Positive," he replied, reassuringly touching her thigh. "We've committed to shit way worse than this. Besides, Malekith has everything under control." Cass turned to them, her red eyes glowing in the dim light of the cabin. "We'll be landing in 5 minutes," she said. "I'll drop you off at the designated spot and then I'll head back to orbit. I'll be back in 6 hours to pick you up." Ashton nodded, double-checking his equipment. He wore a black tactical suit designed to be lightweight and flexible. A variety of weapons and gadgets were attached to his belt and strapped to his chest. Anna, meanwhile, wore a similar suit, but hers was more form-fitting and had fewer attachments. Instead, she carried a small backpack filled with supplies and equipment. The ship touched down on the dusty ground, and Cass turned to them. "Good luck," she said. "I'll see you in 6 hours." Ashton and Anna nodded, and then they exited the ship, stepping out into the oppressive cold of the planet. The darkness of the night beat down on them, while the cold had no effect on Ashton. Anna had to wrap her hands around her body to find some semblance of heat. They walked for several minutes, following the instructions Malekith had given them in their prior communication. Eventually, they came to a rocky outcropping, and Ashton tapped a few buttons on his wrist computer. A hidden door slid open, revealing a narrow passage. Who knew Malekith was such an expert in finding forgotten paths leading straight into the prison? Anna commented before rushing inside. Ashton and Anna slipped inside, the door sliding shut behind them. The passage was dimly lit, but they could see well enough to go down the tunnel. Ashton and Anna made their way through the dark tunnel, their footsteps echoing loudly against the walls. The air was thick and musty, and they could barely see a few feet before them. But thankfully, the place was warmer than the surface, which gave Anna some of her goofiness back. "Hey Ash, wanna do it?" Anna playfully winked at him before walking ahead. Ashton shook his head but ultimately decided to play along and smacked Anna's back. "Business first, pleasure will come later." After a few minutes, they emerged into a small room. Malekith's voice echoed through the room, coming from a speaker on the wall. "Welcome to the prison, lads and lassies," he said. "I've thoroughly hacked into the security systems, and tonight I'll be your guide through the facility." "Thanks, Malekith. Couldn't have done this without you," Ashton replied. "No need to point the obvious," Malekith retorted. "Either way, it's good to see you again. You have no idea what kind of primitive place you left me in." "Don't worry, Kith, we'll be sure to extract you out of your misery before leaving the place," Anna commented, stripping out of her suit. "Stop watching me and get dressed already." "Hey, you're the one who wanted to do the deed," Ashton retorted before quickly slipping into a prison guard's uniform. As for Anna, she mimicked her appearance to suit one of the warden's most prized girls. There wasn't any other disguise for her as the prison had no female guards among their ranks. "Can we please kill the warden?" Anna signed as she donned the dress liked by the warden. Ashton understood her anger. After all, the dress barely covered anything. One look at the dress, and it seemed wardrobe malfunction was included on the warden's list of kinks. "The Empire will handle him," Ashton reassured her. "For now, let's do what we are here for." Ashton had dressed in a uniform similar to the prison guards on the planet. He had a guard's helmet on which obscured his face, and he held Anna in his arms through a pair of handcuffs. Anna played her role perfectly and clung to Ashton's arm like it was a stripping pole. Thanks to Malekith, they had made it past the initial checkpoint at the entrance of the prison. Now they had to get into the warden's office. Under Malekith's guidance, they walked down a long hallway, the only sounds being the clanking of Ashton's boots on the metal floor and Anna's breathing. As they approached the warden's office, a guard stepped out in front of them, blocking their way. The guard was an alien creature, its long tentacles writhing menacingly. "Halt!" the guard said in a deep guttural voice. "What is your business here?" "Malekith," Ashton whispered under his breath. "This is not supposed to be here," the AI replied. "He's a low-ranking grunt." Treat him like shit and he'll be out of your way. Ashton stepped forward, holding Anna tighter. I have orders to bring this atrociously dressed female to the warden's office, he said, using his most commanding voice. The guard hesitated for a moment, looking at Ashton and Anna suspiciously. He looked at Anna, then back at Ashton, and it seemed he was weighing his options. She doesn't look like a prisoner to me. What's she doing inside the prison? Ashton could sense the guard's indecision. He took a step forward, towering over the alien creature. Do you know who I am? He asked, his voice cold and threatening. The guard backed up a step, its tentacles writhing nervously. No, sir, he said. I am a high-ranking officer in this prison, he said, his voice low and menacing. You will let us through, or you will spend the rest of your time licking the prisoners' butts clean. Is that clear? The guard looked terrified now. He stepped aside, allowing Ashton and Anna to pass. Ashton gave him a final menacing look and continued towards the warden's office. Have you ever thought about role-playing? Anna smiled, licking her lips. Geez, woman. Calm the fuck down. We are on a mission, not a vacation. Ashton and Anna entered the warden's office, with Ashton keeping up the facade of a prison guard. The warden, a burly creature with a face covered in scars, looked up from his desk as they entered. Who are you? The warden demanded, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of Anna in her sultry dress. Ashton stepped forward, trying to look confident despite knowing one mistake could cost them everything they had built up so far. I am Officer Dunbar, he said, using the alias he had adopted. I've brought in this prisoner as per your orders. The warden's gaze shifted from Ashton to Anna, and a sinister smile spread across his face. He had no idea who the prisoner was, but he wasn't going to turn down the chance to get his hands on a beauty. Ah, I see, the warden said, his voice dripping with lechery. You've caught yourself quite the catch, Officer Dunbar. Anna clenched her jaw, trying to hide her discomfort. She knew she had to play along with the warden's advances to keep up the charade. Ashton, on the other hand, was seething with anger. He hated seeing the warden's predatory behavior towards Anna, but he knew they needed to get the biometrics and master key to complete their mission. The warden stood up, his eyes never leaving Anna's form. He circled around her, making lewd comments and reaching out to touch her. Anna tried to keep her composure, but her disgust was evident. Ashton, keeping his cool, watched closely for an opportunity to strike. He knew he had to act fast and get the warden out of the way. Malekith, get the camera now. Ashton whispered with a sense of urgency. Wait a couple more minutes. Malekith responded. As long as the cameras were online, Ashton couldn't make a move and risk leaving evidence behind. The warden looked them over again, but his eyes were focused on Anna, who had donned a revealing and provocative dress. His eyes widened and a wicked grin spread across his face. Well, he said, standing up from his desk. Looks like you've caught yourself a fine one there, Dunbar. She is a prisoner, so I'd suggest you maintain decorum, sir. Relax, Dunbar. I won't hurt her yet. Maybe I should take her off your hands and give her a proper punishment. Now. Malekith's voice echoed in Ashton's earpiece. Finally, the warden moved closer to Anna, his hand reaching out to grab her. Ashton's heart raced as he saw his chance. He lunged forward, grabbing the warden's wrist just as he touched Anna. What do you think you're doing? Ashton growled, his voice filled with rage. What do you think you're doing grabbing a superior like this? The warden roared. I'll have you rot in this very prison for going against Stark. You are not going to do shit. Ashton gritted his teeth before snapping the warden's arm in half. The warden looked startled, caught off guard by Ashton's sudden aggression. He tried to pull away, but Ashton's grip was like a vice. Anna took a step back, relieved to see Ashton taking control of the situation. However, as soon as she turned to face the warden, she felt anger like never before. Ashton used his strength to overpower the warden, slamming him against the desk. The warden struggled, but Ashton was relentless. Allow me to handle this bastard, Anna chimed in. Meanwhile, look for what we're here for. Ashton nodded and let go of the warden, but not before breaking his jaw so he couldn't scream even if he wanted to. While Anna handled the warden, Ashton needed to get the biometrics and master key from the warden as quickly as possible. With one swift move, Ashton used his free hand to swipe the warden's fingerprints, retinal scan, and master keycard. Once done, he nodded, and Anna delivered a decisive blow to the warden's jaw, knocking him out cold. Pin no one, so the warden slumped to the floor unconscious. Ashton took a deep breath, his adrenaline still pumping. He turned to Anna, watching her with admiration and relief. I don't know whether I should be turned on or scared right now. The term is scaroused, my friend. Why the heck are you looking at me like that? Anna asked, however. Ashton could see in her eyes that she knew the answer very well. Nothing to be concerned with at the moment. Ashton gave her a reassuring smile. We need to move quickly now. Malekith, do you have control of the security cameras? Yes, I do, Malekith replied in their earpieces. But we don't have much time. Other guards may be on their way. Ashton nodded, knowing they had to act fast. He used the warden's biometrics and master key to access the office computer and disable the remaining security systems while raising random alarms so the soldiers would be distracted. We're in, Malekith confirmed. The security systems are down. Yank me out. Got it, Anna said before extracting Malekith out of the system. Ashton and Anna quickly searched the warden's office for any other valuable information they could use. They found plans and schedules for the prison, as well as a stash of yenos that the warden had gained from his illicit business. Ashton looked at Anna before nodding. Take it. Think of the money as compensation for sexual harassment. Card worth 500,000 yenos. I'm not that cheap, but I'll take it. Anna swiped the card, inserting it between her breasts. Well, I found some drives. Odiga, wanna take a guess what's inside? Sure, bring it over. Well, watch it together. If it turned out to be documentaries about the warden's fetishes, then, well, it'll give the two of you some privacy. Odiga casually joked. You better get going now before someone figures out what's wrong. Roger that, Ashton replied. Let's get going. Anna nodded, and the two rushed out of the office, but not before Anna kicked the warden in his nether regions. The moron was unconscious now, but he would undoubtedly be in a world of pain once he woke up. Chapter 556, Prison Break. Extraction. The couple quickly made their way through the winding corridors of the high-security prison, avoiding any patrols along the way. Anna had changed into a more practical outfit, ready to move fast and fight if necessary. However, they didn't need to avoid the guards for long, as a series of explosions followed shortly after, distracting the guards. Maston's men had arrived at the scene. About damn time. Ashton smirked as the two rushed towards the cell their prisoner was in. As they approached the cell, Ashton inserted the warden's keycard into the lock. At the same time, Anna used the warden's retinal scan and fingerprints to unlock the door. The cell door slid open with a beep, and they stepped inside. Ashton and Anna cautiously approached the cell, their hearts pounding in anticipation. They had come a long way and risked a lot to get here, and they couldn't afford to mess up now. Inside the cell was a thin, frail-looking man with disheveled black hair and a thick beard. He was huddled in the corner of the cell, his arms wrapped around his knees, and he looked up at them with a mixture of confusion and fear. Dr. Tarek? Ashton asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man nodded slowly, his eyes wide with surprise. Who are you? He asked, his voice trembling. It's okay, Dr. Tarek, Anna said softly, her voice low and soothing. We're here to get you out of here. Can you stand? Dr. Tarek slowly got up, his body stiff and weak from years of imprisonment. He was a tall, thin man with sharp features and deep-set eyes that seemed to have lost all hope. Ashton offered him a hand, and Dr. Tarek grasped it tightly, his fingers trembling. Thank you, I've been waiting for someone to come for years, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But how did you get in here? Ashton held up the warden's biometrics. We have a little help from a friend, he said, smiling slightly. Tarek nodded in understanding and quickly gathered his things. He was dressed in a ragged prisoner's uniform, and his hair and beard were unkempt. He looked like he hadn't seen the light of day in a long time. We need to hurry, Ashton said. The longer we stay here, the greater the risk of getting caught. Anna nodded and took Tarek's other arm, supporting him as they made their way out of the cell. As they made their way back towards the prison entrance, Tarek filled them in on what he knew. He was a scientist who had been working on a new weapon for the Zyrants, but when he discovered what they planned to use it for, he tried to speak out. That was when they arrested him and threw him in prison. They're planning to use my weapon on innocent people, he said, his voice filled with anger. I couldn't let that happen. Ashton nodded sympathetically, finding yet another reason to hate the Zyrans, but what Tarek said next turned all attention away from the Zyrans. Tarek looked up at them with a pained expression before he muttered weakly. Then I made the worst decision I could and started working for the cult, thinking they'll help me in my fight against the Zyrans. Ashton and Anna froze. Their expressions turned to shock and confusion. Ashton confirmed Tarek's words through heartbeat sense, and determined he wasn't lying. The cult? Ashton acted clueless, trying to drag more information out of Tarek. Tarek nodded weakly. After I realized what the Zyrans wanted to do with my research, I turned to the cult. I thought they were the lesser of two evils, but they're far worse than the Zyrans could ever be. Ashton and Anna exchanged a look. They knew they got the right person. However, it also made him a target. If the information about Tarek's escape leaked, the cult would stop at nothing to hunt him down. It was essential to get all the secrets out of Tarek before the cult made its move, just in case they failed to protect Tarek in the long run. If it came to worse, you could always use Raphael to store him somewhere no one will ever find him. That's a brilliant idea. Before Ashton could put the plan into action, they could hear the sound of alarms ringing and guards shouting. Ashton and Anna exchanged a worried look, and Tarek's face paled. They must have realized I'm gone, he said. We have to hurry. As if things couldn't get worse, a group of wandering guards found them. Stop right there. One of the guards shouted, his weapon pointed at them. Ashton reacted quickly, stepping in front of Anna and Tarek and holding up his hands. We don't want any trouble. He had no intention of surrendering, but acting as if they were scared should buy them enough time to analyze the situation. Then you shouldn't have broken into a high-security prison, the guard snorted. Ashton scanned the area, taking note of the guards' positions and weapons. He knew that he could take them down. He then looked at Anna, who nodded, knowing what Ashton was about to do. Ashton didn't hesitate and charged forward, his movements fluid and precise. He dodged a shot from one guard's blaster and knocked the weapon out of his hand with a swift punch. He ducked under another guard's swing and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him stumbling backwards. Anna had also jumped into action, her hand-to-hand combat skills just as impressive as Ashton's. She threw a series of punches and kicks, taking down the guards with ease. Tarek watched in awe as the two of them fought off their attackers. He had never seen anyone move like that before, and he knew he was in good hands with these two. Within seconds, the guards were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Ashton and Anna quickly checked to ensure they were all still breathing before turning to Tarek. Are you okay? Anna asked, concern etched on her face. Tarek nodded, a slight tremble in his voice. Yes, thank you. No point wandering about, Ashton said with urgency. Let's go. Chapter 557 Prison Break Escape. Ashton, Anna, and Tarek rushed through the dark halls of the prison, trying to find their way out. They could hear the sound of alarms blaring in the distance, the chaotic noise echoing through the corridors. The guards had been alerted, and they knew they had to move fast. Ashton led the way. His senses heightened as he scanned the area for any signs of danger. He had his weapons ready, prepared to take down anyone in their way. Anna followed closely behind, her heart racing with adrenaline. She knew they were in a dangerous situation, but she also knew they had to escape. She kept a firm grip on Tarek's arm, making sure he didn't stumble or fall. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Ashton quickly turned around, aiming his weapon at the source of the noise. A group of guards were rushing towards them, their guns raised and ready to fire. Get down. Ashton yelled and brought out his own gun as he couldn't use his abilities as there was the risk of being identified by the Empire. Ashton didn't hesitate. He opened fire, his bullets striking each of the guards with deadly accuracy. Anna flinched at the sound of the gunfire, but she knew they had no other choice. They had to keep moving. As they continued to run, they came across more guards, but Ashton quickly took them down. They finally reached a large open area filled with chaos and confusion. Guards were rushing in from all sides, and there was no clear path to safety. Melkith, help! Ashton looked around frantically, trying to find a way out. Topside. There's a ventilation shaft there. The AI replied. Ashton stared above and found the shaft Malekith had mentioned. We have to climb up there, he shouted over the noise. Anna nodded, grabbing Tarek's arm and pulling him towards the shaft. Ashton boosted Tarek up, then helped Anna climb up after him. He followed quickly, then pulled the ventilation cover closed behind them. In the darkness of the shaft, they could hear the guards rushing past them. Ashton breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been a moment late, things wouldn't have ended well for them. We should be safe for now, he said. Anna nodded, her heart still racing. She looked over at Tarek, who was pale and trembling. Are you okay? She asked. Tarek nodded, but his voice was barely above a whisper. I just want to get out of here. Pin no one, so I'm where to now, Malekith? Just follow the path, and you should end up in one of the storage rooms near the prison's entrance. Got it. Ashton knew they had to keep moving. He led the way through the narrow, cramped shaft, his muscles straining as he pulled himself along. Anna and Tarek followed closely behind, their breath coming in short gasps. Finally, they reached the end of the shaft, and Ashton pushed open the cover. They emerged into a small room filled with crates and supplies. Ashton quickly scanned the area, checking for any signs of danger. When he was satisfied that the coast was clear, he motioned for the others to follow him. They crept through the room, then out a door on the other side. They found themselves in a long hallway lined with doors on either side. Ashton quickly led them down the hallway, trying to find a way out. They came across a door that led outside, and Ashton pushed it open. As Malekith said, they emerged near the massive entrance, which was already open for some reason. Shouldn't this place be in lockdown? Anna quizzed. Who cares? Let's go. Ashton yelled over the noise of blaring sirens. Ashton, Anna, and Tarek emerged from the prison gates, and the chaos outside was overwhelming. Prisoners had taken over the central courtyard and were breaking out their fellow criminals of their cells, while security forces were trying to contain them with stun batons and plasma rifles. The three of them had to navigate through the throngs of prisoners and guards to get to the designated extraction point, where Cass and the stealth ship would be waiting for them. Ashton took point, using his enhanced strength and agility to punch and kick his way through the crowds. Anna followed close behind, her own skills in combat coming in handy as she swung a baton she had picked up from one of the guards. Tarek was stumbling behind them, barely able to keep up with their frantic pace. Stay close to us, Tarek, Ashton called over his shoulder. We'll get you out of here. I don't know how to thank you both, Tarek replied, panting for breath. I never thought I'd make it out of there alive. You don't have to thank us yet, Anna turned to him. Besides, we are not in the clear yet, nor are we breaking you out of here for charity. As they continued through the throngs of prisoners and guards, Ashton noticed something strange happening. The prisoners were no longer fighting against the guards. Instead, they were working together to fend off a common enemy. Something's not right, Ashton muttered to Anna, his senses on high alert. I can sense a strong presence nearby. The person or thing has to be grade A or above level. We need to get out of here fast, Anna nodded, her instincts telling her the same thing. Cass and the ship are waiting for us. They pushed their way through the final group of prisoners, and as they emerged from the chaos, they saw Cass and the ship hovering overhead, its engines whirring as it prepared for takeoff. Get in. Cass yelled down at them, her voice muffled by the ship's engines. Hurry before that motherfucker notices us. Ashton, Anna, and Tarek sprinted towards the ship, dodging blasts of plasma fire from the security forces as they ran. Ashton took down two guards with a swift roundhouse kick, while Anna used her weapon to knock out another who tried to block their way. Upsy daisy. As they reached the ship, Ashton grabbed Tarek and threw him onto the loading ramp while Anna covered their retreat with a few well-aimed shots from her weapon. Finally, they were all on board and Cass hit the accelerator, blasting off into the sky and away from the prison planet. What the hell is going on? Anna asked Cass as she seemed to know something they did not. Not now, Anna. Cass yelled over the radio. I'll tell you everything once we are off this goddamned place. Chapter 558 Prison Break. Final Leap. Anna's eyes widened as Cass spoke. What do you mean, a monstrous guardian? Cass turned to face her, her expression grave. It's a creature that the Empire has kept on this planet for centuries. It's one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy, and apparently they've trained it to be loyal to them. Ashton. I know. The Empire's way of protecting the prison was eerily similar to that of the Zyrans, or one could say the Precursors, as Zyrans had copied most of their things from the Precursors. The only difference was that the Precursors had named their pet Hydra, and the Empire called it a behemoth. Cass continued, it's been dormant for a long time, but if there's any kind of disturbance around the prison, it will awaken and begin to eliminate any threats to the Empire's security. No wonder the Empire didn't care about the prison's security upgrade. They already know no one could escape once the behemoth awakened. Anna looked out of the window, her mind racing. The carnage below was nothing she had ever seen. Even the undead outbreak on Earth was nothing compared to the blood and gore she saw down. What kind of creature is it? She asked, almost afraid of the answer. Cass hesitated for a moment before replying. It's called a shadow beast. It's a massive, black, tentacled creature that can move incredibly fast and can cloak itself from view. It's been trained to hunt down and eliminate threats to the Empire, no matter how powerful they are. Ashton's eyes widened. That thing sounds almost unbeatable. It's massive, Reaper. Easily 50 times your size. And its skin is impenetrable, even with the most advanced weapons. That's why defeating it is impossible. Cass replied. You can learn the rest of it from Odiga. Just then Otaiga's call got patched through to them. I know how you are, Reaper, Odiga sighed. But the behemoth is not something to be taken lightly. That's why the Empire has kept it hidden for so long, and they only bring it out in the most dire of circumstances. At least that's what I heard while tapping into their radio signals. I would have tried taking it on if I had Aegis with me. Ashton joked, but in his mind, he missed an excellent opportunity to complete another few tasks from his evolution quest. Grade beasts were rarely ever seen, and by consuming its flesh and blood, he would strengthen himself and get a couple of steps closer to evolving again and entering the domain of grade beings. However, at the moment, getting Tarek to safety was much more crucial. Just then, surprisingly, Tarek spoke up. Back when I worked for the cult, I heard rumors of the behemoth. The cult was working on something similar, but they could never quite get it right. But to think the Empire beat them to it. Ashton knew that wasn't the case, and the Empire likely didn't create the behemoth. Judging by how Tarek got put in prison because the Zyrans wanted it to happen, suggests that the Empire and the Zyrans share a close relationship. Which means, Zyrans gifted them behemoth. As they sped away from the prison, the ground beneath them shook violently, and Cass struggled to keep the ship steady. Anna was holding on to Tarek, looking pale and sick, as they watched in horror as a massive creature emerged from the ground. The creature was easily 10 times the size of their ship, with thick, scaly skin and razor-sharp claws attached to its tentacles. It roared and bellowed, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground continued to shake as the creature rampaged through the area, easily tearing apart buildings and vehicles. Countless ruptures formed on the ground with each of the creature's steps, shaking the very foundations of the prison. Guards and prisoners alike fled in terror as the Guardian rampaged through the area, destroying everything in its path. It didn't differentiate between prisoners and guards and killed everything that got in its sights. Anna looked out the window, her eyes widening in terror. What the hell has the Empire unleashed upon them? Fucking hell, we're in its reach. Ashton cursed under his breath. Cass, is there any way to outrun that thing? I'm not sure, Cass replied. It's incredibly fast and agile. But I'll do my best. The ship jolted as the creature slammed its massive tentacles into the ground, sending shockwaves through the air. Cass struggled to keep control of the boat, dodging debris and rubble as they sped away. Tarek was groaning in pain, his previous wounds worsening as the ship shook violently. Anna held on to him tightly, trying to keep him still. We need to get him to a med bay, she yelled. He's not going to make it much longer like this. Like hell he won't, Ashton replied, pulling out a bunch of HP potions from his inventory. It might not be enough to heal him completely, but I'll keep him alive till we reach the tower. Roalfapadnasam. Cass immediately activated the ship's cloaking device and sped away before the behemoth could do more damage to the vessel. They watched in awe as the Guardian destroyed everything in its path, as they continued to fly away from the prison planet. Its massive claws ripped through buildings, and its powerful jaws snapped shut on anything that crossed its path. The creature seemed invincible, And Ashton couldn't help but wonder what kind of technology or magic had been used to create such a monstrous thing. I told you there was nothing impossible for the precursors to do. If the Zyrans had copied their research, then well, it might be too late to stop them now. Anna shook her head in disbelief. This is madness. How can they create something so destructive and think they can control it? As they flew away from the prison planet, the monstrous guardian continued to rampage, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. The ship's crew couldn't help but wonder what other horrors the Empire had hidden away in the depths of space. Chapter 559 Love Amidst Turmoil. Ashton sat in his quarters aboard the ship, his thoughts consumed by the recent events. Anna was busy checking the readings and the ship's systems, helping Cass, while Tarek was lying in his own room, recovering from the injuries he had sustained during and before their escape. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in his gut every time he thought about the Orion Empire and the Zyrans. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He couldn't worry about things out of his control, and he needed to focus on what he could change. Even so, if those two are in cahoots, it could spell disaster for us. As he sat there, lost in thought, the door to his quarters slid open, and Anna stepped inside. He couldn't help the smile that spread across his face as she made her way over to him. "Hey," she said softly, taking a seat next to him on the couch. "Hey," he replied, turning to face her. "How are you holding up?" Anna shrugged. "I'm fine, just a little shaken up." That creature was something else. Ashton nodded in agreement. "Yeah, who would have thought we'd see something like that in our lifetime?" They sat in silence for a few moments, the only sound in the room the hum of the ship's engines. Ashton lost himself in Anna's gaze, her eyes sparkling in the dim light. "Are you okay?" she asked, breaking the silence. Ashton smiled, but it soon faded away. "I'm fine, just a little worried about what's going to happen next. The Empire is always looking to expand its power and influence. And with the Zyrans being one of the most advanced species in the galaxy, they could be a valuable ally." He continued, "And once the Zyrans get to know about me, all hell would break loose. I don't want you all to get caught in the crossfire. We can't control everything, Ashton. We did what we had to do to save Tarek, and we'll deal with the consequences as they come." Anna's lips thinned into a line. "That said, we can't jump to conclusions, Ashton. And we don't have any proof that the Zyrans are working with the Empire. But all theories point in that direction," Ashton said, sighing. "Even if I ignore the obvious link between the two, we can't afford to take any chances. We need to somehow keep an eye on them." Anna reached out and took his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "We'll figure it out, Ashton. We always do." Ashton nodded, taking comfort in her words. He knew she was right, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility for what had happened. As the Zyran's self-proclaimed enemy and the next Tower Master, he knew he would have to deal with the fallout of the situation. Just then, the ship's comm system beeped, indicating an incoming message. Ashton tapped the screen to accept the call, and Maston's image appeared there, and he did not look pleased. "Ashton," Maston said, his voice cold, "I've been monitoring your actions on the prison planet. While I commend you for your successful extraction of Dr. Tarek, I cannot overlook the loss of some of my best soldiers." Ashton sighed, bracing himself for what was to come. "I know things went a bit let me rephrase myself. Tarek's life was in danger, and we couldn't just stand by and watch him die. I know, Ashton, it's just that the Empire has already begun asking questions." Maston's expression softened slightly. He continued, "So far, we have been able to remain innocent, but unless we produce some result, I don't know how long the situation will remain so. Just keep me in the loop with whatever happens, all right?" Ashton nodded, acknowledging Maston's words before he disconnected the call. He had expected the Empire to doubt the Tower or at least some mercenaries' involvement in what happened on the prison planet. But he hadn't expected them to be so quick. Now that he knew that the Empire was keeping a close eye on him and his team, he would have to be careful in the future. After the transmission ended, Anna approached Ashton and put her arms around him. "We'll get through this together," she whispered. Ashton leaned in and captured her lips in a kiss, deepening it as he wrapped his arms around her. Anna melted into his embrace, her hands running through his hair as she kissed him back. They had been through so much together, and their relationship had only grown stronger. As they pulled away, Ashton rested his forehead against hers, their breaths coming out in short pants. "I love you, Anna," he whispered. Anna smiled, her eyes shining with love. "I love you too, Ashton. Always have and always will." Ashton took her hand and led her to the bed, sitting down and pulling her into his lap. Anna snuggled into him, feeling safe and loved. They talked for a while about their plans for the future, but eventually, the conversation turned back to their love for each other. Ashton leaned in for another kiss, but this time it was more gentle, a sweet exchange of affection. His hand caressed her cheek, and Anna leaned into his touch. "Anna," Ashton whispered, his voice low and husky. "Do you wanna?" Anna pressed her finger onto his lips, and she looked up at him, seeing the love and desire in his eyes. She nodded, unable to speak, as she leaned in for another kiss. Ashton's hands roamed over her body, his touch sending shivers down her spine. Anna moaned softly as she felt his lips on her neck, her fingers running through his hair. He leaned back, pulling her with him until they were both lying on the bed. He pressed another kiss to her lips before trailing a line of kisses down her neck. They moved together, their bodies becoming one in a passionate embrace. Anna had never felt more alive, more loved. Ashton was her soulmate, her partner and her lover. Anna arched her back, a soft moan escaping her lips as she tangled her fingers in his hair. Ashton's hand moved to her waist, pulling her closer as he continued to kiss and nibble at her skin. Their hands roamed over each other's bodies, exploring and memorizing every inch of skin. Ashton kissed his way back up to her lips, capturing them in a deep and passionate kiss. They made love that night, their bodies moving together in perfect harmony. They were lost in each other, their love the only thing that mattered at that moment. Ashton held Anna close after they were finished, their breathing still heavy as they basked in the afterglow of their lovemaking. "I don't know what I'd do without you," he said, his voice low and husky. "You don't have to worry about that," Anna replied, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on his chest. "I'm not going anywhere." Ashton smiled, pulling her closer. They lay there for a few more minutes, basking in the warmth and love surrounding them. Eventually, they both drifted off to sleep, their bodies entwined as they dreamt of a future full of love and adventure. Chapter 560. Hardships are normal. Ashton, Anna, and Cass landed the ship at the designated area in the tower's hangar bay. They stepped out of the ship, and Tarek was carried out on a stretcher by 2 medical staff. The team then followed the stretcher into the tower's infirmary. Ashton walked alongside Anna, who clung tightly to his arm. He was grateful that they had completed their mission and returned safely to the tower. However, the conversation they had earlier about the Orion Empire and the Xyrans still lingered in his mind, and he knew he would have to do something about it sooner or later. Anna noticed Ashton's unease and squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Hey, we're back and we did it. Don't worry about anything else now. All right?" "Yeah." Ashton smiled at her, grateful for her presence. He knew that she was right. He needed to focus on the present and not worry about the future. The group entered the infirmary, and Tarek was immediately taken to a medical bay. Ashton and Anna sat down in the waiting area while Cass went to gather the ghosts or those who were informed about the Operation Prison Break. While they sat there, Ashton couldn't help but wonder what kind of manipulative tactics the cult might have used to fool someone like Tarek. He couldn't comprehend any other way or reason why someone as brilliant as Tarek could have joined the cult. After all, no sane person would ever work for a group that wanted to destroy everything just for the sake of it. Also, if what Tarek said was true, that the cult was conducting experiments to create a behemoth of their own, then they could have had some success by now. If that happened, Ashton didn't know how he'll handle the situation. Anna noticed Ashton's change in mood and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ashton shook his head. "I'm just trying to wrap my head around Tarek's past. It's difficult to understand how someone like him could have ended up working for the cult." Anna nodded in agreement. Sometimes people make the wrong choices because they think it's their only option. Tarek must have felt that way. "I just hope that he can turn his life around now that he's away from the cult's influence." Ashton sighed. "Stop doing something that isn't your forte." Anna laughed, caressing his hand. "We'll get our answers once Tarek is able to. Till then, don't think about anything and relax." The couple sat in silence for a few minutes, lost in their thoughts. Ashton couldn't help but feel grateful for Anna's presence. He knew he could always count on her to understand his worries and be there for him. After some time, Tarek's medical team came out of the medical bay. One of the doctors approached Ashton and Anna. Dr. Tarek is stable, but he needs to rest. He's been through a lot, and we want to monitor his condition for the next few days. You can see him tomorrow. Ashton and Anna nodded, relieved that Tarek was in good hands. As they left the infirmary, Cass approached them along with Leon and Odiga. Did you get him? Leon asked. Ashton nodded. Yeah, we got him. He's being treated now. Good work. You two are something else. Leon let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried sick since he got to know about the behemoth. Anna smiled at him. Just doing our jobs. Ashton turned to Leon. What's the update on the Orion Empire and the Zyrants? Nothing concrete yet, but we're working on it. Leon shook his head. We've got a few leads we're following up on. And what about Xian? Still unconscious, Odiga replied. Did you two get checked yourselves? Ashton nodded. As you can see, we're in one piece. Thanks to our expert pilot here. I don't you about you lot, Cass raised her hands over her head. But I, for one, could use a lot of booze. Sure, you more than deserve it. Ashton nodded and the group left the medical bay. Ashton, Anna, Cass, Leon and Odiga walked towards the tower's bar, eager to celebrate their successful mission. The atmosphere was lively as people chatted, laughed, and danced to the music. The group sat at a large round table and ordered their drinks. Being a dark elf, Cass ordered a barrel of her favorite ale while Odiga ordered a fruity cocktail. Anna opted for a glass of red wine while Ashton ordered neat whiskey. Leon, as always, settled for water. As they sipped their drinks, they reminisced about the prison break, with Cass recounting their experience in the pilot's cockpit, while Ashton and Anna shared their experience on the ground. Suddenly, a loud voice broke their conversation. Finally back, are we? They turned to see Vulcan approaching their table. Aegis waddled behind him, wagging his three tails. Without warning, Aegis jumped straight into Ashton's hands, vigorously licking his face. All right, little guy. I missed you too, Ashton said, laughing and smiling. However, Vulcan's expression remained serious as he stared at Ashton. Would you accompany me on my walk for a moment or two? Sure thing. Ashton placed the tiny creature into Anna's arms, and Aegis immediately began licking her face, tail wagging furiously. Eagles Nova 1 so as the group played with Aegis, Vulcan and Ashton left the bar. Ashton didn't dare speak as he knew his master had something to say first. You're too weak, Vulcan said bluntly, and unprepared for what's coming. Ashton's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? The cult, Zyrans, and now the Empire. Are you ready to face them if they attack tomorrow? Vulcan asked, his voice low. He continued when Ashton didn't reply. That's what I thought. They're preparing for war and we need to be ready. You more than anyone else. Ashton felt a wave of panic wash over him. But at the same time, he felt relieved that his concerns weren't unfounded. What can I do to help? Ashton asked, eager to prove his worth. You can start by training, Vulcan said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Flint Mace and I will be your trainers starting tomorrow. Ashton nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. He knew that he needed to be stronger, faster, and more skilled if he was going to help protect the Empire. Vulcan's expression softened slightly. But for now, enjoy your time with your friends. This may be the last chance you get for a while. Ashton breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the chance to enjoy the moment before everything changed. As Vulcan left the bar, Ashton felt a mixture of fear and excitement. He knew that the training would be intense, but he was ready to do whatever it took to protect the ones he cared for. Chapter 561 Into the Crucible 1. The following morning, Ashton walked into the massive simulation room with an even bigger hangover, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He was required to be serious about his training, and yet considering his state, well, one could say he wasn't serious at all. I should not have challenged Cass to a drinking competition, Ashton mumbled, rubbing this throbbing head. That bitch can empty the entire bar if we leave her to it. It's funnier because you have poison resistance, which is supposed to nullify the effects of any poisonous substance that enters your body. Yet you're the one suffering through a hangover. Haha. Q Aegis purred, rubbing his head on Ashton's legs. I know, bud. No more drinking from now on. As he pushed open the doors, he saw Flint, Mace, and Vulcan waiting for him in the center of the room, surrounded by various high-tech equipment and holographic displays. The atmosphere of the room was quite serious. However, when Ashton saw the polar opposite appearance between the two, he had a tough time holding back his laughter. Flint Mace was an imposing figure standing over 7 feet tall with rippling muscles and sharp, angular features. On the other hand, Vulcan was a much smaller dwarf. He was no less intimidating, but that was a different topic. More importantly, Ashton had never seen Vulcan dressed for battle. He was covered head to toe in heavy armor, wielding a massive hammer that crackled with electricity. Ashton was familiar with Vulcan's hammer, having been struck with it in their first meeting. Even though he had grown a bit stronger than he was back then, the sight of the cackling hammer sent shivers down his spine. TSK, what a scaredy fucker you are. Oh yeah? Why don't we switch places for a while then? Ahem. I forgot I had something to take care of. I'll see you later. Scaredy fucker. Welcome, Ashton, Flint Mace said in his deep, rumbling voice. We're glad you could join us. Ashton nodded nervously, taking in the sight of the simulation room. The walls were lined with advanced sensors and projectors, and the floor was a seamless grid of high-tech tiles that could change color and texture at will. It wasn't the first time Ashton had been into a simulation room, but the tech in that particular was much more advanced than anything he had been in yet. What are we doing today? Ashton asked, trying to keep his voice steady. You'll be experiencing one of the past wars won by the Zyrans, Vulcan replied bluntly. It'll be a real war in actual training, not the kind of sparring you're used to. He continued, you're going to be pushed to your limits and beyond, and you're either going to come out the other side stronger and more capable than ever before or break trying to achieve the desired results. Ashton swallowed hard. He knew Vulcan wasn't one to mince words, and the dwarf's reputation as a harsh master was well deserved. Flint Mace was a bit more approachable, but Ashton knew better than to underestimate the wingless Zyran. I'm ready, he said, as confident as ever. Flint Mace nodded, gesturing to a nearby console. We've prepared a series of simulations for you, designed to test your physical and mental limits. You'll face various opponents from simple drones to full-fledged Zyrans. Don't worry, we won't subject you to all of it today. Talk about yourself. Vulcan scoffed. Flint Mace shook his head, ignoring Vulcan's words. As I was saying, your goal is to survive as long as you can and learn as much as you can from each encounter. Ashton stepped up to the console, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He had trained hard under Maston for this moment, but he knew nothing could prepare him for what would come next. After all, Maston had said so himself. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and activated the console. Instantly, the simulation room was transformed into a swirling vortex of light and sound. Ashton was surrounded by a three-dimensional grid of glowing blue lines, and he could feel the energy coursing through his body. He was aware of Flint Mace and Vulcan standing behind him, watching him closely. However, he couldn't see them as everything around him changed into a battlefield. The battlefield was a chaotic scene of destruction, with the remnants of advanced weaponry scattered across the desolate landscape. Ashton could easily spot the Zyrans fighting an unknown species. The sky was filled with spaceships of all shapes and sizes, each one bristling with advanced weapons systems. Laser cannons fired beams of deadly energy across the void, seeking out enemy vessels and raining destruction upon them. Explosions dotted the darkness as ships were torn apart by well-placed volleys of missiles. On the ground below, drones flitted about, their whirring engines and sharp weapons taking out enemy troops and defenses. The advanced technology of each civilization was on full display, with towering mech and armored tanks clashing in a brutal melee. In the distance, a massive spaceship could be seen, hovering above the battlefield like a dark cloud. Its powerful engines pulsed with energy, and its weapons unleashed a devastating barrage of fire that obliterated anything in its path. Ashton took a deep breath as he surveyed the battlefield before him. The air was thick with smoke, the acrid stench of burning metal, and the ground trembled beneath his feet with the impact of explosions. On the horizon, he could see the unmistakable silhouettes of Zyran warships, their sleek and deadly forms slicing through the sky as more Zyran soldiers poured out of the ships. Damn, this is all too real. Ashton whistled. It didn't feel like he was in a simulated world. Instead, it almost felt like he was fighting against the Zyrans in real time. Holy fuck, what is all this? Ashton mumbled, but he was soon interrupted by his first test. The first simulation was relatively simple, pitting Ashton against a group of Zyran grunts armed with laser weapons. Here we go, Ashton whispered, calling Bauman to his aid. Chapter 562 Into the Crucible 2. Ashton stood on the battlefield, his sword gripped tightly in his hand as he scanned the horizon for any sign of his enemies. He knew that the Zyran grunts were challenging opponents, but they were nothing he couldn't have handled on his own. In the distance he saw movement and he tensed, ready for the fight to come. A group of Zyran grunts emerged from the shadows, their weapons ready. They moved quickly, their movements fluid and graceful as they closed in on Ashton. Ashton took a deep breath and steadied himself, his eyes locked on the Zyran grunts as they rushed toward him. He waited until they were within striking distance, then lunged forward, his sword flashing in the sunlight as he slashed at his opponents. What the hell? Ashton cursed under his breath as none of his strikes landed on the insectoid creatures. The Zyran grunts were fast and agile, dodging Ashton's blows with ease. But things were about to get worse for him. The grunts moved in unison, attacking from all sides and forcing Ashton to stay defensive. The grunts had been thoroughly trained to abuse their number advantage to drain the enemy's stamina before ending them. They were like hyenas who were on a strict lion-based diet. But Ashton was no novice with a sword, and he quickly adapted to their fighting style, parrying their strikes and countering with swift, decisive blows. However, he was still stuck in a defensive position. The battle raged on, each side exchanging blows with deadly precision. Ashton was a skilled fighter, but he was outnumbered, and the Zyran grunts were relentless in their attack. He felt the weight of their blows as they rained down upon him, and he knew he could not keep this up forever. Two can play the numbers game. Ashton mumbled in frustration, intending on summoning his soldiers from Valhalla. However, as he was about to use his ability, Vulcan's words echoed in his ears. You are not allowed to use anything other than that sword of yours. What kind of bullshit? Getting distracted in the middle of a battle was the worst mistake Ashton could have made as three of the grunts quickly stabbed him in the feet and his back while two of them shot plasma bullets that pierced right through his shoulder. Do you want to die, kid? Vulcan's voice echoed once again, but this time Ashton had had it. Despite his wounds, Ashton refused to give up. He fought on, his sword ringing out against the Zyran grunts' weapons as he pushed back against their onslaught. He was determined to win this battle, only to wipe that smug smile off Vulcan's face, no matter the cost. Enough. Ashton's sword glinted in the sunlight as he spun, his blade sweeping out in a wide arc and taking down several grunts at once. They fell to the ground, their weapons clattering beside them as they lay still. But the battle was far from over. The remaining grunts regrouped, their eyes blazing with fierce determination as they continued their attack. Ashton stood his ground, his sword held high as he prepared for the next wave of attackers. The grunts moved in, their weapons flashing in the sunlight as they closed in on Ashton once again. He parried their strikes, his sword clanging against their sabers while deflecting the plasma bullets as he pushed back against their attack. Fuck. Ashton fought for what seemed like hours, his sword ringing out against the Zyran grunts' weapons as he held them at bay. But eventually he began to tire. His arms grew heavy, and his breath came in short gasps as he fought to stay on his feet. Need to push through. But he refused to give up. He knew he had to keep fighting no matter how tired he became. He focused all his energy on his sword, using every ounce of his strength to keep the grunts at bay. Ashton took a deep breath and charged forward, his sword glinting in the dim light. He swung his blade with all his might, aiming for the nearest grunt's head. But the alien was too fast, ducking out of the way and firing a blast of energy that singed Ashton's arm. Ashton gritted his teeth and pressed on, his sword flashing in the air as he parried and thrust. The grunts were fierce opponents, their weapons and tactics, unlike anything Ashton had ever seen. They seemed to move as one, coordinated and relentless. The grunts swarmed him, their weapons blazing. Ashton fought valiantly, but it was no use. He was overwhelmed, his sword knocked from his hand as he was pinned to the ground. Dozens of grunts jumped on him, ready to impale him with their weapons. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the simulation ended. Flint Mace stood there, his face expressionless, while Vulcan was smiling. Ashton lay there, panting and drenched in sweat. He knew he had lost and could not defeat the horde of Zyran grunts. That feeling was the worst thing he had ever felt in his short life. Flint Mace helped Ashton to his feet, congratulating him on a valiant effort. "You fought well," he said. "But you still have much to learn." "Much? I'd say too much." Vulcan sneered. "I expected more from you. You're supposed to be the one who'll end the Zyran's dominance in the galaxy, but you're weaker than a newborn kitten." Ashton bristled at the insult, his fists clenching at his sides. "If you had allowed me to go all out, things would have turned out differently." Vulcan scoffed. "Going all out? Against what? A bunch of grunts? Do you think they're the only enemies we'll be facing? What about the higher-ranked warriors who are even stronger and more skilled than I am? How will you survive against them if you can't even handle a bunch of grunts?" Ashton had no reply for him. He knew that Vulcan was right, to a certain extent, and had to keep his strength in reserve for future war fights. If he went all out on the grunts, he would most definitely lose against the real Zyrans. He sighed and lowered his head, feeling a sense of defeat wash over him. He knew that he had to find a way to balance his training to push himself to the limit without going too far. Vulcan seemed to sense his hesitation, and his expression softened slightly. "Look, Ashton," he said. "I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just want you to be the best you can be. We're all counting on you to help us win this war. And we can't afford any weak links." Ashton nodded, feeling a sense of determination welling up inside him. He knew that he couldn't let his comrades down, and that he had to find a way to become stronger and more skilled, no matter the cost. "I just want to know one thing," Ashton mumbled. "I defeated Beelzebub before when I was much weaker than I am today. Then why the hell I can't defeat a bunch of foot soldiers?" "Allow me to explain." Flint Mace stepped forward. "First, Beelzebub was the personification of overconfidence when you two fought, and he severely underestimated you and hence lost." He continued. "Secondly, the Zyrans you fought weren't proper soldiers trained for combat but mere scientists and researchers. You could say you got lucky because if a single battalion of grunts aboard their ship, we would not be having this conversation now." Ashton nodded, realizing his mistake of taking the grunts lightly. But he was ready to fix his error now. Let's go once more. Chapter 563, Tarek's Revelation 1. Ashton lay on the floor of the training room, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he tried to catch his breath. He was drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling with exhaustion as he stared up at the ceiling, feeling utterly defeated. He had just completed his 69th attempt at defeating the simulated Zyran grunts, and once again he had failed. He had come close a few times, taking down a handful of the grunts before they overwhelmed him, but he just couldn't get the upper hand. He knew that he was supposed to be one to take down the Zyrans. But these grunts, even with their simple weapons and basic tactics, seemed to have him wholly outmatched. He couldn't understand why he was having such a hard time defeating the grunts. They were supposed to be a relatively easy opponent, one he could take down without breaking a sweat. But for some reason he just couldn't seem to get the upper hand. As he lay there trying to catch his breath, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Flint Mace and Vulcan approaching him. However, unlike before, they weren't brutal with their words. Heck, Vulcan even gave Ashton a pat, something he hadn't ever done before. "Well," Flint Mace asked before smiling, "how was your experience this time around?" "As horrible as ever," Ashton replied before getting back up, putting all his weight on Bommond. "No matter what I do, those freaky bastards keep one-upping me." Ashton felt a sense of despair creeping over him. He had no answer to Flint Mace's question or explanation for why he was failing so miserably. But that moment of desperation was short-lived as he realized he could train for as long and as many times as he wanted. This meant he had endless opportunities to beat the grunts, and all he needed to do was to figure out how. "It's okay, Ashton," Flint Mace nodded, his eyes glinting with understanding. "We all have our weaknesses, our areas where we need to improve. That's why we train, so we can become stronger and better able to face our enemies. And you are getting better," Ashton. Vulcan chimed in. "You might not have defeated them yet, but you're improving with every turn." I can bet my beard you'll be able to defeat the grunts by tomorrow. Ashton looked up, feeling a glimmer of hope stirring inside him. He had been so focused on his failures, the fact that he couldn't defeat the grunts, and overlooked the progress he had made. But more importantly, he had something else to say. I just might keep losing to see you without your beard, ouch. Before Ashton could put his thoughts into words, he got smacked in the head by Vulcan's hammer. My apologies, the hammer slipped from my hands, Vulcan said while tapping on the hammer. It's not a problem because I know one of these days my hand might slip as well, Ashton replied, frantically rubbing the back of his head. I'll wait for that day, Vulcan replied before all three broke down laughing. Once done, Ashton took a deep breath, feeling a surge of determination welling up inside him. He knew that he still had a long way to go, and that he had to keep pushing himself and training harder than ever before. But he also knew that he had the support of his comrades, the people who believed in him and were counting on him to help win the impending war against the Xyrans. Flint, Mace and Vulcan watched him with approving nods, knowing they had witnessed a pivotal moment in Ashton's training. They knew that he still had a long way to go, and that he still had weaknesses that needed to be addressed, but they also knew that he had the heart and determination of a true warrior. Let's go for one last time for today. Ashton got up with some newfound energy, ready to get his ass beaten by the grunts once again. Anna walked briskly into the simulation room, her eyes scanning the area for Ashton. She spotted him standing in the middle of the room, sweat glistening on his skin as he fought against a group of simulated warriors. She hesitated for a moment, not wanting to interrupt his training, but then she reminded herself that this was important. Ashton, she called out, her voice echoing across the room. Ashton turned to look at her, his expression curious. He had already informed her he would undergo rigorous training from today onwards, and wasn't expecting her to interrupt them. What is it, Anna? He asked, lowering his sword as the enemies disappeared. It's Tarek, Anna said, her voice urgent. He's awake and he wants to talk to us. Now. Ashton sheathed his sword and turned to Flint, Mace and Vulcan, who had been observing his training. Can I stop here for the day? Of course, Flint, Mace nodded. This is important. Go see Tarek and we'll resume training tomorrow. Ashton nodded gratefully and turned to follow Anna out of the room. They walked quickly down the hallway, their footsteps echoing in the silence. What did Tarek say? Ashton asked, his voice tense with anticipation. He didn't say much, Anna replied. Just that he wanted to see us as soon as possible. He sounded urgent. Ashton and Anna walked into the sterile hospital room where Tarek sat in bed, his eyes scanning a tablet in his hands. He looked up as they entered, setting the tablet aside with a slight smile. Ashton, Anna, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Thank you for coming. Good to see you're up and about, Ashton said, moving closer to the bed. How are you feeling? Tarek shrugged. Not too bad considering the circumstances. I've been through worse. That's good to hear. We're glad you made it out with us. Ashton nodded. Tarek's expression became more serious. Listen. There's something I need to tell you. Something I learned while I was with the cult. Something I believe your people are mistaken about. Ashton and Anna exchanged a concerned look. What is it? Anna asked. Deacon isn't a person, but the lowest ranking position among the cult. Tarek hesitated momentarily before speaking. You people seem to have defeated one out of the 32 deacons that exist. Chapter 564 Tarek's Revelation 2. What do you mean? Ashton asked, confused. It's a position given to those deemed unworthy of any other title or position within the cult. The deacons are used as disposable pawns to carry out the will of the higher-ups, Tarek explained. Are you sure about that? Anna asked, unwilling to believe someone like the deacon they fought could be a low-ranking member of the cult. You have to understand, Tarek said, the cult is unlike any other organization. It's not about money or power but devotion, loyalty, and faith. The higher-ups are revered like gods, and their word is law. Tarek continued. Deacon is just a small cog in the cult's machine. One of them may have been the one to contact me, but he was likely following orders from someone higher up. And who would that be? Ashton furrowed his brow. Tarek shook his head. For me to answer that, you first need to understand more about the cult's hierarchy. Ashton and Anna sat in front of Tarek's hospital bed, their expressions expectant as Tarek began to speak. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to reveal, for no one apart from the cult members knew it themselves. Tarek leaned back against the pillows, his hospital gown crumpling beneath him. He took a deep breath and began. The cult's hierarchy is structured like a pyramid. Why is that? Anna asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's designed to ensure absolute loyalty to the Pope, Tarek explained. Each member is only aware of the members below them in the hierarchy, so they can only ever report to their immediate superiors. This prevents anyone from knowing too much and potentially rebelling. At the top is the Pope, Tarek continued, his voice low and serious. He is the ultimate authority, the one who makes the final decisions. Below him are the cardinals, who are like the Pope's right-hand men and help him make decisions and carry out his orders. Ashton nodded. If they were to believe Tarek's words, Astaroth's guess about the cult being a heretical organization was accurate. But for now, Ashton decided to focus on Tarek's revelation more than anything. Then there are the archbishops, Tarek said, ticking them off on his fingers. They are the next level down, followed by the bishops, then the priests. Ashton furrowed his brow. And what do the priests do? They're basically the middle management, and they oversee the deacons to ensure they're carrying out the Pope's orders properly. Tarek sighed. He continued, they also propagate the cult's views and recruit more able people to their cause. Some say the leader of the Metal Sharks is either a priest or a bishop for the cult as well. Ashton massaged his temples. He knew the cult was working with the Metal Sharks, but he hadn't thought that the Sharks could be an organization indirectly working under the cult. In that case, I expect the deacons to be fighting on the ground? Anna chimed in. Tarek nodded, confirming Anna's words. Like I said before, they are the lowest-ranking members of the cult. They are the ones who carry out the Pope's dirty work, the ones who do whatever it takes to prove their loyalty to the Pope and climb up the ladder to gain more influence, hoping to meet the Pope someday. Ashton nodded, confirming every word coming from Tarek's mouth through heartbeat sense. But there was one thing bugging him with the explanation Tarek gave them. Why are they so loyal to the Pope? Ashton leaned forward, his eyes locked on Tarek's. The cult brainwashes its members from a young age. They are taught that the Pope is infallible and is a direct conduit to the divine. The deacons, in particular, are trained to believe they are doing God's work by carrying out the Pope's orders. Tarek's words raised another question in Ashton's mind, but he pushed them aside to be asked later. For now, he wanted to know more about the cult, so he was more focused on that. What about the Pope? Anna asked, effortlessly reading Ashton's mind as he was about to ask the same thing. The Pope is a mysterious man, Tarek said, his voice low. No one has seen him apart from the two cardinals. Even the archbishops and bishops have never met him in person. Ashton raised an eyebrow. How is that possible? He's the leader of the entire cult. It's all part of their plan. They are able to maintain control by keeping themselves hidden, and no one knows what they look like or where the Pope operates from. Tarek said as he shook his head. But someone has to know something. There has to be a way to find whoever the person or thing is. Anna sighed and leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Tarek sighed. I wish it were that easy. But the Pope is surrounded by layers of secrecy and deception. Even the cardinals don't know everything about them. But if the Pope is so mysterious, how do you even know he exists? Anna asked. Tarek let out a sigh. No one has ever seen him apart from the two cardinals. But trust me, he's real. The way the higher-ups used to talk about him, it's like he's some kind of god. So how do we take down someone we can't even find? Ashton rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tarek shrugged. I don't know. But I know that if anyone can figure it out, it's the two of you. Thanks for your confidence in us. We won't let you down. Anna gave Tarek a grateful smile. I believe you will. Just be careful. The Pope may be a mystery, but his power is very real. Tarek smiled weakly. I think that's everything I can recall at the moment. Hold up, there's one thing that's bothering me. Ashton stared Tarek straight in the eyes. Tarek looked up at him, surprised. What's wrong? What's wrong is that I'm starting to wonder how someone recruited by a deacon like you could know so much about the cult. Ashton stared at Tarek, his eyes staring into the former cult member's soul. Please explain that to me. Chapter 565 Tarek's Revelation 3. Ashton turned to Anna and said, "Hey, can you give me a moment alone with Tarek?" Anna gave him a curious look but nodded. "Sure, I'll wait outside." Ashton watched her leave, then turned back to Tarek, his voice serious. "All right, let's get down to business." Tarek gulped down hard, sensing hostility within Ashton's eyes for the first time since they had met. He had only seen the kind and considerate side of his and hence was a bit taken aback by the sudden change in Ashton's demeanor. "What do you mean?" Tarek looked up at him, his expression guarded. "Let's talk about what's really going on here," Ashton replied. "I don't believe you're telling us everything you know about the cult." Tarek's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about?" "I've told you everything I know." "Really?" "Because there are some inconsistencies in your story," Ashton said, folding his arms. "For one, you claim to have been recruited by a deacon, yet you seem to know an awful lot about the cult's hierarchy and operations. That doesn't add up." Tarek shifted uncomfortably on the bed. I just did my own research and wanted to know more about the people I was working for." "As a lowly deacon? Come on, Tarek. You expect me to believe that?" Ashton said, his voice skeptical. "And then there's the fact that you say no one has seen the Pope, yet you seem to know a lot about him too. How is that possible?" Tarek swallowed nervously, his eyes darting around the room. I don't know," he stammered. "I just heard things, you know? Rumors and whispers, and I pieced it all together." Ashton's jaw tightened. He knew Tarek was lying through his teeth, thanks to heartbeat sense, and the more he lied, the more Ashton wanted to smack some sense into him. "That's not good enough, Tarek. You were a deacon. How did you get this information? And how can we trust that you're not still loyal to the cult?" "I swear I'm not working with them anymore. I saw what they were doing and couldn't be a part of it. That's why I left. You have to believe me." Tarek shook his head frantically. Ashton narrowed his eyes, studying Tarek's face. He couldn't detect any signs of deception, but he wasn't convinced. Tarek knew a lot more than he was telling them, but he was smart enough not to lie openly about it. "Ashton, I think it's enough for the day. Mentally breaking this guy would do us more harm than good." "You're right," Ashton thought before turning towards Tarek. "I'm sorry, Tarek, but I can't just take your word for it. You're going to have to prove your loyalty to us." Tarek looked crestfallen, his shoulders slumping. "What do you want me to do?" "We're going to keep you under surveillance. We need to ensure you're not working with the cult." Ashton leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Until then, you're not to leave the tower without an escort." "Understood?" "Yes, sir." Tarek nodded, his eyes downcast. Ashton stood up from his chair, his expression cold and unreadable. "I hope for your sake that you are telling the truth, Tarek. Because if you're not, there will be consequences." With that, Ashton strode out of the room, leaving Tarek alone with his thoughts. Ashton walked out of the hospital room and took a deep breath, trying to clear his head. He heard Anna's footsteps behind him and turned to face her. "What happened in there?" Anna asked, her voice laced with concern. "I'm not sure. But something about Tarek's story doesn't add up." "Nah, a lot of it doesn't." Ashton ran a hand through his hair, still processing everything Tarek had told him. "It's like he's been fed certain information to make us believe him." Anna raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "I mean, if the cult has the power to brainwash people, then how do we know Tarek isn't under their control?" Ashton said. "You think he's been manipulated like the Xylopian leader?" Anna's expression shifted from concern to realization. "It's possible. And if that's the case, then we can't trust anything he's said." Ashton nodded. "I could try to remove the influence if that was the case. But doing so might inform the caster about it." "What are you going to do?" Anna asked. Ashton hesitated for a moment before making a decision. "I'm going to put him under surveillance until we can clear him of suspicion." Anna nodded in agreement. "I'll help you with that." "No, not you." Ashton immediately shot down her opinions. "You're the one the cult wants more than anyone. If Tarek is under their control, ITLL makes sense to keep the two of you as far as possible." They walked in silence for a few moments before Ashton spoke up again. "I just can't shake the feeling that there's something bigger going on here. Something we haven't even begun to uncover yet. Whatever it is, we'll take care of it like always." Anna playfully punched him on the shoulder. Ashton smiled at her, punching her back. "Dang it. I need to get back to training." "Come on, I'll walk you." They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, lost in their thoughts. When they arrived back at the administrator wing, Ashton arranged for Tarek to be placed under surveillance with ghosts and the tower guards and androids. Odiga was made in charge of overseeing everything related to Tarek, and the only person allowed to do medical checks on him was Lihud. It was to ensure that someone else didn't hurt Tarek before he spilt all the beans about the cult. Weimer would lead the guards, while Leon would assist Odiga in any way he could. One more thing, Ashton informed Anna before leaving. Tell Lihud to run a scan on Tarek and make sure he has no implants. You know, the ones Lihud found on creatures from Verdantia. Will do, Anna replied while typing something on her pad. Good luck with your training. Training? It's more like getting assaulted. Once the preparations were done, Ashton returned to get his ass kicked by the Zyran grunts. Chapter 566 Victory. Ashton stood in the simulation room, his muscles tense and his sword ready. He had been training for days, honing his skills against the simulated Zyran grunts, and he was determined to defeat them finally. Flint, Mace, and Vulcan watched as he donned his gear and entered the simulation. The room flickered and shimmered, transforming into a battlefield on a distant planet. The Zyran grunts materialized before him, their sharp claws and gleaming teeth bared. Flint, Mace, and Vulcan looked on, their expressions unreadable. They had watched Ashton struggle and fail time and time again, and they were starting to wonder if he would ever succeed. But Ashton was determined not to let them down. He took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and charged forward. The grunts were waiting for him, their weapons raised and their faces twisted in snarls of rage. Ashton weaved and dodged, his sword flashing through the air as he tried to find an opening. The grunts were fast and skilled, and they moved in unison, their attacks coordinated and relentless. Ashton was forced to constantly shift his footing and grip on his sword, trying to keep up with their movements. At first it seemed like he was doomed to fail yet again. The grunts were too strong, too fast, too skilled. But Ashton refused to give up. He fought with all his might, channeling his frustration and anger into every strike. As the battle raged on, Ashton started to feel a glimmer of hope. He was beginning to get a feel for the grunts' movements, and he was finding gaps in their defenses that he could exploit. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of fighting, Ashton saw his opportunity. One of the grunts had overextended himself, leaving his flank open for a split second. Ashton lunged forward, his sword flashing through the air. It connected with the grunt's side, and the creature stumbled back, stunned. Ashton didn't waste a moment. He followed up with a flurry of strikes, his sword moving in a blur as he attacked the grunt from all angles. The creature tried to defend itself, but it was too late. Ashton's blows were too powerful, too precise. With a final, resounding strike, Ashton brought his sword down on the grunt's head, cleaving it in two. The creature fell to the ground dead. But the battle was far from over as more grunts appeared to stop him. Ashton drew his sword, ready to fight, but he knew his chances of winning were slim. The grunts were too fast, too powerful, and too numerous. Ashton had tried every strategy he could think of, but nothing had worked, and he was running out of ideas. The grunts charged at him, their snarls echoing across the battlefield. Ashton parried their attacks with his sword, his muscles straining with the effort. But he knew that he couldn't keep this up for long. First my summons, and now they ban me from using Seraph's crystal. These mother. We can hear you, you know? Vulcan called out. Why do you think I was cursing you? Ashton barked back. Maybe I should try using that. With a deep breath, Ashton let go of Bommand, telling it to do its own thing while he went ahead and did something of his own. The Soul Blade was all too happy to obey its master and immediately began hacking and slashing the grunts. Meanwhile, Ashton focused on his inner strength, on the raw power that lay dormant within him. He felt his body changing, growing larger, stronger, more fearsome. His skin darkened, his muscles bulged, and fur sprouted across his body. Ashton opened his eyes and saw the Zyran grunts recoil in terror. They had never seen anything like this before. They had faced warriors and soldiers, but never a Zompirewolf. Ashton let out a roar and charged at the grunts. They tried to dodge his attacks, but he was too fast, too powerful. Ashton swiped at them with his massive claws, tearing through their thick hides. He bit into them with his sharp fangs, rending flesh and bone. The grunts swarmed around him, their claws and teeth biting into his flesh. But Ashton was too strong, too fierce. He shook them off with ease, throwing them aside like rag dolls. He was a force of nature, a primal beast unleashed upon the battlefield. The grunts began to fall back, retreating from Ashton's onslaught. As they realized they had been outclassed by a single man. "Oh, now you want to run?" Ashton roared, relishing the fear in the eyes of the grunts. "I don't think so, you fuckers." Ashton chased them down, his eyes blazing with fury. He knew that he had to finish them off once and for all. He caught up to them and let out another roar, a challenge to their bravery. He used all his abilities in harmony. The werewolf abilities were used to mark and track them down and unleash powerful blows, while the vampire genes allowed him to fly and mark as many enemies as he could. As for the zombie genes, they ensured he didn't tire out of exhaustion like the grunts had been hoping. Having no way out, the grunts tried to fight back, but it was too late. Ashton was too powerful, too unstoppable. He tore through them one by one, until there was only one left standing. Ashton approached the last grunt, his massive jaws opened wide. The grunt trembled, realizing that he was facing certain death. But Ashton stopped and looked at him with pity and disdain. "Looks like they finally stopped spawning," Ashton mumbled, looking around the grunt. "Guess you're the last guy." Ashton was about to end the grunt when Bommand whizzed past his head, severing the grunt's head. "Thanks for the help, Bommand." Ashton smiled. The battlefield fell silent, except for Ashton's heavy breathing. He slowly returned to his human form, his muscles aching, his skin slick with sweat. At the same time, Flint Mace and Vulcan rushed to his side, clapping. Neither of them wanted to tell Ashton that dealing with the grunts in real life was much easier. Nor did they clarify that they had enhanced the difficulty of the simulation past the recommended limit, just to test Ashton's ability to accept defeat. Chapter 567 Know Your Enemy. "Seriously, guys? Do I need to do this?" Ashton sighed before turning his attention towards the massive screen before him. "I have Astaroth inside me. Doesn't he already know all this?" Lord Astaroth also knew the quickest way of defeating the Zyran grunts, Flint Mace responded. "Till he tell you that? He's got a point, you know. Although I didn't help you because I loved seeing your ass get kicked." "Of course you did," Ashton replied. "It must have triggered your masochistic tendencies, right?" "A bit." "What the fuck?" Ashton sat in a large high-tech classroom with Flint Mace and Vulcan at the front. The walls were made of a shimmering metallic material, and the desks and chairs were sleek and futuristic. It was supposed to be one of the meeting rooms for high-ranking merc groups to convene their meeting. At first, Ashton thought it was going to be a strategic training day. Little did he know Flint Mace would teach him about the Zyran army, its composition, history, and the military tactics they usually employed. Although an important topic, it was horrendously straining to learn about them. "Stop being a kid and focus," Vulcan reprimanded Ashton. Ashton groaned inwardly. He had never been much of a student, and the idea of sitting through a lecture was almost unbearable. But he knew this was important and he tried to focus on the lesson for once. Flint Mace noticed Ashton's lack of enthusiasm and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know this isn't your favorite thing to do, Ashton, but it's important. You can't just charge blindly into battle and expect to win." "I know, and I'll try my best," Ashton unenthusiastically responded, but it was enough for Flint Mace to continue teaching him. The Zyran army consists of 9 different types of troops. Flint Mace reiterated the previous information. Starting with the grunts, who are the weakest and most easily defeated. Vulcan nodded. Grunts are the foot soldiers of the Zyran army. They're numerous but not very skilled. They're often armed with basic weapons like plasma weapons and, in rare cases, explosive weapons. Apart from that, they're easy enough to take down if you know what you're doing. As Vulcan spoke, images of different Zyran soldiers appeared on the displays. Each was more intimidating than the last, with various weapons, armor, and abilities. Ashton shifted in his seat, already feeling bored. He had fought against the simulated Zyran grunts so many times that he could take them down with his eyes closed. The Zyran army is divided into 9 different types of troops, each with unique strengths and weaknesses, Vulcan said. Starting with the grunts, they get progressively stronger until you reach the final tier, the Zyran elders. Vulcan nodded in agreement and added, The Zyrans are known for their advanced technology and ability to create super soldiers. That's why it's crucial for us to understand their different tiers and strengths. Ashton listened intently, slowly getting more and more interested in knowing about the Zyrans, especially the different types of super soldiers they had created to fulfill specific purposes. Flint Mace continued, so the first tier of soldiers is the grunts, which we've already discussed. The second tier is called the shadows. They are stealthy units and can blend in with their surroundings, making them difficult to detect. They are equipped with advanced cloaking technology and are skilled in close combat. Vulcan chimed in, the third tier is called the Tempests. They are highly trained and skilled in using advanced weaponry. They are also the first class that consists of actual Zyrans and not some experimental creatures. They often lead battalions of grunts and shadows into the battlefield. Following them were the Wardens. They were usually equipped with heavy armor and powerful shields that could deflect almost any type of attack thrown at them. Vulcan recalled what a pain they were to handle because they kept overpowering the dwarves using their own attacks. The only way to take them down was to engage them in hand-to-hand combat and kill them. But since they were usually accompanied by at least 2 Tempests, it was challenging to get through them quickly and kill them before they could deal massive damage to their enemies. After the Wardens came the Infernos. One could think of them as shock troopers. Their only purpose was to deal a gobsmacking amount of damage to the enemies before they were eventually killed. Since their rank consisted of outcast Zyrans, not much attention was paid to their defense as they were mostly on death row, and the best of utilizing them before they were killed was to use them as expendable troops. They are also called the Shamed Ones. Even though they know they are being thrown to die, these motherfuckers do not care about anything and die happily thinking they have proven their loyalty to the elders. Flint Mace muttered with a sense of disgust towards them. Unlike him, most exiles do not know what the Zyrans have done and perceive the elders as gods and do whatever they instruct them to do. Even though Flint Mace had never told them about his past in detail, Ashton could guess it must have had something to do with Infernos. However, sensing the change in the mood, Ashton didn't think it was the correct time to ask Flint Mace more about his past. After all, even Ashton didn't like talking about what happened to him when he was a human prisoner. Carrying on, Vulcan replaced the holograph with the following type of soldier. We have what we call the Vindictives, and they are known for their ruthless tactics and willingness to do whatever it takes to win. They are equipped with advanced exosuits that enhance their physical abilities and allow them to take on multiple opponents simultaneously. One of the Vindictives can take on an entire planet if given proper time and resources. So you can think of the level of strength they possess. Ashton nodded, his mind in overdrive. He was now beginning to understand why no one had ever confronted the Zyrans heathen. With soldiers like the Vindictives in their ranks, one would have to have been screwed up in the head to even think about attacking the Zyrans. Well, it's a good thing that you are a bit screwed up on the top floor, eh? Of course, Ashton smiled, looking at Vulcan and Flint Mace. And by the looks of it, I'm not the only one with loose screws here. You'll love the name of the 7th tier of super soldiers under the Zyran command. Vulcan and Flint Mace smiled broadly as the next soldier model appeared before them. I present you the Reapers. The Reapers were tall and imposing figures, standing almost 7 feet tall with broad shoulders and a muscular build. Their skin was a pale shade of gray, almost sickly in appearance, and was stretched tightly over their chiseled features. They had piercing yellow eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness, and their hair was long, black, and unkempt, unlike most of their Zyran counterparts, who had white hair. The Reapers wore black armor that covered their entire bodies, giving them a menacing appearance. The armor was sleek and form-fitting, hugging their muscular frames, and was adorned with intricate silver filigree designs. They carried large, curved swords at their sides, with long serrated blades that glinted in the light, and their movements were swift and graceful, like those of a dancer. Apart from their hair, they look an awful lot like you, don't they? Vulcan joked. The semblance is uncanny. Flint Mace joined in on teasing Ashton. Haha, very funny. Ashton retorted. Now, are you going to tell me what they do? Or you'll just keep laughing? Vulcan finally continued. Unlike their appearance, they are the assassins of the Zyran army, and are skilled in stealth and infiltration, and they are equipped with advanced weapons and gadgets that make them deadly opponents. Usually, no one would notice them until it was too late, and hence they were called Reapers, Flint Mace concluded. I used to be one of them when I was a child, Then when white hair replaced my black after evolution, I got disqualified as a Reaper trainee. Damn, just because of the hair? Ashton was weirded out by the Zyran rules of classification. Either way, let's continue to the rank I eventually joined. Flint Mace continued. The 8th tier is called the Annihilators. They are the heavy hitters of the Zyran army, and are equipped with massive weapons that can cause significant damage to their opponents. They are also heavily armored and can withstand almost any attacks thrown at them. However, their numbers are pretty small as most trainees usually died during the training itself. And here I thought being trained to death was just a figure of speech. Ashton chuckled. Seriously speaking, my respect for you had skyrocketed, sir. At least we don't need to train you in the art of buttering people. Flint Mace laughed before Vulcan got all serious and ruined the fun as usual. We are here to train, not to gossip. Vulcan yelled at both of them before continuing, and the final tier is called the Obliterators. They are the most advanced and powerful soldiers in the Zyran army. They are equipped with advanced exocets and energy weapons that can cause massive destruction. They are also skilled in all forms of combat, making them formidable opponents on the battlefield. They are often known as the generals and possess Mournblades. As you can guess, I used to be one of them. Damn, I never knew you were so strong. Now you know. Yeah, at least now I know why you turned out to be a Maso. Note to self, too much power can screw your brain. This brat. Ashton was impressed by the different tiers of soldiers, and he realized just how challenging it would be to defeat the Zyran army. He knew he had a lot of training to do if he was going to have any chance of succeeding. Chapter 568 Mythical Hunt 1. Ashton slumped down onto the bed beside Anna, sighing deeply as he leaned back against the pillows. It had been a long, grueling day of training, and he was exhausted. But something was still weighing heavily on his mind, something that he needed to discuss with Anna. Although he wanted to believe Tarek, Ashton knew he couldn't. His stories had too many inconsistencies, and Tarek didn't have proper answers to address them. There was a way he could ensure that Tarek wasn't lying to him, but the method seemed unethical. However, it was a sure-shot way to get answers from him. Hey, he said, turning to her. Can we talk about something? Of course, she replied, sitting up and giving him her full attention. It's about Tarek, he said hesitantly. As Maston said, we don't have much time and waiting for Tarek to tell everything truthfully seems. Ashton, stop beating around the bush. You don't have to do that around me, of all people. Ashton took a deep breath and nodded. He knew the words about to come out of his mouth weren't the most respectful towards Tarek, but in his mind it was the only way to keep him in line and at the same time, knock off a task for his evolution. I don't know if it's my desperation speaking or what, but I just can't shake the feeling that we need to do something to ensure his loyalty. He blurted out. Anna frowned. What do you mean, do something? I mean turning him, Ashton said, his voice barely above a whisper. Making him a werewolf like us. Once he's part of the pack, he can't go against my wishes once I instruct him to tell the complete truth about the cult. Ashton, are you serious? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. That's a huge decision, one that shouldn't be made lightly. I know, he said, running a hand through his hair. But think about it. If Tarek were a werewolf, he wouldn't be able to betray us, and he'd be one of us, completely loyal to our cause. But what about his free will? Anna asked. What about his desires and wishes? Ashton sat up, taking her hands into his. You're a part of my pack. Have I ever abused your trust in me? It is different between you and me. Anna shook her head. I love you and owe you my life. Even if you wanted to exploit me, I wouldn't mind it because I know I'd be long dead if it hadn't been for you. I know, Ashton said, frustration creeping into his voice. But we can't afford to take any chances. We need to know that Tarek is with us, that he's on our side. And if turning him is the only way to do that, then maybe it's worth it. Anna sighed, leaning back against the pillows. I don't know, Ashton. It just seems like such a drastic solution. And what if it goes wrong? What if he resents us for it? I know, Ashton said, running a hand through his hair. But I just can't shake the feeling that it's the right thing to do. We can't afford to take any chances. Not when it comes to the cult. Ashton looked everywhere but into Anna's eyes, and he knew what she was saying was utterly true. Tarek might agree to turn at first, but then he might resent them for it, as he might think there was no choice but to obey them to prove his innocence. Cornering him like that would do them more harm than good. There was a long silence between them as they both pondered the idea. Finally, Anna spoke up. If we do this, she said, we need to be sure. We need to know that it's what Tarek wants, that he's willing to make this sacrifice for us. And we need to be prepared for the consequences, both good and bad. Ashton nodded slowly, his mind racing with the implications of what they were discussing. It was a huge decision, one that would change Tarek's life forever. But at the same time, it might be the only way to ensure their survival. I'll talk to him, he said finally. I'll explain everything to him and see how he feels about it. And we'll go from there. Ashton lay back down on the bed, his mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. He knew the risks were high, but he also knew they had no other choice, as they needed Tarek on their side if they were going to survive. However, before they could ponder further about what to do with Tarek, Ashton received a call from Odiga. He picked it up to see Otaiga's face on the screen. She had a playful smile on her lips, and he could tell that she was in a good mood. Someone looks happy, Ashton said with a grin, greeting her. Odiga laughed. Oh, stop it, you. I was just wondering if you were free right now. I'm sorry, Odiga, I know you're a beautiful lady, but I'm happy in a committed relationship and can't do booty calls. Ashton joked as Anna punched him, pushing him away from the camera. Ignore this horny fucker. Anna shook her head. Tell me, what's up? Haha, thanks for keeping him in check, Odiga replied. Just tell him I might have found something that would interest him. What? Ashton asked as Anna tried to push him down. You want to take my booty calls, but what if it was a booty call from the type of monster you've been looking for? Ashton was intrigued. What do you mean? I found you a job request that requires hunting down a mythical grade being, she replied. And the last time I remember talking with you, you mentioned something about consuming the flesh of a mythical creature. Just the thing I wanted to hear. Ashton immediately perked up. But have you checked the authenticity of the request? I don't want to fall into yet another one of the cult's traps. Yep, everything checks out. She smiled. I'm not the one to repeat my mistakes. Great. So when do we leave? I have made the arrangements. We can leave sometime in the next week. Ashton nodded. Got it. I'll see you then. As Odiga signed off, Ashton couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Hunting down a mythical creature was the biggest obstacle in the path of his evolution. With that being taken care of, he could move along a lot faster and maybe, just maybe, he would evolve into a grade A being before dealing with the cult. Chapter 569 Mythical Hunt 2. Ashton had been training in the simulation room for a week straight, day and night, against various enemies. Flint, Mace, and Vulcan had been pushing him hard, determined to make him the best fighter he could be, before sending him away to hunt the monster down. The first day was the same thing all over again as he was pitted against grunts, but this time their numbers had tripled since he defeated them. Flint, Mace, and Vulcan had made him fight against hordes of them, pushing him to his limits. Ashton had struggled at first, but he had eventually found his footing, learning to anticipate their moves and take them down efficiently, with a bit of help from Astaroth. But the Zyran grunts were only the beginning. Flint, Mace, and Vulcan introduced him to the different tiers of Zyran soldiers, each more powerful than the last. The motive of the training was no longer to defeat targets, but to experience their strengths and weaknesses. However, Ashton managed to defeat the shadows effortlessly, as they were assassins using their stealth to hunt down their prey. Unfortunately for them, Ashton's werewolf class was almost made to get rid of them, as once he marked them, there was no escape for them. The actual training started from the third day onwards. He was thrown into an actual battlefield simulation where he had to face multiple enemies simultaneously. From Reapers to Infernos to the Obliterators, everyone had their turn toying with Ashton before he realized why the Zyrans were so formidable. Even though Ashton was aware of each class' weaknesses, he couldn't even exploit one of them as the rest of the army covered for each other. Even with his summons to aid him in the fight, they barely managed to knock one Obliterator back before being killed. Ashton's training was not just limited to fighting, however. Flint, Mace, and Vulcan taught him about the different weapons and technologies used by the Zyrans. He learned how to use advanced energy weapons that only the high-level civilizations used, piloted various types of spacecraft, and even practiced hacking into Zyran computer systems. Although Astaroth often gave him tips during the combat training, he remained completely silent regarding theoretical knowledge, as if he wanted Ashton to learn those through his own experience. Ashton also spent time honing his skills as a Zompirewolf. He didn't know why, but the Zyrans seemed to have a weakness against his true form. For example, if he could take down 10 enemies in his human form, he could take down anywhere between 50 to 100 Zyran if he was in his Zompirewolf form. It almost felt like his father knew what he was doing before planning everything about Ashton's life. However, till now, he had effortlessly hidden that fact from everyone. Through it all, Anna was there to support him. She often watched his training sessions, cheering him on as he fought against the simulated enemies. She even helped him relax through meditative techniques and other methods that she knew Ashton liked. Ashton's progress was slow but steady. He was beginning to feel more confident in his abilities, his reflexes becoming faster, and his endurance improving exponentially. At least that's what Anna said to him. He knew he still had a long way to go, but he was determined to become stronger and better prepared for the challenges ahead, whether it was the Zyrans or the cult. Ashton strode into the hangar bay, his steps echoing across the metal floor. His gaze swept across the room, settling on the 3 women waiting for him. Anna leaned against the wall, her arms crossed over her chest. Odiga stood beside her, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. Cass stood a few feet away, going through the pre-flight checks on the ship they would be taking. Anna, Odiga, and Cass were dressed in advanced battle suits, each tailored to their unique fighting style and physical abilities. The suits were sleek and form-fitting, made of a durable yet flexible material that allowed for ease of movement. Anna's suit was primarily black with a deep red trim, giving it a somewhat ominous appearance. The armor also featured a series of pockets and holsters for various weapons and tools, as well as reinforced padding on the chest and shoulders for added protection. Otaiga's suit was metallic silver, with a slim profile and minimalistic design. The suit featured a helmet with a clear visor, allowing her to quickly assess her surroundings and target enemies. The suit was equipped with several small, hidden weapons, allowing Odiga to take out her foes with precision and speed. Despite knowing her for an extended period, Ashton had never seen her fight before, so it would be quite a fun sight. As for Cass, even she was wearing a suit which was a rare sight. Her armor was a deep green color, with a more rugged appearance than the other 2. The suit featured heavier armor plating and little space for weapon slots, which was to be expected as Cass was the pilot and not a combatant per se. All 3 suits were equipped with advanced technology, including built-in communication systems and environmental sensors, giving the women an edge in any battle they faced. In the meantime, Ashton was wearing the battle suit Vulcan had prepared for him as a present for defeating Phantom. Ashton's battle armor was sleek and predominantly black, designed to fit his muscular frame like a second skin. The suit was made of a lightweight yet durable material that was resistant to energy weapons, blunt force trauma, and extreme temperatures and enhanced his performance beyond his limits. The suit's joints were reinforced with a mythical alloy, Vulcan's most prized possession, allowing Ashton to move quickly and fluidly despite the armor's weight. It had a sleek, minimalist design with no unnecessary bulk, making it easy for Ashton to maneuver and dodge attacks. The best part about it? The armor was just a prototype, and Vulcan was going to continue improving it in the future. What a pseudo-harem you have built for yourself. That too when neither I am as good-looking as you nor as strong. Have some shame. What can I say? I am more of a one-woman guy. The same woman that ordered a hit on you? Yeah. But let's not talk about that. Chapter 570 Mythical Hunt 3. Good to see you made it, Ash, Anna said, pushing herself away from the wall. We were starting to think you got lost. Ashton rolled his eyes, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Fortunately I did, Anna, and I had some last-minute training to finish. Odiga laughed, suggestively shaking her hands in a to-and-fro motion. Training, huh? Is that what you're calling it these days? Ashton shook his head, his eyes narrowing. You know I'm not interested in that kind of thing, Odiga. I'm here to do a job, nothing more. Right, Odiga said, still smirking. Just remember, Ashton, all work and no play makes for a dull life. Ashton opened his mouth to reply, but Cass called out to them before he could say anything. The ship is ready to go, guys. We should get moving if we want to make it to our destination in time. Anna nodded, her expression serious. Right. Everyone get on board. Let's get this show on the road. The four of them quickly made their way onto the spacecraft, strapping themselves into their seats as Cass piloted the ship out of the hangar bay. Ashton couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement as the engines roared to life, propelling them into the vast expanse of space. It wasn't a new occurrence. Whenever he left the tower to explore the vast space, Ashton always felt how inconsequential their lives were in front of the universe, yet they were there, trying to make a difference. No need to get all philosophical on me now. Damn, I miss your stupid self. The sleek ship cruised through the starry void. Its occupants gathered in the cockpit as they flew towards their destination. As soon as they were all strapped in, Odiga began the briefing. So, the monster we're going after is a draconian, she said, her voice grave. They are one of the most dangerous species in the galaxy and are known for their incredible strength, agility, and robustness. They can literally survive in space for centuries without drinking or eating, just to tell you how pesky those gigantic serpents can be. Ashton leaned forward in his seat, his attention entirely focused on Odiga. He was always eager to learn more about the monsters and aliens they encountered on their missions. Especially if he was going to inherit their abilities. Draconians are, as you can guess, reptilian in nature with scales covering their entire body, Odiga continued. They have long, sharp claws and teeth capable of tearing through even the toughest materials. And their tails are incredibly strong, capable of crushing anything to dust with just one swing. Anna and Cass exchanged worried glances while Ashton's expression remained stoic. He had faced numerous deadly monsters in the past, and a draconian didn't seem anything he wouldn't expect from a mythical monster. But that's not all, Odiga said, her voice dropping even lower. Draconians also can breathe fire. And not just any fire, mind you. Their flames are said to be hotter than the sun and can incinerate anything in their path. It doesn't matter the type. As long as it's fire, I can take care of it, Ashton confidently nodded. Ashton was confident as Seraph's crystal embedded in his hand granted him complete immunity to fire, no matter if it was regular fire or hellfire. Although Anna, too, had some resistance to fire, she did not have immunity, which meant Ashton would have to face the beast alone. As for the rest, well, it was better if they supported Ashton from a safe distance. Moreover, Ashton was already looking for creatures he could use to merge with Draken to strengthen the Chimera, and a Draconian seemed perfect for the job. Heck, considering their names, it almost feels like this was a fated encounter. However, Odiga said, her tone becoming slightly more optimistic. Draconians also have a few weaknesses. Their eyes are their most vulnerable spot, and a well-placed shot can blind them temporarily. And their underbellies are also softer than the rest of their scales, making them easier to penetrate. It shares the same weaknesses as any other dragon? Anna pointed out. It does. But a draconian has a far superior healing ability than any other known draconic species. They can heal their wounds instantaneously, and that is what makes them so formidable. Ashton nodded, taking in all the information before smiling. It almost felt like he was born to kill a draconian, as he had an answer for all the creature's fearsome abilities. The draconian's flames couldn't hurt him, and as far as its healing ability was concerned, Ashton had two solutions for it. First was the werewolf skill Aggravate, which would literally make the draconian endlessly, and no amount of healing factor would be able to save it. The second and final method was using Scorch Rain. The fiery acidic could negate any type of healing ability. Now imagine what would happen if simultaneously used both skills. A quick yet painful death. Although you'd need to be careful about that tail of it. It wouldn't be surprising if the creature began thrashing around in pain. You know what I mean? Ashton nodded. Astaroth was correct. Although he would be fighting off the draconian by himself, he wasn't necessarily alone. Odiga, Cass and Anna would be there or at least somewhere nearby, and getting them hit wasn't an option. Okay, everyone, let's get ready. We're almost there. Cass' voice broke through the radio. Got it, Ashton replied as they all strapped themselves to their seats. I think it'll be better for me to take this draconian on by myself. What? At least I can help. Anna immediately shot the idea down, but Ashton cut her off. You are strong and have resistance to fire. I know that, we all do. But this isn't ordinary temperatures we're talking about here. Ashton made his point clear. As such, I'm not letting you anywhere close to that thing, and that's final. Chapter 571 Mythical Hunt 4. As the ship descended onto the barren planet, the team could see the lifeless terrain stretching out before them. Anna, Odiga, and Cass were all in the cockpit, with Cass piloting while Ashton stood behind them looking out the window. The barren planet was a desolate wasteland, with a vast expanse of rocky terrain stretching out in every direction. The sky was a murky, rusty brown, with the occasional swirling dust storm. "Looks like a real paradise," Ashton remarked sarcastically, earning a chuckle from the ladies. "It may not be the most inviting planet, but it's where our target is located," Odiga replied, turning to face Ashton. As the crew stepped out of their ship, they immediately noticed the lack of breathable air. The atmosphere was thin and filled with noxious gases. Anna, Odiga, and Cass quickly pulled out their respiratory gear, fitting the masks over their faces. Ashton, being a zombie, did not require any such gear, but on everyone's insistence, he also decided to equip the kit. The air was filled with an acrid metallic smell that stung the nostrils. The rocks under their feet were sharp and jagged, making it difficult to walk. The wind howled through the canyons and crevices, sending sand and pebbles flying in all directions. The crew looked around, scanning the barren landscape for any sign of their target. They knew they had to be careful as the monster they were after was known for being elusive and dangerous. The team gathered around Odiga as she pulled up the map of the area on her tablet. "We believe it's located in the mountains," Odiga said, pointing to a range in the distance. "I have already informed you about how dangerous dealing with a draconian can be, so please be careful." Ashton nodded before calling forth his summons. "Let's send these guys first just in case." Sven immediately went on his knees to greet his master. The rest of them followed suit. "Master, your command? See those mountains in the distance?" Ashton pointed at the range. "A creature is hiding there, we need to take it out." "Go now, kill the creature before we reach there." "As you wish." Sven stood up, pointed at the mountains, and the horde of shadowy undead rushed to fulfill their master's desire. "Poor guys," Odiga mumbled, watching as the summons faded in the distance. "They have no idea how lazy their master is." "Hey, don't blame me," Ashton replied. "I would rather conserve my stamina and strength for the actual fight, rather than waste time looking for a dragon." "A draconian," Odiga corrected him. "Potato potato, it's the same thing." As they started their trek towards the mountains, the team remained alert, their weapons ready. The planet was eerily quiet, and the only sound they could hear was the crunch of their boots on the rocky terrain. The sun was beating down on them, and they could feel the heat radiating off the ground. Once they reached the mountains, they saw Ashton's summons were hard at work, searching every crook and cranny for the draconian. However, they hadn't been able to find the creature yet. "Should we help them?" Cass mumbled. I guess Anna chimed in. "It'd be better than doing nothing." "Fine. Spread out in groups of 2. Since only Anna and I have fire resistance, we'll lead separately," Ashton announced. "Cass, you're with Anna and I'll go with Odiga." Anna and Cass headed off to the left, while Ashton and Odiga went towards the right. Ashton couldn't shake off the feeling that something was watching them as they walked. He scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of the draconian. "The fucker is hiding from us on purpose," Ashton mumbled. "I can sense it, but I can't pinpoint the location. I guess all we can do is look." Odiga shrugged as they continued onward. Suddenly, Ashton's communicator beeped, and he heard Anna's voice on the other end. "Guys, I think Atlas found something. You need to come and see this." "Got it. We're on the way." Ashton and Odiga headed towards Anna's location, looking for any signs of danger. When they arrived, they found Anna staring at a large cave entrance. Most of Ashton's summons had gathered there as well. However, Atlas and Dolos were missing. "Those two headed inside, didn't they?" Ashton asked Sven, who nodded, clearly annoyed by their shenanigans. "I heard something inside," Anna whispered. "It sounded like a growl." "I heard it too." "Celeste, Sven, you two are coming with me. The rest of you take care of the girls." Ashton took a step forward, his hand on his sword. He turned to face Anna and continued, "Keep your radio on. I'll call for backup in case I need you." "Got it." Anna wasn't happy with Ashton's decision but knew to trust his judgment. Thankfully, neither Ashton nor the summons had trouble seeing in the dark as they proceeded deeper inside the cave, navigating through the narrow passages. The air was damp, and the smell of decay hung heavy. It was a smell Ashton was all too familiar with. Decomposing corpses. Where the hell this creature even found anything edible in this place? As they turned a corner, Sven spotted movement up ahead. "There it is," he whispered, pointing towards a large shadow in the distance. Suddenly they burst into a large, cavernous chamber. The walls were slick with slime, and the ground was covered in a layer of glistening black ooze. And in the center of the section stood the monster they had been searching for, battling Dolos and Atlas. The Draconian was a massive creature, easily 50 times the size of a man. Its skin was a pale green color, and it was covered in a thick layer of shiny scales. Its eyes glowed red in the dim light, and its jaws were filled with sharp, jagged teeth. Ashton and the others readied their weapons, but the creature let out a deafening roar before they could attack. The force of the sound wave sent them tumbling backwards, disorientated. At the same time, it swung its massive tail, hitting Dolos square in the chest, throwing him into the slime, which rapidly latched on him. Thankfully, Celeste used his Shadowmancer skills to free him, or else who would have known what could have happened to him. "All right, folks, keep attacking the damned bastard till I figure out its attack patterns." The summons nodded and, without hesitation, jumped to take down the beast. Chapter 572 Mythical Hunt 5. While the summons dealt with the Draconian, Ashton took his time to focus on the gooey substance around them. At one glance, Ashton could tell it wasn't something natural and seemed to have a mind of its own. Ashton's best guess was that whatever the slime was, it could suck the life out of anything that touched it by consuming the mana within them. It didn't matter whether the thing latched onto it was alive or not. As long as it had mana, the slime could attack them. That was also why Dolos, an undead summon, was about to get absorbed by the goo had Celeste not intervened. In the meantime, the battle raged on like never before. Sven was the first to attack, darting forward with lightning-fast speed. He swung his sword at the Draconian's leg, but it was like trying to cut through steel forged in the heart of the sun. Celeste launched a volley of shadow bolts at the creature, but they bounced harmlessly off its scales. Finally, Dolos charged forward, intending to take revenge for what the Draconian did to him, his swords flashing in the dim light. He slashed at the Draconian's belly, but the creature twisted out of the way, its claws slashing at Dolos. The swordsman leapt back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the cave, and Ashton turned to see the massive Draconian stumbling backwards. It seemed Atlas had had enough and headbutt the beast, pushing it backwards. Atlas had now grown to match the Draconian's height, hence his attack had had some effect on the creature. His fists were cackling with energy Ashton had never seen before. "Looks like he learned a new skill." Ashton smiled. "I was planning to step in, but maybe they got it after all." Dolos charged at the creature, slamming his massive fists into its side. The Draconian roared in anger and lashed out with its claws, catching Atlas across the chest. Using the distraction, Sven jumped off Atlas' shoulder, his sword flashing in the dim light, and leapt onto the Draconian's back, his sword plunging into its reverse scale. Dolos followed a similar maneuver and landed beside Sven, attacking the reverse scale again. Meanwhile, Celeste and Atlas kept striking the creature from all sides. Most of their attacks were useless, but they still served the purpose of distracting the beast while Sven and Dolos did all the damage. As the Draconian roared in a fury, Atlas continued to pummel it with his massive fists. The creature staggered, its wings flapping wildly as it tried to regain balance. In the process, Sven got knocked off the creature's back. "Not yet." Sven yelled and launched himself back into the fight. He sliced at the Draconian's underbelly. Dolos followed suit, his twin blades whistling through the air as he landed several quick strikes on the reverse scale. Celeste hung back, her eyes closed in concentration as she summoned tendrils of shadow to entangle the Draconian's limbs, rendering it unable to dodge Atlas punches or hurt Dolos or Sven. The creature thrashed, trying to break free, but Celeste's hold only tightened. It let out a piercing screech that echoed through the cave, and for a moment, it seemed as though the fight was over. But then the Draconian's wings unfurled, and it began to rise into the air. Atlas jumped to try and grab it, but his massive frame was too slow. The Draconian was about to smash Dolos between its back and the cave wall when the undead jumped off the Draconian's back. The draconian soared upwards, its claws scraping against the cave walls as it tried to gain altitude. Sven and Dolos both leapt after it, but they were too late. It was then Ashton noticed something weird. The slime didn't even try to attack the draconian. In fact, the goo retracted from where the draconian's feet touched. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking noise, and the draconian let out a pained roar. Ashton had finally decided to join the fight as he flew right next to the draconian. The creature let out a deafening roar as it lunged towards him, its sharp teeth bared. Ashton dodged the attack with ease, somersaulting in the air and coming down with a powerful strike from his sword. The draconian recoiled but quickly regained its footing and countered with a swipe of its massive claws. Ashton narrowly avoided the blow, ducking and twisting in the air. He could feel the heat radiating off the draconian's scales as it roared in a fury, its eyes locked on him fiercely. He knew he couldn't afford to make any mistakes if he wanted to come out of this alive. Who am I kidding? That thing ain't killing me. As the draconian prepared for another attack, Ashton launched towards the creature. The draconian was caught off guard by the sudden movement, and Ashton used the opportunity to strike. He plunged Bauman deep into the creature's side, eliciting a deafening roar of pain. "Celeste, I hope you're ready," Ashton roared as soon as Bauman hit the creature. But the draconian wasn't finished yet. It reared up, lashing out with its claws and sending Ashton flying backwards. Ashton struggled to regain his balance in the air, his wings beating furiously as he fought to stay aloft. As the draconian prepared for another attack, something weird happened. Not one or two, but thousands of shadowy tendrils shot out of the ground and wrapped themselves around the creature, slamming it back to the ground. Without wasting a second, Sven charged forward, his sword blazing with energy as he attacked the draconian Hedon. Celeste summoned dark shadows that enveloped the creature's eyes, causing it to flail and roar in confusion. Dolos charged in from the side, striking the draconian with lightning-fast strikes from his sword. Ashton swooped in from above, his sword gleaming in the cave's dim light as he landed a solid blow on the creature's head, causing it to roar in pain and fury. The draconian fought back with renewed vigor, lashing out with its wings and tail in a desperate attempt to defend itself. The fight raged for hours, each side trading blows and struggling to gain the upper hand. The cave walls trembled with the force of the combatants' attacks, and the gooey substance that covered them seemed to writhe in anticipation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the draconian let out one final pitiful roar. Its body went limp, its massive wings falling uselessly to its sides. Ashton hovered in the air, watching as the creature breathed its last. Finally, Ashton slowly lowered himself to the ground, his wings folding back into his body as he landed. He felt a sense of exhaustion and relief wash over him, knowing that he had emerged victorious against such a formidable foe. As he turned to his summons, he saw they too were weary from the battle. But their eyes showed a sense of pride as they regarded him, knowing that they had fought bravely and with great skill. "Great job, guys," Ashton smiled towards them like a proud father. "I couldn't have done it without you." Roar. Ashton and his summons just wanted to celebrate their victory over the draconian, when they heard a lot of roaring from the outside, and saw something none had expected to see. "You got to be kidding me." Chapter 573, A Taste of Seraph's Power. Ashton and his summons rushed out of the cave, their bodies still pulsing with energy from their recent victory over the draconian. They were ready to celebrate their triumph and bask in the glory of their accomplishment. However, their jubilation was short-lived as they were greeted by a sight that sent a shiver down their spines. A loud roar forced them to leave the cave and investigate what was happening outside, and what they discovered was utter chaos. Standing before them was a draconian, unlike anything they had ever seen. It towered over them, its massive wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the entire clearing. Its scales were darker and more menacing, shimmering with an ethereal glow. This draconian was a true force to be reckoned with. Ashton's heart sank as he took in the sight. He knew their previous victory had been merely a prelude to the actual challenge that lay before them. "Don't tell me the draconian we fought and killed was this fucker's child or something," Ashton mumbled, his eyes fixed on the massive creature. "If that's the case, then it makes sense why the creature from before didn't use its signature fire attack against us." This new draconian radiated power and malice, and it seemed to relish the opportunity to face off against these brave warriors who had dared to defy its kin. The new draconian let out a thunderous roar, the sound echoing through the clearing. Its eyes burned with a fiery intensity, fixed upon the lowly insects below who dared to kill its baby. Ashton raced towards the site where he knew Anna, Odiga, Cass, and his summoned creatures were battling the enormous draconian. He could see the fierce fighting from a distance, and it was evident that the battle was intense. He felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins as he approached the battlefield. Most of Ashton's skeletal soldiers were useless against the draconian, as only those equipped with ranged weapons like energy rifles and the mages under Celeste's guidance could attack the creature in the first place. Anna was flying around the draconian, trying to find a weakness, while Odiga and Cass supported her from below. However, it wasn't an ideal situation at all. Numbers don't mean shit when there's a massive skill gap between them. Ashton's heart sank as he saw the condition of his friends and the creatures. The draconian was much stronger than he had imagined, and it had them cornered. The battle was taking a toll on everyone, and it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. He quickly assessed the situation and realized that the draconian had some sort of impenetrable armor around its scales. Any attacks made by the group's weapons would have little effect on the beast. Also, unlike the draconian he had fought, the one in front did not have any visible reverse scale, which made matters much worse. Ashton knew he had to act fast and devise a new strategy to defeat the monster. However, his presence did not go unnoticed by the creature, who immediately identified the scent of its fallen child lingering all over Ashton. Moreover, he had consumed the creature's flesh and blood, which immediately angered the draconian. It bared its teeth and let out a deafening roar, ready to attack. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a scorching hot fire towards Ashton and his companions. Those unfortunate enough to be in the creature's vicinity were immediately incinerated. Thankfully, Anna was towards the draconian's backside, so she was safe. As the flames grew closer and closer, time seemed to slow down for Ashton. He could feel the intense heat radiating from the draconian's fiery breath. Instinctively, he knew he had to act quickly to survive and protect everyone from the creature's assault. Ashton's eyes widened with determination as he glanced at the seraph's crystal embedded in his palm. It pulsed with vibrant energy, resonating with the power of fire that lay dormant within it. Without hesitation, he extended his hand towards the blazing inferno, calling upon the crystal's ancient power. This Zyron crystal better not disappoint me now. Just wanted to let you know I take no guarantees if this will work or not. Ashton gritted his teeth as this was the first time he was willing to exploit the crystal's ability. The crystal glowed brighter, and Ashton felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. With a focused gaze, Ashton extended his hand further, stretching his palm towards the fiery onslaught. As the flames engulfed him, he absorbed them into the crystal, harnessing their destructive energy. At that moment, he became one with the element of fire. His connection to the crystal allowed him to manipulate the flames, to bend them to his will. Whoa! Odiga mumbled as Ashton's palm ate away the fire which had begun to melt her gear away. As for Cass, she was too stunned to put her thoughts into words. The moment the draconian let out its fiery breath, she thought it was game over for them, but Ashton appeared out of nowhere to save them. The air crackled with anticipation as Ashton channeled the absorbed fire back into the palm of his hand. The flames danced within the crystal, swirling and intensifying. His eyes glowed with an ethereal light as he molded the fire, shaping it according to his desires. In an instant, Ashton unleashed the fire he had absorbed. It erupted from his palm and transformed into a concentrated scorching beam. The fiery stream collided with the draconian's onslaught, creating a mighty clash of elements. "Anna, get back!" he yelled, and she immediately flew to safety, watching the fiery battle advance to groundbreaking limits. The battlefield was engulfed in a dazzling display of fire and smoke. The intense heat radiated outward, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. Ashton's companions shielded themselves, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Ashton stood at the epicenter of this fiery battle, his body illuminated by the brilliance of the flames. He could feel the power surging through him, the fire responding to his every command. With a deft flick of his wrist, He redirected the concentrated fire towards the draconian. The beast let out a deafening roar of pain as the flames ravaged its scorched scales. Its mighty form thrashed and writhed, unable to withstand the intensity of Ashton's assault. Ashton's eyes blazed with determination as he continued to manipulate the fire, directing it with precision and purpose. It might have been impossible to find a specific weakness of the draconian, so Ashton decided to bathe the entire creature in hot flames, hoping it would be enough to either kill the beast or make its weakness easier to identify. The battle soon reached its climax as the draconian let out one final agonized cry. Its once mighty form crumbled under the force of Ashton's fire manipulation before being reduced to a charred and lifeless husk. The flames subsided, leaving a trail of smoke and ash in their wake. Ashton stood amidst the aftermath, his chest rising and falling with exertion. His companions stared at him from a distance, with their expressions mixed with fear, awe, and reverence. Chapter 574 One Step Closer to Evolution 1. As the fiery battle came to an end, Anna, Odiga, and Cass rushed towards Ashton, their faces etched with concern. They found him standing amidst the smoke and ashes, his breathing heavy but a triumphant smile on his face. Cass grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I must admit, Ashton, you know how to make an entrance. Fire and all." "Hey, big hero," Anna said, her voice laced with sarcasm. "You think you could have saved some fire for the rest of us? I didn't even get to toast a marshmallow." Odiga playfully nudged Anna's arm. "Come on, Anna, give the guy a break. He just took down a draconian. I don't think anyone has ever killed one before." "Two," Ashton mumbled, finally smiling as the danger had been averted. "There was a smaller one in the cave. I had to take care of that as well. Jokes aside, are you really fine? That was quite a battle." Anna's tone softened as she looked at Ashton, concern evident in her eyes. Ashton nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "Yeah, just a bit worn out. But we did it, we took down the draconian." "We barely did anything," Odiga replied, staring at the draconian's charred corpse. "But I'm glad you arrived at the nick of time. Otherwise, we'd be sharing the same fate as that." The group surveyed the aftermath of the fight. The once majestic draconian now lay charred and lifeless on the ground. Its massive wings, once a symbol of power, were tattered and torn. Smoke billowed from its motionless body, mingling with the haze in the air. Odiga approached the fallen creature, a mix of awe and curiosity on her face. "It's hard to believe that this colossal beast caused so much chaos. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't do more," Anna replied, picking up a lone scale. "We should gather as much of this as we can. It'll come in handy while creating new gear." "You just read my mind," Ashton replied and snapped his fingers before turning his attention to his summons. "Everyone," Ashton called out, his voice filled with authority. "We need to scavenge everything we can from these draconian corpses. Search for any scales, flesh, or other materials that may be useful to us. Don't leave anything behind. Is that clear?" His summoned creatures nodded in understanding and immediately set to work. With Raven's help, Sven used his keen eyes to locate the intact scales that covered the draconian's massive body. With swift, precise movements, he skillfully removed them, careful not to damage the valuable material. Dolos called forth his minions to help him and focused on extracting the fangs and claws of the fallen beasts. With his expertise in weapons and combat, he knew that these sharp appendages could be fashioned into formidable weapons. At the same time, Atlas used his immense strength to tear through the tough hide and collect the sinewy muscles and tendons. He carefully separated them from the draconian's body, aware of their potential use in creating sturdy and flexible armor. Since he had spent most of his life on Euphoria, he knew which kinds of creatures had unique flesh that could be utilized in many ways. Meanwhile, Celeste, the Shadowmancer witch, employed her magical abilities to extract the essence of the draconian. She delicately collected its residual energy, storing it within small vials for further study and potential use in future spells. Gokung and Draken left to fetch the corpse of the draconian that Ashton had defeated inside the cave. At the same time, the skeletal soldiers did what they did best, an extraordinary amount of manual labor. They sorted every scale and every bone they could get their hands on in neat piles, preparing them for transportation. Ashton watched his summoned creatures work with a mixture of pride and gratitude. Their combined efforts ensured that nothing went to waste, maximizing the resources gained from the fallen draconians. Once the scavenging was complete, the group gathered around the collected materials. The ground was littered with scales, claws, and other remnants of the formidable creature. Ashton surveyed the scene, contemplating the possibilities that lay before them. "We've gathered quite a haul," Ashton said, his voice filled with satisfaction. "These scales can be used for armor and shields, providing us with increased protection. We could even create a set of armors exclusive to the Ghost Lieutenants. The fangs and claws can be fashioned into deadly weapons, while the muscles and tendons can be used to reinforce armor or craft durable equipment." Anna stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "And the essence collected by Celeste. I'm sure we can find beneficial uses for it in our magical endeavors." Ashton nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the essence holds great potential. We'll need to study it further and determine its properties, which could be the key to unlocking new spells and abilities. Not to mention the value these materials hold. In the right markets, they can fetch a hefty price. We can use the funds to finance our future operations and ensure our continued success." Odiga, being the ever-practical businesswoman, added. As the group surveyed the scene, the planet's second star began to rise, casting a warm glow over the battlefield. The aftermath of the fight against the Draconians held both triumph and opportunity. They had emerged victorious, and now they possessed the means to strengthen their arsenal and further their goals. With renewed determination, Ashton turned to his companions. "Let's gather these materials and return to the tower. We have much to do, and with these resources we are one step closer to achieving our objectives." His summoned creatures nodded in agreement, and together, they began to collect the gathered materials, carefully packing them for transportation. While they were packing the intact corpse of the fallen Draconian offspring, Ashton stopped them. Killing the Draconian and consuming their flesh might have completed a couple of evolution tasks Ashton had lying around, but there were a few more he needed to take care of. "This one belongs to me." Chapter 575, One Step Closer to Evolution 2. Ashton's gaze shifted to the lifeless body of the baby Draconian lying amidst the remnants of its fallen kin. It stirred something within him, a glimmer of compassion and curiosity. His mind raced with possibilities, and he felt compelled to take a different approach. "No need to touch the little one," Ashton called out, his voice filled with conviction. "Leave the baby Draconian as it is, as I have another plan for it." His summoned creatures exchanged curious glances but trusted in their master's judgment. They stepped back from the small, motionless beast, giving Ashton space to work. With a focused expression, Ashton extended his hand towards the baby Draconian's lifeless form. He tapped into the depths of his necromantic powers, drawing upon the ancient magic that coursed through his veins. A dark aura enveloped him as his power surged. Whispers of incantations left his lips, invoking the ancient rituals of resurrection. With his fingertips, he wove intricate patterns in the air, channeling his energy into the creature before him. The space reverberated with the echoes of his incantations, creating an eerie atmosphere. Slowly, the baby Draconian's body began to twitch. It gasped for air, its eyes fluttering open with a mixture of confusion and anger. It took in its surroundings, its gaze fixating on Ashton with an intense ferocity. Everyone else backed away, but Ashton stood his ground, meeting the creature's fiery glare with unwavering determination. He extended a hand towards it, his voice filled with a calm yet commanding tone. "Easy now. I am not your enemy. I gave you another chance at life and am here to guide you." The baby Draconian let out a guttural growl, its scaled body coiling in anticipation. It launched itself at Ashton with startling speed, claws extended and fangs bared. The attack was swift and relentless, fueled by the creature's confusion and rage. Ashton's reflexes kicked in, honed by countless battles and years of training. He sidestepped the oncoming assault with fluid grace, narrowly evading the lethal strike. He refused to fight back, knowing that violence would only exacerbate the creature's anger. With a calm but commanding presence, Ashton continued to speak to the baby Draconian, his voice unwavering amidst the chaos of the battle. "I understand your anger, but I offer you something more: a chance to forge a new path, away from the violence and hatred that consumed your kin." The baby Draconian paused momentarily, its eyes locking with Ashton's. There was a flicker of recognition, a spark of curiosity, amidst the turmoil of its emotions. It hesitated, seemingly torn between its instinctual rage and the possibility of a different future. Ashton extended his hand again, this time offering a gesture of trust. "Join me, and together we can find a way to coexist. Your strength can be tempered, guided towards a purpose greater than blind destruction." The baby draconian's demeanor shifted. Its body relaxed, and its aggressive stance softened. It cautiously approached Ashton, curiosity now mingling with wariness. It sniffed at his outstretched hand, the tension in the air palpable. With a steady touch, Ashton made contact with the creature, his energy intertwining with its own. He sensed its thoughts and emotions, a maelstrom of anger, confusion, and a glimmer of longing for something more. In that moment, Ashton's powers of persuasion and connection to the necromantic arts melded. He whispered words of reassurance, planting seeds of trust within the baby draconian's mind. Gradually, its aggression subsided, and a sense of understanding replaced its initial fury. The baby draconian allowed Ashton to guide it, their connection deepening with each passing moment. Together, they forged a bond of fragile alliance that held the promise of a different fate. As the rest of Ashton's summoned creatures observed the unfolding scene, their initial wariness gave way to curiosity and acceptance. They recognized the power of their master's abilities and respected his decision to take a different path. With the baby draconian now tamed and its aggression subsided, Ashton gently ran his hand over its scaled head, eliciting a low, rumbling purr from the creature. He could sense the bond forming between them, a connection that transcended their differences. Anna watched the scene unfold, her expression serene. This was not the first time she had witnessed Ashton's ability to resurrect and tame creatures. Over time, she understood the depths of his powers and the compassion that guided his actions. Odiga and Cass, who had been observing the scene with astonishment, couldn't contain their surprise any longer. They approached Ashton cautiously, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Cass, her curiosity piqued, leaned in closer. "But what made you choose to resurrect this draconian? For all we know, it could go berserk at any chosen moment, and we'd be helpless to do anything." Ashton's expression turned thoughtful. "Indeed, draconians have a fearsome reputation. But that's what makes them so valuable." Anna nodded while the others kept looking at what Ashton had to say next. "I believe there's potential for this draconian to be a valuable ally," he said softly, his voice laced with satisfaction and hope. "With time and training, it could become a powerful asset to our cause. Especially if the cult has some creature like it for themselves." "That's true. With Aegis for defense and this draconian for offense, it'd certainly be difficult for anyone to last long against you." Otaiga's eyes widened with realization. Ashton nodded, his gaze never leaving the tamed draconian as it nuzzled against his hand. "That's the plan." The tamed draconian purred contentedly, its eyes reflecting a newfound sense of peace. Ashton's touch seemed to calm the creature, soothing its inner turmoil and opening the door to a future untainted by unnecessary violence. "This draconian deserves a new name, a symbol of its rebirth, and the path it now walks alongside us." Ashton turned to his companions. "Unfortunately, I'm out of ideas. How about Ember?" Anna suggested. "A name that represents the fiery spirit within the creature, and you." "That's a great idea," Ashton proclaimed, his voice carrying a sense of reverence. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Ember. Do you like it?" Ember blinked its large reptilian eyes, seemingly acknowledging the new name with a subtle flick of its tail. Ember emitted a soft, rumbling sound as if in agreement. Its violent nature now tamed, it recognized Ashton as its guide, willingly embarking on this new journey of redemption and purpose. Chapter 576, One Step Closer to Evolution 3. As the scene unfolded with Ember, Ashton noticed a tinge of sadness in the eyes of Draken, his loyal summoned undead chimera. The creature had faithfully stood by his side throughout their battles, and Ashton couldn't help but empathize with its desire for growth and strength. "Don't worry, little guy," he said. "I have not forgotten my promise yet." With a warm smile, Ashton raised his hand, signaling the skeletal warriors to halt their scavenging. The sound of clattering bones ceased, and an eerie stillness settled over the battlefield. Draken, Ashton addressed his summon, his voice filled with understanding. I see the longing in your eyes, the hunger for power. I won't deny you the opportunity to evolve and become stronger. Take what you need from the fallen Draconian. But don't take too much. Everyone else needs some as well. Draken's skeletal form shuddered with a mixture of anticipation and gratitude. Its skeletal wings unfolded, casting a shadow over the scorched earth. Everyone watched Draken as he went around in circles around the scavenged goods. But Ashton was especially interested in what Draken had in his mind. Ashton watched with fascination and excitement as Draken examined the fallen creature. The undead chimera's skeletal claws delicately sifted through the scales, its bony talons gliding over the leathery skin. It was searching for specific components, driven by a keen instinct for its own metamorphosis. After a few moments of contemplation, Draken's clawed finger pointed at a cluster of vibrant scales along the Draconian's spine. They shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, hinting at their potential power. Ashton nodded approvingly. Those scales will serve you well, Draken. Take as many as you need. They will aid in your evolution and grant you the strength you seek. With a swift movement, Draken's skeletal claws sliced through the scales, freeing them from the Draconian's spinal cord. They clinked together in a macabre melody as they were collected and held securely within Draken's grasp. Ashton extended his hand towards his summoned chimera, offering guidance and encouragement. Now, Draken, absorb the essence of those scales and the spinal cord. Let their power intertwine with your own. Allow yourself to evolve and grow stronger. Draken's hollow sockets gazed at Ashton with determination and gratitude. It understood the opportunity presented before it chanced to transcend its current form and ascend to greater heights. With a surge of necromantic energy, Draken began the process of absorbing the essence within the scales. The iridescent power pulsed through its skeletal frame, filling the empty chambers where flesh and sinew once resided. The transformation was underway. Ashton stood by Draken's side, his presence a source of reassurance and support. He watched as the skeletal chimera's wings expanded, veins of ethereal energy pulsating along their tattered edges. Draken's form shifted and solidified, gaining a newfound strength and substance. A radiant glow enveloped Draken's skeletal body as it completed its evolution. Where there once stood a creature of death and decay, now stood a majestic undead chimera, reborn with enhanced power and potential. Ashton couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and fulfillment at Draken's transformation. The skeletal creature turned its bony head towards Ashton, a gleam of gratitude shining within its sockets. It let out a deep, resonant growl, an expression of newfound strength and loyalty. Ashton reciprocated the gesture with a nod, a silent acknowledgement of their shared journey. You've grown, Draken. Embrace your newfound power, but never forget the purpose for which we fight, Ashton said, his voice infused with determination. With your evolved form, we shall face our enemies with even greater strength and resilience, and you will be there to conquer my enemies. Draken, now radiating a sense of confidence and power, let out a guttural roar that echoed through the battlefield. Its wings spread wide, casting a long shadow over the scorched earth. The skeletal warriors, sensing the transformation of their comrades, raised their weapons in a show of unity and respect. Ashton's gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the scene before him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of hope, knowing that together they were a force to be reckoned with. Their bond, forged through countless battles and shared triumphs, had grown even stronger. Draken, you are no longer bound by the limitations of your previous form, Sven declared, his voice projecting strength and purpose. You are an embodiment of power and resilience. Together we shall face whatever challenges lie ahead. With a newfound sense of purpose, the group gathered their collected resources and prepared to leave the battlefield. Draken, leading the way with its commanding presence, signaled the skeletal warriors to follow. Watching the scene unfold was funny as it was the first time Draken ever commanded the skeletons, and they were confused. But with Ashton's approval, they followed the creature's lead. Ashton walked alongside Draken, his eyes filled with admiration. Your evolution is a testament to your unwavering determination and the depths of your potential, Raven remarked. Remember, strength alone is not enough, and it is tempered by wisdom and compassion. Use your newfound power for the greater good. Draken inclined its skeletal head, understanding the weight of Raven's words. It had been granted a second chance at existence and was determined to prove its worth. The skeletal warriors marched in unison, their footsteps resonating with a newfound sense of purpose. As the group made their way towards their base, the sun began to rise over their heads, casting a warm glow over the horizon. The victory against the Draconians and Draken's evolution marked a turning point in their journey. Together they would face the challenges that awaited them, armed with strength, unity, and a renewed sense of purpose. As they disappeared into the distance, the remnants of the fallen Draconians lay scattered on the battlefield, a stark reminder of the struggles they had overcome. But even in death, their sacrifice had served a greater purpose, fueling the growth and evolution of those who remained. The winds whispered their stories, carrying echoes of battles fought and victories won. And amidst the fading light, Ashton, his team and his summons forged ahead, ready to face whatever trials lay in their path, fueled by the strength of their bond and the unyielding spirit of their shared journey. Chapter 577 One Step Closer to Evolution 4. As the spaceship soared through the vast expanse of the starry sky, Ashton found himself seated in the quiet confines of the vessel, lost in thought. The hum of the engines provided a comforting backdrop as he immersed himself in the tasks that lay before him. His eyes focused on the holographic display before him, the system interface that housed the list of remaining tasks he needed to accomplish before he could achieve his long-awaited evolution. There were only 4 tasks left, each a crucial step on his journey towards becoming something extraordinary. Ashton's finger hovered over the interface, scrolling through the tasks individually. The holographic symbols flickered, illuminating his face with a soft glow as he pondered the challenges ahead. Werewolf evolution tasks. Fight and defeat 10 grade beings, 10 out of 10. Turn 2 creatures into werewolves. 1/2. Add new members to your pack of werewolves. Currently have 2/7 werewolves in the pack. Vampire evolution tasks. Consume fresh blood of 2 grade beings. 2/2. Consume fresh blood of a legendary creature. 0/1. Add a new member to your family. Turn another creature into your slave. 1/1. Grim Reaper evolution tasks. Raise a Lich. 1/1. Create and tame 10 summons. Currently have 8 out of 10 summons. Consume the flesh of a mythical creature. 1/1. Getting more summons shouldn't be a tough task, Ashton mumbled to himself, but raising a pack of werewolves on the other hand was a bit troublesome. So far, Ashton only had 2 werewolves in his pack. One was Anna, and the other was Viper since he was a vampire wolf, which meant he was supposed to bring 5 more werewolves into his family. If I convert Tarek, I'd still need 4 more companions. Finding capable people isn't tough, but convincing them to evolve into a werewolf is a bothersome task. Ashton's mind buzzed with uncertainty, his heart pulsating with a mix of excitement and worry. He had come so far, fought countless battles, and honed his skills to near perfection. Now the culmination of his efforts was within reach. With a determined resolve, Ashton closed the system interface, his eyes lifting to gaze out the window at the stars that dotted the vast cosmic canvas. He drew a deep breath, letting the weight of his mission settle upon his shoulders. "I've come a long way," he murmured softly. "The remaining tasks should be easy to accomplish, other than the one which requires slaying a legendary creature. It took Odiga months to locate a mythical creature. Who knows how long it'll take us to find a legendary creature? Then again, even if I did, what are the chances I'd be able to win? After all, legendary creatures are much stronger than the mythical ones." Ashton slumped into his seat. The only reason he could defeat the Draconian was the Seraph's crystal, and they would have been gone for good if he did not have that. At least I defeated Ember without using the crystal. That must count for something, right? Yeah, I'll give you credit for that. By the way, what powers did you get from consuming the Draconian's flesh and blood? Can't you see them yourself? Where's the fun in that? This lazy motherfucker admin. Ashton sighed and toggled his status page. The interface displayed a comprehensive overview of the abilities he had acquired by consuming the flesh of the fallen Draconians. His fingers hovered over the controls, navigating through the intricate web of information. The system interface responded to his touch, presenting him with a series of menus and options. Each ability was intricately detailed, outlining its effects, limitations, and potential applications. Ashton's mind delved deep into the complexities of his newfound powers. He was aware of the immense responsibility of harnessing such formidable creatures' abilities. With every scroll and tap of his fingers, he sought to understand their potential and how they could aid him in his journey. The first ability on the list was Draconic Resilience. Ashton's eyes flickered as he read the description. The consumption of the draconian flesh had fortified his own body, granting him enhanced physical strength and endurance. He could now withstand powerful blows and heal rapidly from injuries. Draconic Resilience, coupled with the regeneration ability, allowed him to heal from even the most grievous wounds. This newfound resilience would enable him to face even the most formidable adversaries with unwavering determination. I guess I don't have to worry about dying from one attack. You're the emissary of death. Dying should be the last thing on your mind. Yeah, I get it. Moving on, Ashton explored the second ability, Draconic Breath. The description indicated that he now possessed the ability to unleash a devastating stream of fire from his own mouth, mimicking the draconian's fiery breath. The destructive potential of this ability was awe-inspiring, capable of scorching enemies and decimating obstacles. However, there wasn't much excitement in Ashton's eyes this time, mainly because he already had a similar skill in the form of Scorching Rain. But he wasn't complaining as any ability was useful. Finally, Ashton's attention turned to the final ability, Draconic Sight. The consumption of the draconian flesh had enhanced his vision, granting him the ability to perceive the world with extraordinary clarity. He could now see through the darkness of the never-ending space and analyze different types of cosmic radiations, detect hidden objects and beings, and even perceive magical energies, something he had some trouble doing before. A smile crept across Ashton's face as he pondered the implications of this ability. With his enhanced vision, he would become a master tracker, uncovering hidden paths and secrets concealed from others. It would serve as an invaluable tool in his quest, guiding him through the shadows and aiding him in his search for knowledge and power. Moreover, if he used Draconic Sight with his enhanced vision granted to him in his werewolf form, he could mark countless enemies with Wolf's Mark. Lost in his thoughts, Ashton marveled at the abilities before him, and they represented a significant step in his journey towards self-discovery and mastery. Chapter 578 Invitation. The ship docked smoothly at Colonel Tower's hangar bay, and the engine shut down with a hiss. Ashton let out a sigh of relief as he unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, stretching his arms and legs. It felt good to be back home, even if it was just for a short while. As the doors slid open, the victorious team led by Ashton walked out. They stepped out one by one, their presence commanding attention amidst the hustle and bustle of the docking bay. He walked over to the loading ramp and found Leon already there, waiting for them. "Welcome back, boss," Leon said, saluting Ashton. "You're not going to stop doing that anytime soon, are you?" Ashton asked. Clearly, he had had enough of Leon's shenanigans. "Either way, how's everything been here?" "Pretty good, all things considered. We've been busy with the usual stuff, but nothing too crazy," Leon replied, shrugging. "Vimer and Viper have been diligently training the newbies." "That's good," Ashton nodded and then turned to the rest of his team. "All right, everyone. Let's get to work. We've got a lot of materials to unload and sort through." The team got to work unloading crates and sorting through the spoils of their recent battle. Ashton watched as they worked. He wanted to assist them, but his team didn't support his sentiments. In their opinion, he had worked the most, so he deserved a rest, and none of them wanted to hear otherwise. So Ashton made his peace by watching them work. Leon stood at the forefront, ready to assist as they unloaded the materials they had gathered from the fallen draconians. Vimer arrived just in time to help them. With his muscular physique and unwavering dedication, he swiftly organized the process, ensuring that the valuable resources were handled carefully, as anything relating to the draconian was impossible to come by, even in the black market. Ashton glanced around, taking in the familiar surroundings of Colonel Tower. The towering structure floated through the space using high-powered thrusters. Its sleek design was a testament to the power and influence of the organization it housed. And thinking about one day it would belong to him made Ashton unnerved. Just as the team finished unloading, a familiar figure approached, followed by a couple of security guards. Maston strode towards them with an air of authority. His sharp suit and confident demeanor conveyed a sense of professionalism, though his eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. "Congratulations, Reaper," Maston said, extending his hand in a firm handshake. "You and your team have accomplished a remarkable feat. The Colonel Tower is proud to have allies of your caliber." Ashton reciprocated the handshake, a sense of gratification warming his heart. "Thanks, but what's with the official tone all of a sudden?" "It's because of this." Maston's eyes flickered with appreciation before he reached into his pocket and retrieved a sealed envelope. "On behalf of the Orion Empire, I have been tasked with delivering this invitation to you and your lieutenants." "Invitation from the Empire? What for?" "Sorry, I'm not allowed to read the contents myself." "Fine." Ashton took the envelope, his curiosity piqued. He recognized the seal of the Orion Empire, an emblem of prestige and power. Breaking the seal, he unfolded the letter and read its contents. "It seems the Orion Empire wishes to extend an invitation to a formal reception," Ashton remarked, a note of intrigue lacing his words. "They acknowledge our victory over Phantom and the Draconians and wish to honor us." Isn't that interesting? The Orion Empire recognizes your potential and the significance of your accomplishments. Maston nodded. "Attending the party will be an opportunity to forge alliances, deepen connections, and gain further support for your cause." He continued, "Moreover, it would be a great opportunity to look into the cult, as I'm sure those fuckers won't sit idle for long. They might even be hiding amongst their ranks as we speak." "That's true," Ashton mumbled. "From what I know about the cult, they aren't ones to not take advantage of a situation like that." Ashton's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He understood the importance of such events, moments where political and strategic ties could be formed. "We shall attend the party, Maston. Please convey our gratitude and acceptance to the Orion Empire." Maston smiled, his approval evident. "I will make the necessary arrangements. You and your lieutenants will be well prepared for the occasion. It is a chance to showcase the strength and capabilities of the formidable team you have assembled and strike fear in the heart of those cultists. Of course, thanks for the help as always." "Oh, before I leave, I heard you had quite the adventure out there," Maston said, smiling. "It was definitely an interesting trip," Ashton replied, returning the smile. With that, Maston and his security guards left the hangar bay, leaving Ashton and his team to finish unloading their materials. The team continued their diligent work, unloading crates and carefully organizing the spoils they had acquired from the Draconian battle. The hangar bay was abuzz with activity, the clatter of equipment and the occasional exchange of instructions filling the air. As they worked, Anna approached Ashton, her brow furrowed with curiosity. "So what's in the letter?" she asked, her eyes glancing towards the envelope. "It's an invitation from the Orion Empire," he replied, handing her the letter. "They want us to attend a formal party as guests of honor." Odiga chimed in, her voice filled with playful anticipation. "Well, if we're going to attend a fancy party, we must ensure we're prepared. We'll need the perfect outfits to match our status." Cass, who had been silently observing the conversation, smirked. "I don't care if I have to go there wearing a bikini as long as they provide free booze." Ashton couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. Despite the intense nature of their missions, moments like these reminded him of the comradeship he had found among his team. They had become more than just colleagues, they were like family. As the conversation concluded, Leon approached, his steps purposeful. "The materials have been safely secured, Ashton. They will be taken to the designated storage facility for further processing." Ashton acknowledged Leon with a nod of appreciation. "Thank you, Leon. Oh, and could you tell everyone to be prepared for a royal feast?" Leon smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I'll teach everyone the proper code and etiquette they'd need to follow. You're a lifesaver." Chapter 579 Preparations. Ashton sat in his private quarters at Colonel Tower, surrounded by holographic screens displaying various data and information about the Orion Empire. The room was dimly lit, casting an ethereal glow on his face as he delved into his research. The holographic screens flickered with images of majestic star systems, sprawling cities, and regal figures adorned in opulent attire. Ashton's eyes scanned the vast wealth of knowledge before him, seeking to understand the power and influence of the Orion Empire. What part of the phrase, Abridged history you don't understand, Malekith? Ashton shook his head as countless more screens loaded with information popped open before him. Sure, compiling the history of thousands of years old civilization can be done in a mere page, right? Malekith responded. The Orions are pretty sensitive about their culture, and get easily upset if someone gets the smallest details wrong. Fine, shorten it a teeny bit then. Here you go. Malekith shook his head, and half of the screens disappeared. Thank you, Ashton replied as he began reading through the screens. According to the data, in the vast expanse of the Milky Way galaxy, where stars sparkled like distant promises, lay the Orion Empire, a dominion of power and influence that stretched across multiple solar systems and encompassed the majority of the Orion Belt. The Orion Empire stood as a shining beacon of civilization and strength, its glory radiating far and wide. At the heart of the empire was the formidable Orion military, a force renowned for its unwavering loyalty and unparalleled might. I wanted a document, not a documentary. Ashton sighed, skipped through the introduction, and jumped into something more interesting. According to the data Malekith provided, their armies, comprised of highly trained soldiers and advanced weaponry, were deployed across the Empire's vast reaches, ensuring its domain's safety and stability. From the disciplined legions that patrolled the outermost reaches to the elite special forces that conducted covert operations, Ashton could see the Orion military was a force to be reckoned with. But military strength alone did not define the Orion Empire's supremacy, as its power extended beyond the battlefield and resonated through its economic influence. The Empire boasted a vast network of trade routes, spanning solar systems and connecting the farthest reaches of its domains. From valuable resources mined from distant asteroids to advanced technologies crafted by brilliant minds, the Orion Empire held a firm grip on the economic arteries of the galaxy. In the bustling markets of the Empire's capital, towering skyscrapers reached for the heavens, each a testament to the wealth and prosperity that thrived within. Again with this monologue, countless corporations and financial institutions wielded immense influence, fueling the Empire's growth and ensuring its economic dominance throughout the galaxy. The Orion Empire's currency, known as stellar credits, flowed through the veins of commerce, lubricating the gears of the Empire's economic engine. Some said stellar credits was the only thing stopping intergalactic currency like yenos from taking over the entire galaxy. But power was not solely held by the military and the wealthy elite. The Orion Empire prided itself on a well-structured governmental system, led by a council of wise and experienced leaders. Working under the Emperor, the High Council, composed of representatives from each solar system within the Empire, made decisions that shaped the destiny of their dominion. Under their guidance, laws were enacted, policies were formed, and justice was upheld, ensuring that the Empire functioned smoothly and efficiently. The Empire also had a vivid influence on the realm of culture and the arts. The Orion Empire was a melting pot of diverse traditions and creativity. Museums and galleries displayed breathtaking works of art, capturing the beauty of the cosmos and the myriad experiences of its inhabitants. The Empire's citizens reveled in the richness of their heritage, celebrating festivals that showcased their vibrant cultures and traditions. Beyond its military might, economic prowess, and cultural achievements, the Orion Empire had another formidable strength: the unwavering loyalty and dedication of its citizens. That was why, despite being in existence for roughly over 1,000 years, the capital Orion Prime had never been under the threat of being taken over by hostile forces, be it internal or external. The Empire fostered a sense of unity and pride among its people, instilling a deep belief in the Empire's ideals and a commitment to its prosperity. From the bustling metropolises to the humble farming communities, the spirit of the Orion Empire burned bright in the hearts of its inhabitants. As the Empire expanded its borders and its influence reached further into the cosmos, the Orion Empire's power continued to grow. Its dominance in the Orion Belt was unchallenged, its presence felt in every corner of its expansive domain. In the tapestry of the galaxy, the Orion Empire stood as a shining star, illuminating the darkness and inspiring awe and respect. From the might of its military to the depth of its cultural heritage, the Empire was a force to be reckoned with. Han Empire that ruled over the Orion Belt and left an indelible mark on the annals of history. Find anything interesting, Ashton? She asked, her eyes darting across the holographic displays. Good timing. Come watch this boring-ass documentary with me. Ashton gestured for her to join him. Think, I'll pass on watching the documentary. But I can join you. Anna leaned closer, her gaze fixed on the holographic images. What about their military capabilities? Do we have any information on that? You don't want to know. Believe me, Ashton sighed, tapping into the relevant data. The Empire boasts a highly advanced military, equipped with state-of-the-art technology and formidable warships. Anyone even thinking about declaring war on them has to be a massive moron. No wonder the cult didn't directly challenge their authority, Anna mumbled as she sat on Ashton's lap. That said, the vastness of the Empire makes it easier for the cult to go undetected as they slip through planets, causing havoc. By the way, did you know to ensure that their emperor is neutral, the man is not supposed to have direct contact with anyone except his ministers and the High Council? He said. Imagine having all that power and still not being able to do whatever the fuck you want. Couldn't be me. Well, I wanted to tell you Leon has gathered everyone for debriefing, and he wants you there, Anna replied, jumping off him. So let's go. All right. Milkith. Yeah, I got it. The annoyed AI replied, frantically closing all the screens. Chapter 580 Bonus Preparations. The room was bathed in a soft, warm glow, the lighting casting gentle shadows on the faces of Ashton's lieutenants. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they all took their seats around a large, polished table. Sitting by Ashton's side, Anna was calm and composed, her eyes surveying the room. Ashton cleared his throat, his voice steady and commanding. Thank you all for gathering here today, he began, his eyes meeting each lieutenant's gaze. As you know, we have received an invitation from the Orion Empire to attend a formal event. This event presents us with an opportunity to strengthen our position, forge alliances, and gather valuable information regarding the cult. The room filled with a murmur of excitement and whispers as the lieutenants exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. They knew this invitation was significant for their image and the future of their mercenary group. Anna stood beside Ashton. She looked at each lieutenant, her gaze firm yet encouraging. As Reaper mentioned, his event presents us with an opportunity to showcase our strengths, forge connections, and gain valuable information. It is a chance to further our cause and solidify our position in the galactic landscape. So I don't want any one of us messing things up. Vulcan, his arms crossed, nodded in agreement, his face displaying determination and focus. Odiga leaned forward even though she already knew about the announcement. She wasn't any less excited. Leon's stoic expression revealed his readiness for any challenge that lay ahead. After all, his job was to get muscle-brained individuals like Weimer in line for the event. Weimer, the ever-clueless warmonger, didn't care about the delicate situation and could only think about three things: women, food, and booze. Cash shared the same opinion, at least for the latter two options. As for Lyhud, he immediately smiled as it was his moment to shine. After all, in the academy, he grew up to be a healer. They were taught everything about etiquette that needed to be displayed before royalty. Although, once he became a mercenary, he never thought he would get an opportunity to put his skills to the test. Last but not least came Viper, who ever so silently kept absorbing every piece of information thrown his way. As a team, we have proven our abilities time and time again, Ashton continued. We have faced countless challenges and emerged victorious. This event presents us with an opportunity to showcase our strength, both in combat and diplomacy. He continued, we must seize this chance to make a lasting impression, to demonstrate that we are a force to be reckoned with. The room hummed with adrenaline as Ashton's words sank in. Each lieutenant understood the significance of this moment and the responsibility they carried. They were more than soldiers, they were ambassadors of their cause. Our preparation begins now, Anna declared, her voice resonating with conviction. Research the Orion Empire, its customs, traditions, and key figures. We must show respect and adapt to their ways. Let us embody the values that have brought us this far: courage, loyalty, and unwavering determination. I have already compiled enough information to get you started. Learn about the Orions like they are the back of your hands, she concluded. The lieutenants nodded in agreement, their collective resolve palpable. The room seemed to crackle with the weight of their shared purpose. Ashton's gaze swept across the room again, his eyes meeting each lieutenant's, conveying a silent understanding. We have spent years honing ourselves physically, and now is the time to prepare for something better, Ashton announced with a smile. I know most of us aren't used to the political scene, but hey, let's try and do our best. A collective sense of determination settled over the room as each lieutenant recognized the magnitude of the task ahead. They knew that the upcoming event was not just an opportunity for networking and diplomacy, but a chance to showcase their unwavering strength to Orion Empire. However, Odiga had a thing too to say. You do know other mercenary groups have also been invited there? She asked Ashton. What if we encounter opposition or resistance during the event? After all, not everyone is pleased with our sudden rise to power and fame. Ashton's lips curled into a determined smile. If anyone tries to pull some crap on us, we face them head-on. If I'm being honest, I low-key want someone to pull a stunt on us. What better way would there be to show our strength to the spectators? Everyone in the room smiled while Anna and Lyhut silently shook their heads. Ashton might behave practically in most situations, but deep down, everybody knew he was a much bigger warmonger than Weimer. But unlike him, Shernan preferred not to fight without reason, so there was that. So, until and unless someone plans on doing something to them, the banquet should go without a hitch. Leon, his usually stoic expression softening, spoke up. We stand by your side, Captain. Bold words from a twerp's mouth, Weimer playfully teased Leon, as he was the weakest team member regarding combat experience. Thank you, he said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. With all of you by my side, I have no doubt we will rise to this challenge and make our mark on the Orion Empire. As the meeting concluded, the lieutenants dispersed, their minds buzzing with preparations and research. Each one carried a sense of purpose and determination, ready to face the trials and opportunities that awaited them at the upcoming event. Ashton remained in the room, his gaze lingering on the holographic displays. His mind was already formulating strategies, considering every possible scenario. The weight of their mission settled upon his shoulders, but he embraced it, knowing that they had come too far to falter now. There are way too many things I need to get a hold of now, he mumbled. But for now I should take care of things in the tower. Starting with Tarek. Chapter 581. Back into simulation. Ashton stood alone on the holographic platform, surrounded by the whirring and buzzing of the simulation chamber. The familiar scene of a futuristic battlefield unfolded before him, with towering structures and debris strewn across the landscape. Above, sleek spaceships zoomed through the sky, engaged in a deadly dance of aerial combat. Strange alien creatures lurked on the ground, their menacing forms ready to attack. Here we go again. With a deep breath, Ashton drew his sword, the blade glinting in the artificial light. The hum of energy surged through him as he prepared to face the simulated Zyran adversaries. He knew this was a training simulation, but his determination burned like a real battle. Don't know about the real battle, but my pain is definitely real. The first wave of enemies appeared. A group of wiry insectoid creatures with sharp, serrated limbs. They hurried toward Ashton, their chittering cries filling the air. With a swift motion, he launched himself into the fray, his sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. Ashton had begun training from scratch to judge the abilities he received from the Draconian. Right off the start, he felt the changes in his body. As the grunts struck him, their blows didn't have much effect on him as they had before. Not to mention his healing had been boosted several times, which meant even if some grunt somehow managed to hurt him, the effect of their blows did not last for long. Ashton's movements were fluid and calculated, his body a blur of agility as he parried and struck. His training honed his reflexes, allowing him to anticipate and swiftly counter the creature's attacks. The clash of metal and the hiss of energy filled the battlefield as Ashton pushed back the first wave of foes with ease. But the simulated Zyrans were relentless. As Ashton dispatched one group, another emerged from the smoke-filled horizon. This time, hulking robotic automatons stomped forward, their heavy metal frames emitting ominous whirs and clanks. That's something new. Ashton smiled and lunged at the automatons. Meanwhile, two old folks were busy judging him in real time. He's doing better than I expected, Flint Mace mumbled, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. What do you think, sir? Stop with the sir, Vulcan replied, scratching his long-ass beard. As for the brat, I don't think what he's doing is something praiseworthy. But at least he's still alive, so that's something. Flintmace kept smiling. He knew deep down that Vulcan was just as impressed with Ashton's progress as he was. But the old man, being the old man, refused to acknowledge it, thinking his words might affect Ashton's performance. "Let's see what else he has planned for us today," he mumbled. "These guys are tough," Ashton mumbled, scratching his head. "Maybe I should try and use that? You've been prohibited from using scorching rain, but I don't think anyone would mind if you used something else." With a quick assessment of the situation, Ashton adapted his strategy. He leapt into the air, his vampiric wings spreading wide as he soared above the battlefield, evading the automaton's lumbering attacks. From above, he took a deep breath before unleashing a barrage of fire blasts from his mouth, each finding its mark and causing the automatons to stagger. It was the draconic breath Ashton had been trying to employ in various situations. So far, he had been pleased with the skill effects and thoroughly enjoyed them. But the only thing he disliked about the skill was the after effect. "Cough, cough, cough, why does it have to burn my insides?" Ashton complained, his chest heaving as he coughed violently while remnants of smoke escaped his mouth. "Just think of it as a draconian-sized sneeze. That may help. If only the cult were as smart as you, I wouldn't have had to worry about them." Ashton sighed, regaining balance midair. What's next? The battle continued to escalate, with each wave of enemies becoming more formidable than the last. Ashton's heart pounded in his chest, his body pushed to its limits. Yet he refused to yield. He knew that only by making himself further could he grow stronger. As the final wave approached, Ashton faced a daunting sight. A massive alien creature, 5 times his size, emerged from the shadows. Its scaly hide shimmered with an otherworldly sheen, and sharp spines adorned its back. It roared, a booming sound that shook the air around Ashton. "You never told me the Zyron had draconian pets? If I were to be honest, I never realized they were draconians. Bitch, were you thinking about women while on the battlefield or what?" Ashton smacked his forehead before continuing. "Who the hell made you a general? I really want to have a nice and long chat with them." "Here he comes." "Who's Seraph?" "The draconian." Undeterred, Ashton squared his shoulders and charged at the colossal beast. He ducked and weaved, dodging its powerful swipes and countering with calculated strikes. The clash of their power sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, causing the surrounding structures to tremble. With every strike, Ashton could feel the weight of the battle, the desperation and determination fueling his resolve. He knew this was not just a test of physical prowess but also a test of his mental fortitude. Why else would Flintmace and Vulcan force him to fight Draconian after Draconian? As the battle raged on, Ashton's efforts began to pay off. With a final mighty swing of his sword, he severed the creature's appendage, causing it to howl in agony. It stumbled backwards, its strength waning. At that moment, Ashton sensed an opening, an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. With a surge of power, he channeled his energy into his sword and unleashed a devastating final attack. The blade cleaved through the creature's flesh, making it vanish in a burst of energy. As the simulated battlefield faded away, Ashton stood amidst the dissipating holograms, his chest heaving with exertion. Sweat trickled down his brow, mixing with the residue of the battle. He had emerged victorious once again, proving his strength and resilience. A wave of satisfaction washed over Ashton, knowing he had pushed his limits and become stronger. With each simulation, he grew more skilled and prepared for the challenges ahead. He knew the battles would be even more demanding, but he was ready to face them head-on. Chapter 582: Deception at its finest. Ashton and Anna walked through the dimly lit corridors of Colonel Tower, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Tarek's room was just ahead, and Anna couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. "Do you think he'll agree to your proposal?" she asked. "It'll be a lot easier for both of us if he did," Ashton shrugged. "If he doesn't, then we'll think about it later." They reached Tarek's door, and Ashton hesitated momentarily before knocking. The door swung open, revealing Tarek sitting on his bed. His eyes filled with weariness and determination. "Tarek," Ashton greeted, his voice filled with concern and resolve. "How are you doing these days?" Tarek nodded, gesturing for them to come in. Ashton and Anna entered the room, taking a seat opposite Tarek. The air was tense as they prepared to discuss the delicate matter. But Tarek tried his best not to show his wariness to his saviors. Been worse before, Tarek smiled, closing the book he had been reading. I suppose you want to talk about something? Ashton took a deep breath. His gaze locked with Tarek's. I know you think you've told us everything that you could, but as I said before, it could be false information. Tarek's eyes hardened, his voice laced with frustration. I've already told you, Ashton. I'm not lying. I'm no longer part of the cult, and I would never betray you. First thing, don't cut me off. Ashton closed his eyes, his fists clenched tightly to restrain his frustration. Secondly, since I've witnessed what the cult is capable of, I won't believe a word you say till I know for sure. Ashton studied Tarek's expression, searching for any signs of deception. He knew Tarek well from the little time they had spent together, and something in his gut told him that there was more to the story. But he also knew that accusations without proof would lead them nowhere. I want to believe you, Tarek, Ashton admitted, his voice tinged with regret. But doubts still linger. And I can't afford to take any risks, not with the safety of the people I care for. Tarek's eyes widened in realization, understanding the gravity of Ashton's concerns. So what are you suggesting, Ashton? Ashton leaned forward, his voice filled with determination and empathy. I have a proposition for you, Tarek, and I want you to consider becoming a werewolf. Tarek's lips curled into a mischievous smile as Ashton proposed the idea of him becoming a werewolf. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking it was some sort of prank or jest. A werewolf? What does that have to do with anything? Tarek's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Besides, who in their right mind would agree to something like that? I mean, the whole hairy, smelly full moon thing? Sounds rather primitive, don't you think? Ashton exchanged a knowing look with Anna, a smirk on his lips. Well, Tarek, funny you should mention that, he said, his voice laced with amusement. Because Anna and I happen to be werewolves ourselves. Do we look primitive to you? Tarek's laughter abruptly ceased, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He searched their faces, looking for any sign of deception. But the unwavering expressions on Ashton and Anna's faces left him speechless. You're joking, right? Tarek stammered, his voice laced with uncertainty. No, Tarek. We're not joking. Ashton shook his head. But good to know how you view us. Tarek's gaze flickered between them, surprise, realization, and a tinge of regret following his sight. His teasing words had unintentionally struck a nerve, and he now understood the weight of his jest. I didn't mean to offend, Tarek murmured, his voice tinged with remorse. I didn't know. And to answer your first question, Anna mumbled while looking at Ashton. Wanna do the honors? Ashton took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words. Becoming a werewolf will give me complete authority over you, Tarek. If the cult has manipulated your mind, being turned into a werewolf will break their control. They'll be able to see the truth to know if you've been honest with us. Tarek's face contorted with uncertainty and contemplation. He looked down for a moment, his thoughts racing. The weight of the decision hung heavily in the air, and Ashton could sense Tarek's internal struggle. Finally, Tarek lifted his gaze, determination burning in his eyes. All right, Ashton. I'll do it. If becoming a werewolf is the only way to prove my innocence, I'm willing to take that risk. Ashton nodded, a mixture of relief and concern washing over him. He knew the gravity of Tarek's decision and the potential consequences. But he also understood that they needed to uncover the truth, whatever it may be. Thank you, Tarek, Ashton said, his voice filled with gratitude and determination. I promise we'll get to the bottom of this and find the truth together. Anna placed a reassuring hand on Tarek's shoulder, her voice filled with support. You're not alone, Tarek. We're here for you every step of the way. Tarek looked between Ashton and Anna, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At that moment, he knew that he had made the right decision. Together, they would uncover the truth, expose the cult's manipulation, and free Tarek from suspicion. Well, that wraps up everything. Ashton stood up, his voice steady and resolute. I will contact you about when and how we'll do it later. For now, take a break and do as you please. Got it? Tarek nodded, a smile forming on his lips. With the problem being resolved, Ashton and Anna left the room. Ashton headed for training with Flintmace and Vulcan as usual, while Anna made her way to managing the ghosts in his absence. You're a sick bastard, you know that? Of course I do. Ashton smiled. Don't you feel bad about using insight to manipulate the poor guy into agreeing with you? Desperate times call for desperate measures. I knew Anna would have fought me tooth and nail if Tarek declined my request, and I didn't want that, so I did what I deemed fit. You're becoming more and more like me. You wish. Chapter 583, A Familiar Ceremony 1. The training hall was filled with clanging metal as Ashton sparred with Dolos, his summoned swordsman. Their blades clashed and sparks flew, filling the air with a palpable energy. Ashton's movements were swift and precise, his training honing his skills to a razor's edge. As Dolos lunged forward, Ashton's attention was diverted by the entrance of Weimer and Leon, who were escorting Tarek into the training hall. Tarek's hands were bound by plasma cuffs, emitting a faint blue glow. Ashton's brows furrowed in concern as he halted his training and approached them. Are you fucking kidding me? Ashton demanded, his voice laced with confusion and disapproval. What's the meaning of this? Odiga said we should be careful, so Weimer mumbled, but Ashton immediately cut him off after sending Dolos back to Valhalla. Weimer, Leon, remove those cuffs, Ashton commanded, his voice firm but tinged with a hint of reprimand. Tarek is not a prisoner here. Weimer and Leon exchanged a quick glance, recognizing their mistake. Without hesitation, they swiftly moved to unlock and remove the plasma cuffs, releasing Tarek's hands. Tarek flexed his fingers, rubbing his wrists to ease blood flow, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Ashton approached Tarek, his expression softening with remorse. I apologize for the inconvenience, Tarek. I should have ensured my instructions were clear, and it was a mistake on my part. Such a sly bastard you've turned into. Although Ashton couldn't see Astaroth's physical form, he knew he was shaking his head. But not in disappointment. Ashton had intentionally instructed Odiga to bring Tarek into the hall with cuffs on. He intended to give Tarek a dose of what would happen if he changed his mood about being turned into a werewolf. Was it a crappy thing to do? Absolutely. Did Ashton give a shit about it? Absolutely not. He wasn't an idealist to think Tarek would give him the whole truth just because Ashton asked him nicely. Nor was he the statue of morality to not apply underhanded tactics whenever and wherever he needed. Tarek waved off Ashton's apology with a dismissive gesture. No need to apologize, Ashton. I understand the precautions. I'm here because I want to be and prove my loyalty and join this team. That's good to know, Ashton nodded, appreciating Tarek's understanding. I know you already gave your permission for what's going to happen next, but am obligated to ask you again. He stepped closer to Tarek, looking straight at him. Turning into a werewolf is a significant commitment, Tarek. It will grant me control over your actions, ensuring your loyalty. Are you certain this is the path you want to take? I am certain, Ashton. I trust you and believe in the cause we're fighting for. I'm ready if this is what it takes to prove myself. Tarek met Ashton's gaze, his determination unwavering. All right, let's do it then, Ashton mumbled before taking a deep breath. His muscles twitched and quivered as an electric surge coursed through his veins. Slowly, his body began to change, morphing into something otherworldly, a creature of primal instinct and untamed fury. Bones shifted and cracked, elongating and reshaping. His fingers curled into sharp, clawed appendages while his teeth sharpened into fangs capable of quickly rending flesh. Dark fur sprouted across his body, spreading like wildfire, until he was enveloped in a magnificent coat of pure white. Ashton's senses heightened, his world transforming into a symphony of scents, sounds, and colors. His hearing became acute, allowing him to pick up even the faintest rustle of leaves. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly luminescence piercing through Tarek's soul. With his transformation complete, Ashton let out a mighty howl. It was a natural instinct that was hard to deny, even for him. The sheer freedom and exhilaration coursing through his veins were intoxicating and empowering. He felt more alive than ever before. Of course you feel alive. After all, you last switched your genes a long time ago. Tarek watched in awe and apprehension, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew his own transformation was imminent and braced himself for the unknown. Tarek closed his eyes, knowing what was to come next, and sure enough, Ashton grabbed him and bit him in the next. Tarek howled in pain as blood drizzled out of his wound. He would have thrashed his limb around if he could, but Ashton held on to him tightly, not allowing Tarek any room to move. Tarek felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, and his skin prickled with anticipation. The transformation had begun. Tarek's body convulsed as bones cracked and reformed, muscles expanded, and a thick coat of blue fur sprouted. His senses heightened, and he could feel the primal instincts taking hold. Ashton, towering above Tarek in his own werewolf form, carefully watched the transformation unfold. Tarek's eyes, once filled with clarity, now reflected a wild and untamed spirit. The scent of power and ferocity hung in the air as Tarek's howl pierced the silence, reverberating through the room. With a surge of adrenaline, Tarek lunged forward, his newfound strength propelling him towards Ashton. Instincts fueled by the wolf's nature took over, causing Tarek to temporarily lose control. His claws swiped through the air, aiming for Ashton's defenses. So you became one of those. Ashton shook his head before dodging Tarek's strikes. A scenario like this unfolding during the ceremony wasn't uncommon. The unfamiliarity with one's new powers could make someone lash out and try to take away the position of an alpha. Ashton, experienced in dealing with the turbulence of transformation, swiftly dodged Tarek's attacks. His instinct as an alpha kicked in, guiding him to subdue Tarek without causing harm. He moved with grace and precision, his movements a dance of dominance and restraint. As for the ones watching from the sidelines, they didn't know what they should do. Weimar was more than eager to join the fight as usual, but Leon was wise enough to recognize the significance of the battle between the two werewolves and help Weimar back from causing any trouble. Chapter 584, A Familiar Ceremony 2. The training hall was dimly lit, its metallic walls gleaming under the artificial lights. The air crackled with tension as two werewolves faced each other, their feral eyes locked in a battle for dominance. Ashton stood tall, his muscles rippling beneath his fur, ready to prove his worth. Tarek, his figure imposing itself, bared his sharp fangs, growling with a ferocity that echoed through the hall. Ashton's golden eyes locked onto Tarek's, the wildness within them a reflection of the newfound power coursing through his veins. He could sense Tarek's inner turmoil, the battle between reason and instinct. Ashton knew that in order to bring Tarek back to his senses, he would have to confront him as an alpha and not a human. With a mighty leap, Ashton lunged forward, his werewolf body agile and swift. Fueled by the raw energy of his transformation, Tarek met the challenge head-on, his snarls echoing through the air. The clash of fangs and claws reverberated in the chamber as their battle for control began. Ashton moved with finesse and strength, every movement calculated to subdue rather than harm. His instinctual knowledge of the wolf's nature guided him, ensuring that each strike was delivered precisely and purposefully. He aimed to overwhelm Tarek not forcefully, but by demonstrating dominance and authority. Tarek fought back fiercely, his attacks fueled by raw power. His movements were wild and untamed, lacking the finesse that Ashton displayed. Claws clashed, teeth gnashed, and snarls reverberated as the two werewolves grappled intensely. Ashton's voice, filled with determination, cut through the chaos as the battle raged on. Tarek, remember who you are. You have control over your actions. Tarek's blue-furred form momentarily faltered, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of recognition. Sensing the opportunity, Ashton seized the moment, redirecting his attacks to non-lethal maneuvers. His goal was to defeat Tarek in combat, not to kill him. However, Ashton knew for the battle to end, he had to make Tarek regain his reasoning, and the best way of doing so was to beat him into submission. With each calculated move, Ashton aimed to disrupt Tarek's frenzy and chip away at the primal instincts clouding his judgment. He strategically used his superior agility and knowledge of Tarek's rough-edged fighting style to create openings for communication. Tarek, remember your goal. Ashton's voice echoed with authority. Find your center, regain control. Or by the time I'm done with you, there'll be nothing left to regain control over. Tarek's attacks gradually became less ferocious, his movements faltering as fragments of his human consciousness fought to resurface. But it only lasted for a moment. With a thunderous roar, Tarek lunged at Ashton, his claws extended, aiming to rip through the white-furred werewolf. Ashton sidestepped the attack with agility, swiftly countering with lightning-fast strikes. Their claws clashed, sparks flying as their strength met head-on. The impact reverberated through the hall, eliciting gasps from the crowd of ghosts that had now gathered to see their captain in action. Tarek immediately turned tactics and pulled Ashton into a bear hug, trying to break his back. "This is what you came up with?" Ashton shook his head before taking a deep breath. With a sudden surge of power, Ashton broke free from Tarek's hold, delivering a decisive blow to his opponent's side. Tarek yelped in pain, stumbling backwards. The white-furred werewolf seized the moment, launching a swift barrage of attacks, each strike calculated and precise. As Ashton's blows landed, Tarek's blue fur was soon stained with blood, driving him further into a defensive stance. But Tarek refused to yield, pushing past the pain, his wild nature fueling his resilience. Seeing there wasn't any way around it, Ashton took a more rigid approach and charged again, his movements fluid and graceful. He feigned a strike to Tarek's left, then swiftly shifted to his right, delivering a powerful blow to Tarek's jaw. The impact sent the blue-furred werewolf crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Ashton seized this opportunity, redirecting Tarek's momentum, using his strength to guide rather than overpower. His grip tightened around Tarek's neck but with gentleness, as he did not want to accidentally paralyze him. Amid their struggle, Ashton's eyes locked with Tarek's, commanding him to return from the depths of his wild nature. And at that moment, Tarek's eyes, once consumed by feral instinct, flickered with a glimmer of lucidity. A growl of frustration mingled with a hint of recognition escaped Tarek's throat. His wild movements began to slow, his snarls transforming into gasps for air. The battle within his own being waged on, but the light of reason had begun to pierce through the darkness. With one final surge of strength, Ashton maneuvered Tarek into a position of submission, not as a sign of dominance but as a display of trust and camaraderie. Ashton's voice, filled with unwavering belief, reached Tarek's ears. "Tarek, I know you're in there. I trust you and you have the strength to overcome this. Embrace your humanity and reclaim your control before I do something we'll both regret." Tarek's form trembled, his growls gradually subsiding. His once wild eyes softened, the glimmer of recognition shining through. Slowly, he shifted back to his human form, his breath heavy and labored. Finally, Ashton sighed in relief before transforming back to his human form. Now in his human form, Ashton extended a hand to Tarek, offering support and solace. Tarek's features, lined with exhaustion and confusion, reached out, grasping Ashton's hand firmly. "You good?" Ashton asked once he saw Tarek massaging his head. "Just a bit of a headache," Tarek replied, shrugging off the pain. "That's a good sign, and it means your body is slowly adapting to your new genes." Ashton smiled, patting him on the back. "Go and rest now. We'll talk when you feel better." Just then, a notification popped up before Ashton's eyes, notifying him about the completion of the task and the addition of a new member to the pack. "Only 3 tasks remain, can't wait to get this over with." Chapter 585 Bonus: A Trailblazing Arrival. 3 pivotal tasks lay ahead, marking the next crucial step in Ashton's journey of evolution. While the prospect seemed promising, the reality was that achieving this goal would require an extensive amount of time, mainly because specific tasks were beyond Ashton's control. Specifically, there was one task that fell into this category. The endeavor to locate a legendary creature proved to be no easy feat, as Ashton had yet to encounter one since the time they had freed Tarek from prison. That beast was an incredibly formidable adversary, and Ashton knew better than to underestimate such creatures. Despite the challenges, Audible had established a specialized division within ONI, Outer Nova for Intelligence Commission, dedicated to searching and tracking legendary creatures. Unfortunately, their efforts have yielded little success thus far. Ashton spared no expense in his pursuit, squandering yenos in his quest. Fortunately, the demand for ghosts and their supernatural abilities ensured a steady flow of income. Additionally, they had also been selling draconian materials in the market, further bolstering their financial resources. Each piece of draconian scale fetched exorbitant prices, amounting to hundreds of thousands of yenos after factoring in the commission rate. In terms of value, a single draconian scale surpassed the combined worth of 100 solar systems, including Earth-like planets. On the topic of Earth-like planets, Earth had begun to witness an influx of various space merchants, as reported by the vampire twins, Irina and Verena, during their visit. The opportunities surrounding Earth's burgeoning trade piqued Ashton's interest. The remaining 2 tasks on Ashton's list required considerable time and meticulousness. As Ashton was particularly selective when it came to choosing associates and resurrecting summons, Ashton still needed to recruit 4 more members into his werewolf pack to accomplish the first task. Simultaneously, he aimed to add 2 more summons to his ranks in Valhalla. These prerequisites marked the final steps before Ashton could venture into the realm of supergrade beings, among them the formidable Maston. I cannot rely solely on my cumulative levels to consider myself an ranked being, Ashton muttered, shaking his head in frustration. His cumulative levels, which denoted his strength in his Zompirewolf form, had already reached level 300, placing him within the mid-tier grade classification. Despite his achievements, Ashton's perfectionism prevented him from feeling content with his progress. At times, he entertained thoughts of impulsively speeding through the tasks, but he possessed enough wisdom to resist such reckless behavior. He knew that hasty completion might provide temporary advantages, but he would undoubtedly regret it in the long run. After all, what good would a pack of mediocre werewolves and subpar undead summons serve? Ashton faced similar contemplation when it came to Tarek. However, he recognized the immense value of investing in Tarek's conversion. Tarek possessed invaluable knowledge about the cult, and had the potential to create various scientific equipment tailored to the ghost's specific needs. The benefits of having Tarek as an ally outweighed any doubts Ashton may have had. In the interim, Ashton and his trusted lieutenants focused their efforts on preparing for the highly anticipated Orion Ball. Vulcan, on the other hand, chose to abstain from engaging with an immature emperor and empire. Instead, he resolved to honor his promise and engage in a friendly sparring session with Flint Mace. Upon learning of Vulcan's decision, even Ashton began to reconsider attending the event. After all, it was a rare occasion when one got to witness 2 Scrade beings facing off against each other. Despite his reservations about witnessing the intense battle between Vulcan and Flint Mace, Ashton understood the importance of maintaining diplomatic relations with the Orion Empire. The Orion Ball served as a significant opportunity to solidify alliances and forge new connections. With this in mind, Ashton resolved to attend the event, fully aware of the spectacle that awaited him. The Orion Ball was not merely a social gathering or a display of extravagance, but a conjunction of power, ambition, and destiny. Ashton's presence as the guest of honor marked the culmination of his efforts, and his rise as a significant figure within the supernatural realm. In the days leading up to the ball, Ashton also took the time to reflect on his journey thus far. He pondered the challenges he had overcome, the losses they had suffered as a team, and the sacrifices they had made along the way. As the preparations for the Orion Ball continued, Ashton and his team found themselves engrossed in the intricate details of the upcoming affair. They worked closely with the tailors, discussing design elements and color schemes, and ensuring that each costume reflected their personalities and roles within the group. While the men grumbled about the discomfort of their attire, the women reveled in the excitement of dressing up for such a grand occasion. Even Cass, usually more inclined towards practical matters, embraced the chance to indulge in something girly alongside her female companions. As the days passed and the Orion Ball drew nearer, tension mounted within Ashton's team. The prospect of encountering influential figures, both human and supernatural, filled them with a mix of excitement and apprehension. They knew their actions and interactions at the ball could have far-reaching consequences, shaping their future endeavors and alliances. Meanwhile, Tarek continued to prove his worth to the ghosts. His vast knowledge of the cult and scientific expertise became indispensable assets as he worked closely with Odega. Tarek worked tirelessly to adapt existing technology and develop new equipment tailored to the ghost's unique abilities and needs. His contributions elevated the team's efficiency and effectiveness, earning him the respect and admiration of his newfound comrades. Ashton recognized the symbiotic relationship between Tarek and the ghosts. The more they invested in Tarek's development and integration within the group, the greater their collective strength became. But that wasn't all. As the ghosts progressed, they made many enemies as well. Some of them were the other mercenary groups that weren't too pleased with the ghosts' sudden rise to power, and chose the Orion Ball to teach them a lesson. Unfortunately for them, Ashton had already learned about their childish venture, thanks to ONI, and was planning a surprise of his own. Chapter 586: A Trailblazing Arrival. The grand hall of the Orion Palace shimmered with extravagance and splendor, as beings from various corners of the galaxy gathered for the royal party. The room buzzed with an energy transcending boundaries as humanoid and non-humanoid aliens mingled, their exotic forms and vibrant colors adding to the spectacle. The guests conversed in a multitude of languages, their translation devices seamlessly bridging the communication gaps. A delicate dance of diplomacy and curiosity unfolded as species exchanged knowledge and shared tales from their respective corners of the galaxy. At the center of attention were the guests of honor, the renowned mercenary organization, the Ghosts. Whispers of their accomplishments echoed through the crowd, accompanied by both awe and skepticism. A while ago, the Ghosts had achieved the impossible by taking down one of the most notorious criminals in the Milky Way galaxy, the Phantom, a feat that had earned them praise and admiration from countless worlds. In one corner of the room, a group of Andromedans gathered in animated conversation with their luminescent blue skin and multiple appendages. They marveled at the Ghosts' audacity and skill, their voices blending harmoniously as they discussed the intricacies of the operation. I heard the Ghosts recently took down the Vortex Syndicate single-handedly, one Andromedan said, her voice reverberating with excitement. They're like shadows, striking swiftly and disappearing without a trace. A nearby cluster of reptilian Relorians observed the Andromedans with a hint of skepticism. Their scales glistened in hues of green and gold, their slit-like eyes narrowing as they exchanged theories. It's nothing more than luck, a Relorian murmured, his sharp teeth glinting. A mere mercenary group shouldn't be celebrated so grandly. They lack the finesse and experience of established organizations. While the Relorians felt that way, there were plenty of others who both backed them as well as criticized them, as they were known for their purist beliefs. A group of elegantly dressed Kaorians, their iridescent wings gently fluttering, gathered near a holographic projection of the masked Reaper and his soldiers in action. Their ethereal voices carried a sense of curiosity and intrigue. Have you seen Reaper in action? One Selrian asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Another Selrian nodded, her voice filled with awe. Yes, I watched one of their missions firsthand. If I'm not mistaken, it was a rescue operation for the president's daughter. Their precision and skill are unmatched, and it's no wonder they could defeat such a formidable adversary. Nearby, a cluster of yet another reptilian species, the Zetharians, engaged in a spirited conversation. Their scaly bodies shimmered under the soft illumination as they exchanged their opinions. I've heard the Ghosts operate with incredible efficiency, remarked a Zetharian with flickering bioluminescent patterns across his skin. Their tactics are as cunning as a predator stalking its prey. Not to mention, they are yet to fail a single of their mission, which gives them an edge over the other organizations. A neighboring group of sleek and agile Xyloids joined the discussion, their metallic exoskeletons reflecting the vibrant hues of the room. Their synthesized voices conveyed an air of curiosity. I wonder how the Ghosts managed to gain such fame in such a short period, one Xyloid pondered, their eyes glowing with a faint luminescence. The Xyloid were known as hibernating creatures that hibernate for tens of years every time, and therefore are usually unaware of what's happening around them. A jovial gathering of Gleeplorians, known for their social nature and vibrant plumed feathers, chuckled among themselves. Their melodic laughter filled the room as they shared anecdotes. They say Reaper has nerves of steel, one Gleeplorian chirped. It takes a certain kind of bravery to face danger head-on and emerge victorious. At a nearby refreshment station, a group of human ambassadors engaged in a lively discussion with an imposing species of armored Atraxians. The humans spoke with admiration, while the Atraxians maintained a stoic presence. I shouldn't say this because of the history between the humans and mutants, but there's no denying that Reaper is a legend in the making, one human stated, a gleam of excitement in their eyes. Their tactical genius and combat skills are unmatched, and the Ghosts have become a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, we should take this time to forge a relationship with them. As the conversations continued, beings from the avian race, with their feathery wings and elegant postures, added their opinions to the mix. They shared stories of encounters with the Ghosts and expressed their admiration for the mercenaries' audacity. Amid the diverse crowd, A cluster of telepathic beings known as the Illyrians stood apart, their luminescent tendrils pulsating with vibrant colors as they communicated silently. Their serene expressions betrayed a profound curiosity, their minds delving into the mysteries surrounding the ghosts and their enigmatic leader, Reaper. But not all the species in attendance held the ghosts in high regard. An enigmatic race of energy beings called the Zalites observed the festivities from their ethereal forms. They remained distant and aloof, their whispers of disappointment carrying across the room. "They are mercenaries after all," one Zalite said, its voice resonating in echoes. "The attention bestowed upon them is unwarranted. True heroes should come from noble origins, not a band of paid, honorless, and opportunistic warriors." "Did you Zalites used to work as laborers in crimson mines not too long ago?" An avian smirked as the Zalite left for some other location. Amidst the diverse opinions and perspectives, the grand hall atmosphere remained charged with anticipation. The arrival of the ghosts and their enigmatic leader, Reaper, was eagerly awaited by all. The galaxy held its breath, ready to witness the collision of worlds and the convergence of power and intrigue. The conversations ebbed and flowed like currents in the cosmic ocean as the royal party continued. Species from all walks of life and galaxies intertwined, sharing tales, exchanging knowledge, and weaving a tapestry of interstellar unity. Amid the cacophony, the ghosts remained a beacon of curiosity and intrigue, their reputation preceding them. Whether hailed as heroes or questioned as upstarts, their presence ignited a spark of excitement that permeated the air. And as the hours ticked by, the anticipation grew, reaching its zenith as the doors at the far end of the hall swung open, followed by the announcement of the arrival of the honored guest. Still, no one was expecting Reaper to make a grandiose entrance as their mouths were left open after what they saw. Chapter 587: A Trailblazing Arrival. 3. As the commotion filled the grand hall of the Orion Palace, a sudden hush fell over the guests as they witnessed a sight that sent chills down their spines. The magnificent hall emptied in a frenzy as beings from all corners of the galaxy hurriedly made their way outside. Outside the hall, the atmosphere was charged with panic and confusion. The guests, still in a state of shock, looked around anxiously, searching for safety. Their eyes widened as they saw a colossal approaching Thema Draconian. Whispers of alarm and trepidation spread like wildfire as news of the approaching Draconian reached the ears of the attendees. Panic gripped the hearts of many while others braced themselves for the impending danger. "I've heard stories about Draconians. They are fearsome creatures," a trembling voice exclaimed, its owner scanning the surroundings anxiously. "We need to find shelter. I can't believe this is happening. How did a Draconian breach our defenses?" Another voice questioned, a mix of fear and confusion evident in their tone. "Where are the Orions? Why aren't they doing anything?" Amidst the rising fear, a ripple of excitement cut through the tension like a ray of hope. Some brave and adrenaline-fueled individuals saw the imminent threat as an opportunity to prove their mettle. "This is our chance to show our strength. Let's rally together and face the Draconian heathen," a determined voice shouted, its words emboldening those nearby. "We won't let it wreak havoc without a fight." Just when despair seemed to settle upon the crowd, a figure dressed in elegant black formal attire, adorned with a mysterious black mask, leapt down from the Draconian's back. His movements were swift and graceful, commanding attention as he landed on the ground with an air of confidence around him. And then, to their astonishment, the Draconian landed gracefully beside him, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding guests. The creature's eyes gleamed with familiarity and affection as it wiggled its tail, causing awe and fear among the attendees. But there was something more. A stunning woman emerged from atop its mighty back, her flowing red dress billowing like flames. She wore a matching red mask, lending an air of mystery to her striking presence. The masked man gracefully offered his hand, assisting the lady in red as she descended from the Draconian's back. They stood side by side, emanating an aura of power and authority that held the crowd captive. Whispers spread like wildfire among the onlookers, connecting the dots and realizing the truth. Gasps and murmurs of realization filled the air. "Wait, isn't that Reaper and Bella? They are the guests of honor? The renowned ghost mercenary leader and his co-leader?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and a mixture of awe, admiration, and curiosity replaced the initial fear. All eyes remained fixed on the couple, captivated by their presence and the unexpected turn of events. As the guests' gaze shifted, they noticed a luxurious spaceship descending from the heavens, its sleek design and impeccable craftsmanship a testament to its owner's prestige. The rest of the man's and woman's allies emerged from the vessel, donning garments that mirrored their leader's elegance, yet each in shades of red and black that signified their unity. The atmosphere shifted from panic to a mixture of excitement and curiosity. Though still in awe of the Draconian's imposing presence, the attendees now greatly appreciated the power couple and their entourage. The room fell into a hushed silence as the guests awaited the next turn of events, their eyes fixed on Reaper and Bella, the ghosts who had captured their attention and imagination. Any complaints they might have had about the ghosts disappeared instantly. Moreover, those planning to embarrass them now hid their faces. If Reaper could tame a beast like a Draconian, did they even have a chance to mess with him? If they tried anything funny, the Draconian would burn them to a crisp, and even if it did not, the masked people surrounding the couple certainly would. The royal party had taken an unexpected twist, transforming into a spectacle none could have anticipated, and the guests held their breath in anticipation of what would unfold next. As the crowd stood in awe of Reaper and Bella, their attention shifted to a figure approaching from the distance. It was the Emperor's most trusted minister, known for his unwavering loyalty and sharp wit. He clapped his hands enthusiastically as he made his way towards the couple, his charismatic presence commanding the attention of all. "Bravo! Bravo!" the minister exclaimed, his voice resonating with genuine admiration. "What a grand entrance, our esteemed ghosts! The galaxy has been abuzz with your legendary exploits, and today, you have surpassed all expectations." The attendees watched in fascination as the minister continued his approach, clapping and applauding the ghost's arrival. His words carried a weight of authority and genuine appreciation, adding to the spectacle that had unfolded before them. Reaper and Bella stood tall and composed, their eyes fixed on the minister as he neared them. And then, in perfect unison, the ghosts executed a formal Orion salute, their movements precise and in sync. A display of discipline and respect left the crowd in awe, as it took years to learn the correct way to do the salute and even more to master it. But the ghosts made it seem like child's play. The minister beamed with pride, his clapping momentarily ceasing to address the ghosts. "Ah, Reaper Bella, I must say your skills and dedication are a testament to your remarkable prowess. The Empire is honored to have you as allies." Reaper's masked face turned towards the minister, his eyes reflecting gratitude. "Thank you, minister," he said, his voice commanding yet filled with appreciation. "We are truly grateful for the Empire's support and the opportunities it has provided us. Our challenges would have been unconquerable without the Empire's assistance and the Emperor's watchful eye. You have brought honor to our Empire, Reaper. Your accomplishments have inspired us all. Today's festivities are a small token of our gratitude for your service and valor." The minister nodded, his expression filled with admiration and pride. "Please come inside. The Emperor's waiting for your arrival." Chapter 588 Royal Spar 1. With a warm smile and an air of authority, the minister led Reaper and Bella through the vast and prosperous halls of the Orion Palace. As they walked, the crowd's murmurings followed in their wake, whispers of intrigue and awe filling the air. Amidst the palace's grandeur, the trio moved with class, drawing attention from the guests who watched in curiosity and admiration. Conversations hushed as eyes followed the ghosts and their entourage, their grand entrance still fresh in everyone's minds. "Reaper and Bella, what a sight to behold," murmured one attendee, their voice tinged with envy and fascination. "They certainly know how to make an entrance. Don't you think so?" Another guest leaned in closer to their companion, their voices hushed as they shared their thoughts. "I wonder if I could join them. I should get in their good graces and form a good relationship with them." As the minister guided the ghosts through the labyrinthine corridors, the whispers grew louder, speculations and theories intertwining like a delicate dance. Some marveled at the display of power and elegance, while others questioned the reasoning behind such a flamboyant arrival. "Such extravagance," commented a dignitary, their voice laced with a hint of envy. "They have certainly made their mark. But is it necessary? I mean, the Draconian could have accidentally killed someone, and would the ghosts take responsibility for that?" A group of Orion nobles observed the scene with curiosity and skepticism. "I wonder what the emperor thinks of their arrival," one noble pondered, their voice carrying a note of intrigue. "Such boldness surely demands his attention." A few steps behind, a group of scholars engaged in a hushed discussion, their voices filled with scholarly curiosity. "Do you think the ghost's arrival signifies a shift in power dynamics?" One scholar mused. "Their actions and reputation have certainly set the galaxy abuzz." "Well, it certainly has not gone unnoticed, has it?" The murmurs grew in volume and intensity as the trio passed through each corridor, echoing off the intricately adorned walls. The whispers followed them like a subtle symphony of intrigue and fascination. Amidst the curiosity and speculation, some marveled at the ghost's audacity and admired their commanding presence. The ghosts had become a topic of conversation, their every move scrutinized and analyzed by the attendees. "Have you laid eyes on their pet draconian? It's unlike anything I've ever witnessed before. The ghosts truly live up to their renowned reputation." One guest whispered in awe. "Reputation? They are nothing more than a group of arrogant show-offs." Another guest retorted dismissively. It was as expected, considering the man's affiliation with a certain evolved race of humans known for their blunt opinions. Nevertheless, Ashton knew that confronting the man would serve no purpose and would be beneath his own character. He resisted the urge to retort and instead focused on maintaining his composure, reminding himself of the importance of diplomacy and restraint in his position as the leader of the ghosts. "We're here," the minister cheerfully exclaimed. The grand doors swung open, revealing the opulent interior of the inner chamber. A hushed silence fell over the room as the esteemed guests took in the sight before them. The palace guards directed the rest of the ghosts to remain outside while Ashton and Anna, the esteemed guests of honor, were granted access to the inner chamber. The outer chamber, where most attendees were gathered, was an impressive sight. Lavish decorations adorned the walls, and laughter and conversation filled the air. The atmosphere was lively, with beings from various corners of the galaxy mingling and exchanging pleasantries. However, the inner chamber held an air of exclusivity and intrigue. It was reserved for guests who had achieved a certain level of accomplishment, a select few who had earned the respect and admiration of the Orion Empire. As Reaper and Bella stepped through the ornate doors, all eyes turned towards them. The tension in the air inside was palpable. Whispers circulated among the guests as they studied the couple, assessing their presence and judging their worth. The ghosts had garnered a reputation as formidable warriors and skilled operatives. Still, now they stood amidst the elite of the Orion Empire, where accomplishments were scrutinized and respect had to be earned. However, a moment later, everyone went silent. All conversations quieted, and all eyes turned toward the imposing figure of the emperor sitting on the throne at the center of the room. He was a tall and regal being, his form draped in elegant robes of shimmering gold and crimson. His presence commanded attention, and his aura exuded authority. The minister stepped forward, addressing the emperor with the utmost respect. "Your Majesty, may I present to you the esteemed guests of honor, Reaper and Bella, leaders of the renowned mercenary organization, the Ghosts." As the minister concluded his introduction, a hush fell over the chamber. All eyes turned towards the emperor, awaiting their response to the presence of the Ghosts' leaders. The emperor's piercing gaze shifted from the minister to Reaper and Bella, studying them intently. His dark, piercing eyes filled with curiosity and wisdom. His skin was a deep obsidian black, contrasting sharply with the vibrant colors of his attire. His features were sharp and defined, displaying a regal countenance befitting his position. "Your Majesty," Ashton began, his voice steady and respectful, "we are deeply honored to be in your presence. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Empire for extending this invitation and the support you have provided us throughout our endeavors." With a nod of acknowledgement, the Emperor spoke, his voice resonating through the chamber. "Reaper and Bella, I have heard tales of your valor and accomplishments, the legends that precede you. Your exploits have reached even the farthest corners of our empire, and I am honored to finally meet you in person." Reaper and Bella inclined their heads respectfully, acknowledging the Emperor's words with a deep sense of honor. They understood the significance of this moment, as they were being recognized by the highest authority in the Orion Empire. The emperor continued, "Let the festivities begin." Chapter 589 Royal Spar 2. Chapter 589 Royal Spar 2. The Grand Hall of the Orion Empire's royal palace was ablaze with vibrant colors and lively music as the royal festivities reached their peak. Nobles from across the galaxy had gathered, each vying for attention and influence in the illustrious court. Thus it was the perfect opportunity for Ashton and Anna to forge connections to ensure they had allies when the tides of battle grew treacherous. Ashton stood tall, his dark cloak billowing behind him, engaged in conversation with an influential military general, while Anna, her enchanting form concealed beneath a mask, mingled with the courtiers, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and caution. She wasn't afraid to use her charms when and where necessary, so it wasn't a surprise she had garnered a lot of attention. More so because she was a succubus, everyone wanted to know more about their origins. Across the hall, Lord Callan, a noble from the Orion Empire, observed the festivities with a haughty gaze. He was a man of wealth and privilege, one who had never been denied anything in his life. His eyes fell upon Anna, her graceful movements captivating him instantly. The succubus exuded an aura of mystery and allure, and Lord Callan, 123rd in line for the throne, was smitten. However, his guard, surprisingly a human, sensed what was happening inside his master's head and warned him about the complications. "Your lordship, I would suggest you not antagonize." Reaper and Bella were talented combatants and the emperor's special guests, which meant upsetting them was akin to upsetting the emperor. "Shut it, Karen. I'd ask for your opinion when I need it," Callan retorted, fixing his grand suit. Unfortunately, Callan didn't care about it since he wanted to have a taste of Bella and add her to his exotic collection. Unable to resist the pull, Lord Callan approached Anna, a smile playing upon his lips. He believed no woman could resist his charms, and his position in the Orion Empire only added to his arrogance. Anna, sensing his intentions, tensed under her cloak but remained polite. "Ah, fair lady," Lord Callan began, his voice dripping with false charm. "I could not help but notice your radiant beauty. Pray, allow me to accompany you for the evening and show you the wonders of the cosmos in private." Anna's eyes narrowed and she looked towards Ashton, hoping for his support, but he was engrossed in conversation, unaware of the unfolding situation. She knew she had to handle it herself. She responded calmly but firmly, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord, but I am already betrothed to another, and I must decline your offer." Saying so, she returned to the conversation she was having with a countess in the empire, not caring about a lowly man's temper. However, her actions led to Lord Callan's face flushing with anger, his entitlement shattered by Bella's rejection. His voice dripped with venom as he hissed, "Betrothed to a lowly mercenary? A woman of your beauty deserves better, my dear. Reaper is a mere speck in the grand tapestry of the Orion Empire." Anna's patience wore thin, and her proper form began to emerge, her succubus wings and horns becoming visible. She held her head high, meeting Lord Callan's gaze with unyielding strength. "Reaper is more of a man than you could ever hope to be, my lord. His honor and loyalty outweigh the wealth and titles that define you." Anna replied with a smile. "Now, if you don't mind, you should seek another woman in the crowd. I assure you there are plenty of beautiful ones for you." Lord Callan's face twisted into a mask of fury, his entitlement fueling his rage. Without warning, he reached out and grabbed Anna's hand, his grip tight and possessive. "You will learn your place, succubus. I will not be denied. You manchild." Anna's eyes blazed with a dangerous fire, and her patience was finally extinguished. In a swift motion, she broke free from Lord Callan's grip and unleashed a powerful kick, sending him hurtling backwards. The force of her blow was so great that Lord Callan crashed through the grand hall's ornate wall, leaving a gaping hole in his wake. Silence fell over the hall as courtiers and nobles alike turned to witness the spectacle. Lord Callan lay sprawled amidst the rubble, his arrogance shattered along with the wall. Anna, her form returning to its deceptive guise, stood tall, her voice commanding and resolute. "No man, noble or otherwise, has the right to lay a hand on me without my consent. I am not a possession to be claimed but a person who chooses her own path. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more deserving company to keep." With a final glance towards Ashton, who turned his attention towards the commotion, Anna walked away, leaving Lord Callan and the shattered remnants of his entitlement behind. The courtiers whispered among themselves, their admiration for the succubus growing with each passing moment. Most of them viewed Lord Callan as a nuisance and were glad someone taught the pervert a lesson. Ashton, his eyes filled with concern and pride, approached Anna. He wrapped his arm around her, offering silent support as her rage slowly simmered. "That was one hell of a kick, Anna," he slowly whispered into her ears. Of course it was. The moron couldn't take any hints. Just as they were about to head towards the Emperor to sort the mess out, Karen stopped them. His plasma blade was merely inches away from Anna's throat. "Although I'm aware my master was at fault for the situation as his knight, I must avenge his honor." Before the man could finish, Ashton appeared behind the man in a blur, calmly placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "I'm intrigued as to what honor such a man possesses," Ashton whispered before walking past Karen. "Do yourself a favor and stand down while you still have legs to stand on. This will be your first and final warning." Chapter 590 Royal Spar 3. Chapter 590 Royal Spar 3. The courtiers and nobles watched as Karen stood before Reaper, mere moments away from tragedy. In this tense moment, Minister Theron, the wisest and most respected figure in the Orion Empire's court, stepped forward. Minister Theron's voice resonated through the hall, commanding attention. "Enough. We cannot allow chaos to disrupt the festivities. Let us settle this dispute in the way of our ancestors, through a spar, as the Orions have always done, if His Majesty allows so." The Emperor, seated upon his ornate throne, considered the proposal momentarily. His gaze swept across the hall, taking in the anticipation and the desire for spectacle. With a regal nod, he granted his approval. "I see no reason to object. These proceedings have indeed grown stale, and this event shall bring a welcome breath of excitement." His suggestion brought a murmur of agreement from the gathered crowd, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing a clash of strength and skill. Minister Theron's eyes moved to Karen and then to Reaper. "Karen, as the noble's guard, do you accept this challenge to settle your grievances with Reaper?" Minister Theron asked, his tone just and uncaring. Karen, his face filled with determination and a hint of anger, stepped forward. "I accept, Minister Theron. I will avenge my master's dignity and punish this insolent woman for her misdeed." Before Karen could continue, Reaper interjected, his voice firm and filled with warning. "Choose your next words carefully, Karen." Bella acted in self-defense. "I suggest you stand down before the consequences become dire." Karen's eyes narrowed, his hand instinctively moving towards the hilt of his plasma sword. "I care not for your warnings, Reaper. I will not let this insult go unanswered." Minister Theron raised his hand, silencing the room once again before speaking. "Very well. The spar shall commence, but I must remind you that this is an honorable duel fought with martial arts. No weapons shall be allowed." Reaper and Karen nodded in agreement, preparing themselves mentally for the strike delivered with the intent to overwhelm his opponent. But Reaper, with his uncanny reflexes, swiftly evaded the onslaught, ducking upcoming clash. As the courtiers cleared a space in the grand hall, creating a makeshift ring, Karen and Ashton faced each other, their eyes locked in a silent battle of determination. The air crackled with tension as they prepared to engage in combat. Fueled by his desire for vengeance, Karen launched himself forward with lightning-fast punches aimed at Ashton's torso. His movements were precise, each strike delivered with the intent to overwhelm his opponent. But Reaper, with his uncanny reflexes, swiftly evaded the onslaught, ducking, weaving, and parrying with calculated grace. "Is that all?" Ashton taunted his opponent as he played with him. He knew Karen was no match for him and wasn't taking the fight seriously. Otherwise, he would have ended the spar along with Karen's life in one blow. Karen, oblivious to their difference in strength, kept attacking Ashton. Ashton's agility and combat prowess allowed him to seamlessly transition from defense to offense. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance between them, launching a series of powerful kicks towards Karen. Each strike carried the weight of Reaper's immense strength, threatening to knock Karen off balance. Karen, determined not to be overwhelmed, countered with swift footwork, dodging Reaper's kicks and retaliating with fast jabs and hooks. However, despite his best efforts, He struggled to penetrate Reaper's defenses. The ghost's leader seemed to have an almost instinctive sense of his opponent's movements, effortlessly blocking, parrying, and countering with precision. As the battle raged on, the intensity grew. His frustration mounting, Karen summoned his inner strength, channeling it into a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Reaper's head. The force behind the strike was formidable, but Reaper, always one step ahead, deflected the attack, redirecting Karen's momentum and leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Reaper swiftly closed his fists in a blur as he unleashed a barrage of devastating blows upon Karen. Each strike landed with a bone-crushing impact, causing Karen to stagger backwards, his defenses crumbling under the sheer force of Reaper's assault. Bloodied and battered, Karen's resolve faltered for a brief moment. But the fire in his eyes refused to die out. Gathering the remnants of his strength, he pushed through the pain, mustering a final surge of energy. He launched himself at Reaper with a primal roar, attempting a desperate takedown. But Reaper, unyielding and unrelenting, sidestepped the attack with a fluid motion, swiftly countering with a sweeping leg kick. Unable to regain his balance, Karen crashed to the ground, his body momentarily paralyzed with pain. Seeing defeat looming, desperation flickered in Karen's eyes. Ignoring the agreement to fight without weapons, he reached for his plasma sword, hoping to turn the tide with its deadly power. The blade glinted in the dim light as he swung it towards Reaper with all his might. "Die, you mutant bastard." "Really?" Ashton shook his head as the plasma sword arced towards his neck. After fighting against simulated sirens, Karen's pathetic maneuver wasn't enough to put a scratch on Ashton's skin. He intercepted Karen's strike with lightning-fast reflexes, catching the blade between his hands, and the next moment, the sword shattered. When Ashton's bare palms intercepted Karen's plasma sword, a collective gasp escaped from the onlookers in the grand hall. The courtiers, nobles, and even the seasoned military personnel were astounded by the audacious display of strength and defiance against the deadly weapon. Noble women clutched their chests, their delicate fingers pressing against the expensive fabrics of their dresses, their hearts pounding with fear and exhilaration. It was an unusual sight, a testament to Reaper's otherworldly power. Military generals exchanged incredulous glances, their disciplined demeanor momentarily shattered. They were well aware of the reputation of the plasma sword, its ability to effortlessly slice through the strongest hulls of spaceships. Yet here was Reaper, a mere mortal, breaking it apart as if it were made of glass. Minister Theron, usually composed and measured, had a look of awe. His lips parted as if he wanted to speak, but he found himself speechless, simply observing the aftermath of Reaper's feat. The Emperor's usual composed demeanor faltered briefly, replaced by a flicker of intrigue and curiosity. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Ashton. The courtiers around him shifted, sensing the rare display of surprise from their sovereign. Minister Theron stepped forward once more, his voice resonating with authority. "Let it be known that Reaper has proven himself in strength and mercy today. The matter is settled, and the court festivities may continue." "Not so fast," the Emperor interjected. "Karen must face the consequences of his actions." Kindle. Chapter 591 Emperor's Decision. Chapter 591 Emperor's Decision. The Grand Hall fell into a hushed silence as Emperor Galen, ruler of the Orion Empire, made his way to the center of the court. His imposing figure exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. His gaze settled upon the shattered remnants of the plasma sword and Karen, who stood with shame on his face. "Enough," Emperor Galen spoke with a voice that echoed through the hall. "This duel was meant to settle grievances with honor and integrity. Karen, you defiled the sanctity of the spar by resorting to a weapon. Explain yourself before I kill you myself." Karen's eyes darted between Emperor Galen and Reaper, his lips trembling with fear as he immediately went to his knees. He knew the Emperor's legendary rage well and did not want to face it, even if it meant betraying his so-called lord. "Emperor, I felt the need to avenge my master's honor and in doing so, allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment. I take full responsibility for my actions, and will bear whatever punishment you see fit." Emperor Galen's expression hardened as disappointment clouded his features. "You have disgraced yourself and the noble house you serve. The rules of the spar were clear, and you chose to ignore them. Such actions cannot be tolerated within the Orion Empire. As such, I sentence you to. Before the Emperor could pronounce his judgment, Ashton stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Emperor Galen, if I may interject. Karen's actions were driven by loyalty and a misguided sense of duty towards his master. While he has erred, it is his master who bears the responsibility for instigating this conflict. Lord Callan went pale once he heard Ashton's words. He hoped the Emperor would forget about him after punishing Karen, but now all attention was on him. Reaper, your words reflect that there's more you want to say. The Emperor regarded Reaper with a raised eyebrow, curious about the mercenary's interruption. Speak your mind. What do you suggest as an appropriate course of action? Ashton bowed respectfully before addressing the Emperor. Emperor Galen, I humbly request leniency for Karen. His loyalty, though misplaced, is an admirable trait. Instead, let the blame fall upon his master, Lord Callan, for his disrespectful actions towards Bella and the court. You would allow Karen to live, knowing he defied the rules of the spar? Emperor Galen's gaze shifted from Reaper to Karen, considering the proposal. Yes, Your Highness. Karen's punishment should come in the form of learning from his mistake, not through a loss of life. Ashton met the Emperor's gaze unflinchingly. Besides, I believe he has the potential to grow and become a better warrior under the guidance of the Empire. Emperor's gazer shifted to Karen. It was true that Karen and the give Karen another chance, and since Reaper was asking that of him, he had no reason to deny the request. Family he was adopted into had served the Empire well over the years. If he wanted, the Emperor could cite their loyalty as a reason to give Karen another chance, and since Reaper was asking that of him, he had no reason to deny the request. Very well then, Emperor Galen nodded, acknowledging Reaper's words. Karen, you shall be stripped of your position as a noble's guard, and will serve the Empire as a soldier in the ranks. You will undergo rigorous training to discipline your emotions and learn honor's true meaning before returning to your previous position. Thank you, Emperor Galen. I will not disappoint you. I will dedicate myself to the Empire and seek redemption for my actions. Karen's eyes widened in both relief and gratitude. He bowed deeply to the Emperor, his voice filled with determination. However, he didn't show any respectful gesture towards Ashton, which the latter didn't mind. After all, a lion couldn't care for an ant to salute him, could he? Lord Callan, your lack of control and disrespect have disgraced your noble house and the Empire itself. Your actions will not go unpunished. Emperor Galen then turned his attention to Lord Callan, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings. However, Reaper would be the one to decide your fate, as it is the ghosts whom you have offended. Lord Callan shot a dirty look at Ashton and Anna. Blaming them for his current situation despite knowing his lust was the reason he was stuck in such a position. Emperor Galen, I believe Lord Callan's punishment should reflect the severity of his transgressions. Ashton stepped forward once more, his voice commanding everyone's attention. He continued, he is drunk on power and thinks his nobility and financial strength would dominate anyone and could take anything he wished for. Hence, I propose that he be stripped of his noble title and privileges, banished from the court, and barred from holding any position of authority within the Empire. The entire room gasped as those words left Ashton's mouth, but he knew very well that the Emperor would side with him, mainly because Anna did not want violence and only kicked Callan once he crossed the line. Your words carry weight, Reaper, and I find them just. Emperor Galen considered Reaper's words, his expression unyielding. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Lord Callan, you shall face the consequences of your arrogance. Leave this court and never return. But my lord. Leave. Lord Callan, his face pale and filled with rage, glared at Reaper and Bella before storming out of the grand hall, his once exalted status reduced to nothing. Once he was gone, the Emperor turned towards Ashton. His eyes showed that he was planning something. You have shown wisdom and integrity in this matter, Reaper. You have demonstrated that despite being mercenaries, the ghosts hold honor in high regard. Emperor Galen, having made his judgments, addressed Reaper directly. As a token of my appreciation, I grant you and Bella a place of distinction within the Orion Empire, and as it happens, I got a vacancy in my court. Ashton bowed deeply, his gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Emperor Galen. We shall continue to serve the Empire with unwavering loyalty and honor. Ashton's and Anna's faces showed sincerity, but both smiled inwardly as their plan was a success. They didn't notice how Anna had worked her charm of a succubus to force Callan to do what he did. Nor did they see how Ashton used insight on Karen to use his sword to fight him. Since everyone in the court knew of Callan's lust for women, none thought he was manipulated. Having Odiga researched the royal family proved to be a great move by Ashton. Now, with the court invaded, it's time to look for the traces of the cult. Ashton thought as the emperor bestowed the title of royalty upon him and Anna. Chapter 592 Bonus Chapter Hidden in Shadows 1. Chapter 592 Bonus Chapter Hidden in Shadows 1. A holographic projection flickered to life in the dimly lit chamber, revealing a group of shadowy figures. The room was shrouded in darkness, their identities concealed by the cloak of secrecy. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation as they gathered for their clandestine meeting. At the head of the table sat the enigmatic figure known as the priest. Their silhouette was cloaked in a dark robe, concealing their face and form from prying eyes. The priest exuded an aura of authority, commanding the attention of the gathered deacons. The holographic projections of the deacons materialized around the table, their identities masked by distorted images. Their voices were electronically modulated to conceal their true identities further. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the discussion began. "We are facing a grave threat, my brethren," the priest began, his tone filled with urgency. "Reaper Bella and their ghosts have entered the Empire, and their presence has not gone unnoticed. They have gained the favor of the Emperor, a position we cannot allow them to hold. If left unchecked, those infidels would disrupt our Lord's work." The deacons, their holographic projections arranged in a semicircle around the priest, nodded in agreement. Their voices whispered through the room, a chorus of shadowy figures. "We must devise a plan to rid ourselves of this thorn in our side, to eliminate the ghosts and ensure our power remains unchallenged." The priest leaned forward, his eyes glinting with malice. "The ghosts are renowned for their combat prowess, but we must exploit their weaknesses. We need to strike when they are vulnerable, when they least expect it." One of the deacons interjected, "What of the Emperor? His favor towards the ghosts cannot be ignored. We must find a way to turn his attention away from them and continue exploiting the Empire's resources for our cause. Indeed, we must exploit the Emperor's trust in the ghosts. Once we sow the seeds of doubt and suspicion in his mind, we'll manipulate his perception until he views them as a threat." Yet another deacon chimed in. The priest nodded, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "Once the Emperor's favor wanes, the ghosts will be left vulnerable and isolated. But how shall we execute our plan, O wise priest? The ghosts are a formidable bunch," another deacon, their voice tinged with a sense of malevolence, spoke up. She continued, "They have quite a few supporters in the Emperor's council. It would be tough for us to sway the Emperor away from them when the majority is in their favor. We wouldn't manipulate the Emperor would get rid of them himself." The priest's comment left everyone confused. Weren't they talking about manipulating the Emperor since the beginning? Also, since they have been doing it for a while, it should be the safer option. "I know what my dear disciples are thinking. So allow me to explain." The priest's holographic projection leaned back, his fingers intertwining in contemplation. "We'd do what we have done till." Seeing the confused look in their voice, the priest continued, "We will infiltrate their ranks, exploit their weaknesses from within." Now, seeing the confused look in their voice, the priest continued, "We shall sow discord and manipulation, turning allies against one another until they crumble under their own mistrust. We already have, wise one of the deacons interjected. "One of our followers is already within their ranks, though it's uncertain what level of authority they hold at the moment." The priest's eyes widened with surprise, his initial composure faltering. His voice trembled as he spoke, a mixture of shock and excitement permeating his words. "What? One of our own has breached their ranks? This is beyond our expectations." A low chuckle escaped the priest's lips, gradually evolving into a burst of full-blown laughter that reverberated through the chamber. The other deacons, taken aback by the priest's unexpected reaction, exchanged bewildered glances. The priest's laughter subsided, replaced by a sly grin. "Oh, the irony. The ghosts believed they were the ones weaving a web of manipulation, yet they unknowingly allowed our presence to infiltrate their very core. However, his amusement quickly faded as suspicion crept into his mind. His gaze hardened as he addressed the deacon. Who authorized this infiltration, and who is our agent among the ghosts? I apologize, esteemed priest. The decision to infiltrate the ghosts was made by me alone. I believed it was necessary for the success of our mission. The deacon's holographic projection stammered, their voice laced with nervousness. The priest's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disappointment. You acted without consulting the council, without my knowledge. Your actions could have jeopardized the safety of all of us, the entire cult. Do you not understand the risks? I thought it was for the greater good, esteemed priest. I apologize for acting without your guidance. The deacon's projection trembled, their voice barely above a whisper. The priest leaned forward, his voice filled with a stern warning. You have overstepped your boundaries, deacon. Your impulsive actions could have endangered our entire operation. Remember, we are shadows in the dark, working together to achieve our goals. Such recklessness will not be tolerated again. The deacon's holographic projection nodded fervently, a tinge of fear evident in their voice. I understand, esteemed priest. I assure you I have learned my lesson. I will not act without your explicit approval in the future. The priest's gaze bore into the deacon, his voice cold and unforgiving. See that you do. We cannot afford more missteps, especially when dealing with the ghosts. He continued, they are formidable opponents, and we must be calculated in our actions. Remember, the cult's survival depends on our unity and adherence to our plans. With a final warning delivered, the priest settled back into his seat, his features composed once more. The deacon, chastened and filled with a sense of humility, retreated into the shadows of their holographic projection, their voice barely audible. Give me the details of the infiltrator privately, they shall be coordinating with me from now on. The priest instructed before disconnecting the call. One day these morons will get me killed. Chapter 593 Hidden in Shadows 2. Chapter 593 Hidden in Shadows 2. In the secluded confines of the royal chambers assigned to them, Ashton and Anna found themselves alone, their masks of composure slipping away to reveal the true intentions behind their actions. They had orchestrated the events of the court, including the confrontation with Lord Callan and Karen, as part of a larger plan to expose the hidden cult members lurking within the Emperor's court. Everything is going according to plan, Ashton whispered, his voice tinged with anticipation. Anna nodded as a mischievous smile played on her lips. Well, since we did the one thing the cult couldn't have anticipated, I bet they are pissed. The cult's relentless pursuit of Anna had initially perplexed and concerned Ashton. He knew they desired Anna for reasons related to her succubus heritage, but their repeated failures to apprehend or eliminate him had fueled his suspicions. That's why he decided it was time for a preemptive strike on the cult to remind them they weren't the only ones who could plan ahead of time. It was time to turn the tables on the cult and expose its dangerous influence within the court of the Orion Empire. However, Ashton knew he had to be extremely careful. One wrong move and the entire empire might turn against him and the ghosts. Moreover, he was sure someone close to the Emperor was a cult member, or else they wouldn't easily manipulate the empire without being noticed. Therefore, it was crucial that they never reveal their plan to anyone, even though they were doing the empire a favor by taking out their trash for them. As they discussed their strategy, a faint noise caught their attention from outside the chambers. The sound of muffled footsteps and whispered voices drifted through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Ashton and Anna exchanged a knowing glance, both aware that the cult had finally made their move. In a swift and synchronized motion, they positioned themselves strategically within the room, their senses heightened and ready to face the onslaught. Moments later, the chamber doors burst open, and a horde of masked figures stormed in, their intentions clear. Ashton's instincts kicked in and he engaged the attackers head-on. Ashton's reflexes were honed to perfection as he swiftly sidestepped a swinging blade, countering with a lightning-fast strike. His movements were fluid and precise, every punch and kick a testament to his years of training. His fists blurred in the air, landing with bone-crushing force, while his legs delivered devastating kicks that sent his opponents sprawling to the ground. With succubus agility and deadly grace, Anna danced through the chaos. Her lithe frame twisted and turned, evading attacks with near-supernatural swiftness. She struck with pinpoint accuracy, her strikes imbued with a seductive allure that incapacitated her foes with lethal efficiency. Her movements were a deadly dance, as her hands and feet moved in perfect harmony, leaving a trail of fallen attackers in her wake. Ashton and Anna stood back to back, their bodies tense and ready for the next onslaught of masked assailants that flooded the royal chambers. The room was chaotic as the attackers lunged forward, their weapons raised. The masked assailants lunged at Ashton and Anna from all directions, their desperation fueling their attacks. But the mercenaries were a well-oiled machine, their synergy evident as they seamlessly supported each other. Ashton's brute strength and calculated strikes were complemented by Anna's agility and precise blows, forming an unstoppable force against their enemies. Ashton expertly parried a series of knife strikes, each clash of metal resonating through the room. With a mighty thrust, he disarmed one attacker and swiftly followed up with a devastating elbow strike, rendering the assailant unconscious. Meanwhile, Anna gracefully sidestepped a lunging opponent, her movements almost ethereal. With a fluid motion she spun, her leg extending in a high kick that caught her assailant square in the jaw, sending him crashing to the floor. As the battle raged on, Ashton and Anna's movements became more synchronized, their teamwork reaching a level of perfection that left their enemies in awe. Incapacitated and defeated, Ashton, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination, faced a final wave of attackers. Ashton would deliver a powerful punch, leaving an opening for Anna to capitalize on, her strikes hitting with surgical precision. They moved in a dance of destruction, a seamless fusion of strength and finesse. During the chaos, a group of attackers closed in on Anna, attempting to overwhelm her with sheer numbers. But she met their assault heat-in, her lithe form darting between them with astonishing speed. Her strikes were like whispers in the air, barely detectable until they connected with bone-shattering impact. Her adversaries crumpled to the ground one by one, incapacitated and defeated. Ashton, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination, faced a final wave of attackers. He effortlessly blocked and dodged their strikes, his movements calculated and economical. With every strike he seemed to channel an almost superhuman strength, his fists leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. As the number of masked attackers dwindled, it became evident that this assault had been meticulously planned. These were not mere foot soldiers but skilled operatives of the cult, driven by fanatical devotion. Despite their resilience, they were no match for the combined might of Ashton and Anna. As the last masked assailant fell, the room fell silent, save for the labored breaths of Ashton and Anna. The once opulent chambers now bore the scars of the fierce battle, strewn with fallen bodies and shattered remnants of furniture. Ashton stepped forward, his voice filled with triumph. "You are the last of them, the ones who dared to challenge us. I don't usually do this, but want to say anything before we had your ass over to the Empire?" The captured cult member sneered, his voice laced with defiance. "You may have defeated us today, but the cult's influence reaches far and wide. You cannot stop what is already in motion." Yes, I almost forgot about the cringe you fools spew. I guess I should follow suit and say something a hero would." Ashton laughed before shaking his head. "We will hunt down every last member of the cult, expose their corruption, and eradicate their influence, even if it is the last thing I do." Kindle. Chapter 594 Breach. Chapter 594 Breach. Minister Theron, deep in thought in his private quarters, was jolted from his reverie by the distant sounds of commotion echoing through the palace corridors. His brow furrowed with concern as he listened intently, trying to discern the source of the disturbance. The peace and quiet of the palace had been shattered, and he knew it was his duty to investigate and ensure the safety of the Empire. Without hesitation, he reached for the communications device on his desk and activated it. The device crackled to life as he relayed his urgent message to the Royal Guard stationed throughout the palace. "This is Minister Theron. What's going down there?" The minister commanded to know. "What? Intruders in the palace? There is an unusual disturbance, I see. I need a squad of guards to join me immediately. Proceed with caution." Within moments, a group of elite guards assembled outside the minister's quarters, ready to follow his lead. Their expressions were resolute, the weight of their responsibility etched upon their faces. Together, they embarked on a brisk march, their boots echoing in the empty corridors as they headed towards the source of the chaos. As they neared Ashton's room, the noise grew louder and more chaotic, confirming the minister's suspicions that something significant was occurring. The guards fanned out, forming a protective formation around the minister as they approached the door. With a nod from their general, one of the guards gently pushed open the door, revealing a scene of disarray and conflict. The minister's eyes widened in shock as he took in the sight before him. Broken furniture, scattered debris, and fallen bodies filled the room. His heart raced and he feared the worst, but his relief was palpable as he spotted Ashton and Anna amidst the chaos, standing tall and seemingly unharmed. "Reaper! Bella!" the minister called out, his voice filled with concern and relief. "What has happened here?" Ashton's gaze met the minister's, his expression calm yet determined. "Minister, we were attacked. But fear not, we have dealt with the assailants." Anna's voice joined Reaper's, her tone steady. "They caught us off guard, but we could defend ourselves. Unfortunately, all but one of them died in the process." The minister's relief turned to simmering anger as he surveyed the wreckage. He clenched his fists, his voice laced with frustration. This should never have happened within the walls of the Orion Palace. Our security measures have failed us. He turned to the general in charge of palace security, his tone stern. "General, our measures have failed us." He turned to the general in charge of palace security, his tone stern. "General, I entrusted you with the safety of this palace, and you have allowed this breach to occur. Explain yourself." The general, his face pale and filled with remorse, bowed his head. "Minister, I apologize for this grave lapse in security. We will investigate how these assailants managed to infiltrate and take immediate measures to prevent such incidents in the future." The minister's gaze hardened, his disappointment evident. "Investigate thoroughly, General. We cannot afford any more oversights. Our emperor's safety must be paramount." He turned his attention to the royal guards accompanying him. "I want a complete sweep of the palace from top to bottom. Check every nook and cranny for any remaining assailants. We cannot risk any further breaches." The guards nodded, their expressions determined. They dispersed swiftly and orderly, fanning out to carry out the minister's orders. The minister then focused his attention back on Ashton and Anna. "Reaper Bella, I apologize for this security breach. Rest assured we will get to the bottom of this. These attackers must have had a motive. Were you able to identify any of them?" Ashton exchanged a glance with Anna, their expressions guarded. "No, Minister," he replied evenly. "They wore masks concealing their identities. We were unable to discern their motives. However, I hope something will be revealed once you interrogate this person." Ashton replied, throwing the surviving assailant towards the guards. The minister's frustration grew, but he masked it well. "Very well. We will interrogate the captured assailant and uncover the truth behind this attack. No stone will be left unturned." Ashton and Anna nodded in understanding, their determination evident. They knew that exposing the truth behind the attack meant unraveling the web of intrigue that had plagued them for far too long. But for now, they had to be cautious in revealing their suspicions, for they did not yet know who among the palace inhabitants could be associated with the cult. The minister, satisfied with their response, nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Reaper Bella. Your bravery and skill in defending yourselves are commendable. The Orion Empire owes you a debt of gratitude. I'll make sure you are compensated fairly for what happened tonight." After the minister and the guards left them alone in their chamber, Ashton and Anna exchanged a cautious glance. The night's events had heightened their suspicions, and they knew they couldn't afford to trust anyone blindly, not even someone as high-ranking as the minister. Ashton leaned against a wall, his arms crossed over his chest. "Anna, what are your thoughts on the minister? Do you believe he can truly be trusted?" Anna sighed, her eyes scanning the room for any signs of surveillance. "I don't know, Ashton. He seemed genuinely concerned about our well-being. But it's hard to trust anyone completely in a place filled with secrets and hidden agendas." Ashton nodded, his expression grim. Agreed. We've seen too much deception, too many attempts on our lives. The cult's reach could extend further than we can imagine. Anna stepped closer to him, her voice low. We need to be careful, Ashton. We cannot afford to reveal our suspicions prematurely. We must gather more information, find the ones pulling the strings behind the cult. A flicker of determination sparked in Ashton's eyes. That's why we joined the Orion Empire in the first place, Anna. We knew that by being here, we could smoke out the hidden members of the cult. And if the minister is truly working against us, we'll find out soon enough. Anna nodded, her gaze unwavering. We have to tread carefully. Let's keep our cards close to our chests for now. We don't want to tip off anyone who might be watching. Ashton ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in his voice. I just hope we can trust the people we'll be working with. Who'll aid us in uncovering the truth. Anna's eyes met his, a glimmer of determination shining through. We have to trust ourselves, Ashton. Our instincts have guided us this far, and they won't lead us astray now. Ashton's lips curved into a faint smile. You're right, Anna. Let's continue with the plan and hope for the best. Chapter 595, A Battle of Deception 1. Chapter 595, A Battle of Deception 1. The next day, the minister, Theron, paced anxiously in his office, awaiting updates from the guards. He had been restless ever since the masked assailants had attacked Reaper and Bella. Thankfully, no harm came to the mercenaries, and they even managed to keep one of the assailants alive. The man could provide valuable information about the culprits, and offered a glimmer of hope for the Orions to redeem themselves. Unbeknownst to Theron, the glimmer of hope had long since been erased from existence right under their noses. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and two guards stepped inside, their expressions grave. Theron's eyes narrowed as he met their gaze. Report, he demanded, his voice laced with urgency. The prisoner, we found him dead in the morning, sir. What? The guards who had been tasked with keeping watch over the prisoner stood before Theron, their heads bowed in remorse. One of them, a seasoned veteran named Captain Alden, spoke up with a heavy heart. Minister Theron, we did everything in our power to keep the prisoner secure. But someone managed to slip past our defenses and poison him. Theron froze, his heart sinking. The weight of the situation bore down on him, threatening to crush his resolve. The prisoner had been their only lead, their only chance to catch those responsible for the attack on Reaper and Bella. And now that opportunity had slipped through their fingers, shattered by an unknown hand. Fury surged within Theron, burning through his veins. His fists clenched at his sides, and his voice boomed with rage and frustration. How could this happen, Alden? I put you in charge of this damned operation for a reason. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, staring at Alden. Their voices were barely above a whisper, but they immediately quieted down as the captain began speaking. Minister, I had assigned my most trusted men to guard the prisoner. They reported no signs of foul play until it was too late. The poison was swift and undetectable. Theron slammed his hand against his desk, his eyes blazing with intensity. This is an utter failure of our security measures. We cannot allow such negligence to happen within the walls of the Orion Empire over and over. Captain Alden lowered his gaze, his voice filled with regret. I can assure you, Minister, that we will thoroughly investigate this matter. We will find out who was responsible for the prisoner's death and bring them to justice. Theron took a deep breath, attempting to calm the raging storm within him. He knew that now was not the time for anger alone. He had to channel his fury into action to ensure the Empire remained safe from those who sought to destabilize it. Carry out your investigation swiftly, he commanded, his voice steady. Leave no stone unturned. We must find the ones responsible for this act of sabotage and make them pay for their crimes. Yes, sir. Alden saluted as he left the chamber by himself. Theron sank into his chair, his mind racing. The prisoner's loss severely affected their investigation, but he couldn't afford to dwell on it. He had to keep moving forward, adapt and find alternative paths to uncover the truth. There's more to it than I had initially assumed, he whispered while the guards kept staring at him. Theron then got up and paced back and forth, his mind racing. He was a man of action, not one to be deterred by setbacks. He knew that time was of the essence, that the culprits responsible for the attack on Reaper and Bella were growing bolder with each passing day. "It seems I have underestimated our adversaries," Theron muttered, his voice tinged with disappointment. "We must redouble our efforts to uncover the truth. The Emperor trusted us with the safety of Reaper and Bella, and we cannot fail him." "May I add something, sir?" One of the guards hesitated before speaking, his voice tentative. "Minister, could it be possible that the families are behind this? They might see Reaper and Bella's newfound status as a threat to their positions and think eliminating them like this was the best choice?" Theron paused, considering the guard's words. The thought had crossed his mind before, the notion that the noble families might have orchestrated these attacks. The rise of a mercenary duo to the ranks of royalty was a bitter pill to swallow for many, and the allure of power could drive some to desperate measures. As Theron pondered over the guard's words, he realized something. The attack on Reaper and Bella and the poisoning of the prisoner could all be a part of a larger plan, one that threatened the foundations of the Orion Empire. "You may be onto something," Theron said, his tone thoughtful. "The families might indeed have a motive to rid themselves of Reaper and Bella. They could be using their influence to manipulate events from behind the scenes." The guards nodded in agreement, relieved that the minister had acknowledged their theory. Theron continued, his voice filled with determination. "We cannot afford to let these attacks go unanswered. I want every lead pursued, every stone unturned. Increase the security measures around Reaper and Bella, and gather a team to thoroughly investigate the noble families. We need to uncover any potential connections or motives they may have." The guards nodded, their resolve renewed. They had failed in their duty to protect the prisoner, but they were determined to rectify their mistakes. With a final salute, they turned and exited the office, leaving Theron to grapple with the weight of his responsibilities. Theron took a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. He knew that their task would be challenging, and that the road to uncovering the truth would be filled with obstacles and deception. But Theron was resolute. He would not rest until those responsible for the attacks on Reaper and Bella were brought to justice. Whether it was the noble families or a deeper conspiracy at play, he was determined to unearth the truth and protect the Empire from the looming threat. Chapter 596, A Battle of Deception 2. Chapter 596, A Battle of Deception 2. The ghosts, their loyal allies and comrades, stood together in the hangar bay of their spaceship, preparing for their departure to the tower. Cass was going through the final checks while the rest of the team gathered around Reaper and Bella. The atmosphere was tinged with anticipation and sadness as they bid each other farewell for a month. Leon approached Reaper and Bella, a small smile playing on his lips. "Well, Reaper, Bella, it's time for us to head out. The tower won't wait, you know. Also, who knows how much chaos the trainees have caused in our absence." Ashton nodded, his eyes meeting Leon's. "I know, Leon. You all have important work to do. We'll hold down the fort here and continue our mission within the Orion Empire." Anna added, her voice tinged with mischief, "While we do our thing, don't forget to send updates regarding what we discussed with Lord Maston." "Don't worry, I got it," Lyhut softly replied. Weimer clapped on Ashton's back, only to be tossed into the ground. Even then, he didn't stutter or forget about what he wanted to say. "Don't worry, you guys. We'll keep things running smoothly while you and Bella handle business here. Odiga, do me a favor and keep him out of the room while you make important decisions." Ashton clapped back with a smile on his face. "That goes without saying," Odage replied, returning Ashton's smile. "Now before you go, there's something I'd like to say to you." Ashton glanced at his teammates, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, all of you. We couldn't have come this far without your unwavering support." "Don't get all emotional on us now." Odiga stepped forward, her gaze turning serious. "Reaper, Bella, remember to stay cautious. The cult is dangerous and we've seen what they're capable of. Trust your instincts and watch each other's backs, even if it means taking decisions you usually want." "Don't worry, we got this," Ashton nodded. "We won't let our guard down. We know the risks and won't rest until we're done doing what we set out to do." As the conversation ended, the ghosts exchanged heartfelt farewells, their camaraderie evident in their actions. They clasped hands, shared encouraging words, and gave each other reassuring nods. It was a testament to their bond forged through countless missions and battles. Cass, the last to join them, called out, "All aboard, folks. Time to head to the tower." The ghosts turned, their eyes lingering on Ashton and Anna for a moment longer. They knew the weight of the mission that lay ahead for their friends. Ashton and Anna had chosen to stay within the Orion Empire to delve into the shadows and expose the hidden cult members, risking their own safety in the process. But they also knew they were doing what needed to be done. As the spaceship's engines roared to life, the ghosts saluted their friends, a mix of admiration and concern etched on their faces. Reaper and Bella stood tall, their resolve unwavering. "Take care, Reaper." "Bella," Odiga called out, his voice carrying through the hangar. "We'll be back in a month. Keep yourselves safe." Reaper nodded, a half-smile on his face. "You too, Odiga. Safe travels to the tower, everyone." With that, the spaceship slowly lifted off the ground, soaring towards the starry expanse beyond. The ghosts were on their way to continue their operations, leaving Ashton and Anna to face the challenges that awaited them within the Orion Empire. As the ship disappeared from view, Ashton and Anna turned their attention back to their surroundings. The hangar was now quiet and empty, eerily so. The bustling activity that had filled the space minutes ago had vanished, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. Ashton's instincts kicked in, and he felt a tinge of unease prickling at the back of his neck. Anna, too, sensed the sudden shift in the atmosphere and tightened her grip on her weapon, ready for any potential threat. Just then, the heavy doors of the hangar swung open, and Minister Theron strode in, flanked by his entourage of guards. Ashton's tension eased slightly at the sight of the minister's familiar face, but he couldn't shake off a sense of apprehension. Something told him that Theron's presence in the hangar held more significance than a mere chance encounter. "Minister Theron," Ashton greeted, swiftly saluting the man before continuing. "You should have just called us to meet you. Is there something you need?" Theron waved off Ashton's formalities with a disarming smile. "No need for such pleasantries, Reaper. We have a more pressing matter to address, and I believe it is best discussed in person." Ashton exchanged a brief glance with Anna, their unspoken understanding clear. They both knew that this encounter with Theron carried serious implications, potentially leading them deeper into the labyrinthine plots of the Orion Empire. "What is it, Minister?" Ashton asked, his voice steady, betraying none of the underlying anticipation coursing through his veins. Theron's expression grew somber as he motioned for the guards to keep a vigilant watch. Ashton's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. "What is it, Minister? Is there something we need to know?" Theron's expression turned grave as he nodded. "There are certain factions within the Empire who are opposed to your close association with the Emperor. They see you and Bella as a threat and won't hesitate to eliminate you. So they are the ones who attacked us?" Anna quizzed the minister. "But even then, shouldn't the assailant we captured be enough to?" "That should have been the case." Theron's face fell slightly, his voice filled with regret. "Unfortunately, the prisoner died in custody under mysterious circumstances. We were left clueless as to who could be behind these attacks." Ashton sighed when he heard about the prisoner's death, but he had expected it would happen. After all, it was the cult they were up against. Pulling off shit like that was their forte. "No worries, Sir," Ashton replied. "Feel free to use us as bait to catch them, or better yet, let me set a trap for them as a gift for their generosity." Chapter 597 Evolving Planet. Chapter 597 Evolving Planet. As Ashton and Anna focused on unraveling the mysteries of the cult, Earth itself was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The arrival of visitors from space ushered in a new era, as merchant associations extended their support to assist with the planet's development. The bustling activity of these interstellar traders brought hope and progress to the people of Earth. One of the most formidable challenges lay in the vast swamps that dotted the planet's surface. These marshy lands had long been a hindrance to progress. But with the combined efforts of advanced technology and skilled outworlders, the wetlands were being transformed into a new part of New Lycania, the flagship country leading the charge towards a brighter future. However, amidst the excitement of progress, Ricochet couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. He understood that with the increasing influx of intergalactic visitors, Earth would become a prime target for potential threats from outer space. With his small team of loyal comrades, Ricochet had been shouldering the responsibility of defending Earth, but the task was becoming overwhelming. Merchant associations had indeed hired a considerable number of mercenaries to bolster Earth's defenses. Still, Ricochet knew that the sheer cost of maintaining such a force would soon surpass their resources. With more than 10,000 mercenaries stationed across the planet, the financial strain was mounting, threatening to impede progress and put Earth at risk. However, Ricochet's worries were soon alleviated when Ashton, the ever-vigilant leader, anticipated their needs without even being asked. Recognizing the importance of a robust fighting force, Ashton dispatched thousands of low-level recruits to Earth, ensuring that the lack of manpower would be adequately addressed for the time being. Little did Ricochet know that Ashton had complete access to whatever was happening on Earth through the base management perk. 2. But it wasn't just bodies on the battlefield that Ashton provided. He also understood the significance of knowledge and technology in leveling the playing field. Ashton sent a group of seasoned teachers and advanced technology to Earth, empowering the planet's inhabitants with the tools and skills necessary to catch up to the interstellar standards. The arrival of the recruits injected a renewed sense of hope among the people of Earth. The new fighters, though inexperienced, were eager to learn and contribute to the defense of their home planet. Under the guidance of the seasoned teachers, they began their training, honing their skills and developing a sense of unity and purpose. But some would say they were working hard to join Ashton's private crew one day. Ricochet himself took on the mentor role, guiding the recruits with his wealth of experience. He shared stories of their previous battles, emphasizing the importance of discipline, teamwork, and unwavering determination. The Earthlings listened attentively to their teachers, their eyes filled with admiration and respect for the seasoned warriors from space. Tarek was one of the people Ashton had sent to Earth to safeguard himself from the watchful eyes of the cult and the Empire and to share his knowledge and expertise with the people of Earth. Having spent years honing his scientific acumen, Tarek possessed a wealth of knowledge that could propel Earth's technological advancements to new heights. Ashton recognized the value of Tarek's expertise and saw an opportunity for him to make a meaningful impact on the planet. Arriving on Earth, Tarek quickly immersed himself in his mission. He sought out eager learners who had a thirst for knowledge and a passion for scientific discovery. Through his teachings, Tarek introduced them to advanced scientific concepts, unveiling the universe's wonders and providing them with a deeper understanding of the laws governing the cosmos, so that none of them felt out of space once they were recruited by the ghosts. Tarek's lessons were not confined to mere theory, he believed in the practical application of knowledge. He led his students through a series of hands-on experiments and encouraged them to think critically, fostering a spirit of innovation and problem-solving. The Earthlings embraced this opportunity with open minds and hearts, eager to absorb Tarek's wisdom. As Tarek guided his students, he also found solace in the journey. Earth's beauty and diversity fascinated him. The knowledge exchange became a two-way street as Tarek learned from the Earthlings' unique perspectives and incorporated their insights into his teachings. In turn, Tarek found comfort in his newfound role as a mentor and protector. He watched as his students blossomed into brilliant scientists, their minds ignited with a passion for discovery. Together, they pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible, embarking on groundbreaking research projects that held the potential to shape the future of Earth. However, Tarek's presence on Earth was not solely focused on scientific endeavors. He also remained vigilant, constantly aware of the lingering threat posed by the cult and the Empire. He knew that he had to keep a low profile, ensuring his safety and those around him. Though he had evaded their grasp thus far, Tarek understood the importance of remaining vigilant and cautious. With each passing day, the Earthlings grew stronger, their progress evident in how they handled their weapons and executed combat maneuvers. The technology provided by Ashton augmented their abilities, enabling them to compete on a level playing field with their interstellar counterparts. But it wasn't just the recruits who benefited from Ashton's assistance. The Earthlings as a whole saw remarkable advancements in various fields. The influx of advanced technology accelerated the planet's development, propelling it forward in leaps and bounds. Scientific breakthroughs, efficient energy sources, and sustainable practices became the norm, shaping Earth into a beacon of progress and innovation. Ricochet, standing amidst the bustling city, looked around with a sense of pride and fulfillment. Once on the brink of destruction, Earth was now on the path to becoming a force to be reckoned with. The unity among its people, fueled by their shared purpose and the guidance of Ashton and his allies, was an unstoppable force. With a renewed commitment to protect their newfound prosperity, the Earthlings stood ready to face any challenges. Their journey had only just begun, and they were determined to forge their own destiny in the vast expanse of the cosmos. And so, with their ranks bolstered, their knowledge expanded, and their spirits aflame, the people of Earth embarked on a path of progress, determined to prove themselves to the galaxy and secure their place among the stars, unaware that their leader had already found a spot for them in the Orion Empire. A shot that countless worlds would destroy each other to become a part of the Orion Empire. Chapter 598, A Place Called Home. Chapter 598, A Place Called Home. The laboratory hummed with activity as Tarek, engrossed in his work, meticulously measured and mixed various compounds. The air was heavy with the scent of chemicals, a testament to the scientific experiments within the confines of the lab. Beakers and test tubes lined the shelves, emitting a soft glow as Tarek carefully maneuvered through the cluttered space. His eyes were fixed on the microscope before him, studying the intricate composition of a serum. Tarek's focus was unyielding as he strove to solve the pressing problem, the uncontrollable berserking of werewolves during the blood moon. However, with a sudden thought, Tarek dropped what he was doing and sat down. Misha, Tarek called out to his AI companion to help him archive the information he knew about the blood moon. The blood moon is a rare celestial event that occurs when planet Earth casts a reddish hue on the moon during a lunar eclipse. The blood moon is a catalyst for werewolves, amplifying their natural abilities and driving them into an uncontrollable frenzy. Tarek continued dropping all the information he had obtained from the natives regarding their problems. During the period when the moon was at its fullest and veiled in crimson splendor, werewolves experienced a profound physical and psychological transformation. Their senses become razor-sharp, enabling them to detect the faintest scents and sounds. It is important to note that not all werewolves are affected equally by the blood moon. The severity of the berserking state can vary based on an individual's age, experience, and control over their werewolf nature. Older and more seasoned werewolves may exhibit greater control, channeling their enhanced abilities to maintain a semblance of rationality amidst the frenzy. However, younger or newly transformed werewolves may struggle to contain their instincts, succumbing entirely to the primal urges that drive them. Tarek continued, the exact cause of the werewolves berserking during the blood moon remains a topic of speculation and debate. Some theories suggest that the celestial alignment triggers a surge of lunar energy that resonates with the werewolves' inherent abilities, heightening their powers beyond normal limits. I don't know the truth behind those statements. But before he could continue, an unwanted guest entered his makeshift lab. The door to the lab swung open and Ricochet stormed in. Tarek, deeply engrossed in his work, barely glanced up as Ricochet entered. He didn't want to acknowledge him because the two had been engaged in constant disagreements. Ricochet observed Tarek's meticulous actions, his eyes scanning the lab's cluttered surroundings. He took a deep breath, preparing to address Tarek about a pressing matter. Hey Tarek, Ricochet called out, trying to break through the scientist's intense focus. I need to talk to you about something important. Tarek finally tore his gaze away from his work, turning to face Ricochet with a raised eyebrow. What is it, Ricochet? I'm in the middle of a critical experiment here. I appreciate the importance of what you're doing, but I need your help with a different matter. Ricochet nodded, understanding the significance of Tarek's work, before continuing. We're facing a significant threat of forest teeming with monsters threatening our people. I need a solution, something that can neutralize them effectively. Tarek's expression softened, and he listened intently to Ricochet's concerns. Ricochet's words resonated with him, but he knew the weight of the decision ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with conviction. I understand your need to protect the people, Ricochet, but I cannot create a deadly poison to subdue the creatures, Tarek stated firmly. Such an action would have severe environmental consequences, harming not just the monsters, but also the delicate ecosystem surrounding them. Are you for real? Ricochet's brows furrowed in frustration. Tarek, we're facing an imminent threat. Our resources are stretched thin, And we need a solution that will guarantee the safety of our people. Can't you see that? Tarek met Ricochet's gaze, unwavering in his stance. I see the urgency, but I also see the bigger picture. Poisoning an entire group of islands, even for a noble cause, is ethically and environmentally unsound. It would do more harm than good in the long run. Ricochet's frustration boiled over, his voice tinged with exasperation. You're being idealistic, Tarek. Sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good. We can't afford to be held back by ethical concerns when lives are at stake. Tarek's eyes blazed with passion, his voice firm as he stood his ground. No, Ricochet. Sacrifices should never come at the expense of our values and the world we inhabit. It is our responsibility to find a solution that does not harm the very planet we seek to protect. The room fell into a heavy silence as both men locked eyes, their differing perspectives hanging in the air. Ricochet realized the depth of Tarek's convictions and his unwavering dedication to preserving the Earth. Despite his frustration, he couldn't help but respect the scientist's unwavering integrity. With a sigh, Ricochet broke the silence. Fine, Tarek. If you don't help me with this, I'll have to find another way to deal with the monsters. But mark my words, if it comes down to choosing between the lives of our people and the preservation of the planet, I will always choose the former. Tarek nodded solemnly, his voice filled with resolve. I understand, Ricochet. We all have our roles, and sometimes we must make difficult choices. Remember, the path we choose should always align with our core values, and this time your request was something I couldn't be a part of. Ricochet turned on his heel, frustration etched on his face as he made his way to the exit. I hope you're right, Tarek. For all our sakes. As the door closed behind Ricochet, Tarek returned to his work, his mind buzzing with ideas and possibilities. He knew the road ahead would be challenging, fraught with decisions and moral dilemmas. But he remained steadfast in his belief that there was always a better way to protect the people and the planet their leader called home. Chapter 599 Exiled Cousin 1. Chapter 599 Exiled Cousin 1. Ashton and Anna walked into the grandeur of the Emperor's courtroom, their masks finally removed, revealing their true faces to the public for the first time. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted as the courtiers and members of the noble families turned their attention towards the entrance, their gazes drawn to the charismatic pair. Anna, her radiant beauty and allure heightened by her succubus nature, emanated an ethereal charm that captivated the entire room. Heads turned, and whispers of admiration and intrigue rippled through the crowd. The men, in particular, found themselves entranced by her presence, unable to tear their eyes away. One nobleman leaned towards his companion, his eyes fixed on Anna, and whispered, "Is that the famed Bella? By the stars, she is even more mesmerizing in person. No wonder Reaper is so smitten with her." His companion nodded, unable to take her eyes off Anna's graceful movements. Indeed, she possesses an otherworldly beauty. It's as if she holds an enchantment that bewitches all who behold her. As the courtiers marveled at Anna's charm, the few female members of the court couldn't help but steal glances at Ashton, the enigmatic Reaper. His rugged features, chiseled jawline, and piercing eyes exuded a magnetic allure that left them weak-kneed. The air in the room seemed to grow warmer as a collective sigh of admiration escaped their lips. One noblewoman, her eyes lingering on Ashton, whispered to her companion, "Have you ever seen a man so captivating? It's as if he stepped out of a tale of knights and heroes. Indeed, he possesses a raw masculinity that is utterly irresistible. No wonder Bella is drawn to him. I would give anything to have his attention." Her companion nodded, a dreamy expression on her face. "You're married to Lord Batten. Compose yourself." I'm only his fifth wife. It'd be a miracle if he even remembers my first name. All right, but please take hold of your emotions. Ashton and Anna, aware of the attention they commanded, remained composed and focused. They navigated through the sea of admiring gazes, their eyes scanning the room, searching for any signs of hidden cult members among the courtiers. They knew that lurking beneath the surface of the opulent court, there were those who wished to see them fail or disappear. "I think we went overboard," Anna smiled, tightly hugging Ashton's arm. "That was the entire point, wasn't it?" Ashton smiled back. "To show off your charm and let the cultists go haywire." Having the one they want to capture so close to them would blue-ball them so badly. You and your words. Anna shook her head before the two went quiet again. Their gaze met briefly, a silent exchange of determination and understanding passing between them. They had infiltrated the Emperor's court not only to gain support but also to expose the cult members who sought to harm them. They remained vigilant with each step they took, their senses attuned to any suspicious behavior or subtle hints of deception. As they reached the Emperor's throne, they turned to face the noble assembly, their eyes scanning the room one last time. Anna's enchanting smile graced her lips, captivating the courtiers even further, while Ashton's stoic demeanor commanded respect and attention. The Emperor, seated upon his throne, regarded them with curiosity and approval. His voice resonated through the chamber as he addressed the gathered courtiers, his words echoing with authority. "Welcome, Reaper and Bella, to the heart of the Orion Empire. Your presence here is an honor, and I trust you will bring your unique skills and strengths to our cause." Ashton's voice, deep and commanding, cut through the hushed silence. "We are grateful for the opportunity, Your Majesty. We stand ready to serve and protect, to ensure the prosperity and safety of the Empire." The courtiers listened intently, their eyes shifting between the Emperor and the formidable duo standing before them. They recognized the significance of this moment, the arrival of two legendary figures who could shape the Empire's future. Just as the Emperor was about to commence the court's daily proceedings, a sudden commotion erupted outside the courtroom. The sound of hurried footsteps and strained voices filled the air, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. The grand doors swung open, revealing a chaotic scene unfolding before their eyes. Several guards, clad in the Emperor's regal armor, rushed into the courtroom, their faces etched with frustration. They were in hot pursuit of a brawny figure, a man whose imposing presence seemed to overshadow the guards themselves. Evidently, this man possessed formidable strength, overpowering the guards' attempts to subdue him. The courtiers murmured amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected interruption. Whispers and hushed conversations filled the room as they exchanged speculations about the man, as they knew what would happen next. The man struggling against the guards was none other than the Emperor's exiled cousin, known for his volatile temper and thirst for revenge. His eyes burned with fury, his face contorted with anger and indignation. He had come with a singular purpose: to seek retribution against Ashton for what he perceived as a grave humiliation inflicted upon one of his family members during the ball. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the Emperor rose from his throne, his voice resonating with authority and concern. "Hold, everyone. Cease this struggle at once." The court fell into an uneasy silence, their eyes shifting between the enraged cousin and their sovereign ruler. The tension in the air was palpable as the Emperor's gaze bore into his cousin, a flicker of disappointment and weariness evident in his eyes. "Adri, what's the meaning of this?" The Emperor clenched his fists as he held back the desire to punch the exiled moron. "Do you not understand the meaning of being exiled? Well, little brother. Seems you have grown quite a bit, at least your ego did." Adri greeted the Emperor with a half-smile before pointing at Ashton. "But don't worry, I'm not here for you but for that bastard. To punish him for his deeds. A wild moron appears. What will you do now? Could you shut it?" Ashton shook his head. He did not know who the man was, let alone what deeds he was talking about. Let's see how things pan out first. Chapter 600 Exiled Cousin 2. Ashton's curiosity burned within him as he watched the tense exchange between Adri and the Emperor. Unable to contain his intrigue any longer, he turned to Minister Theron. "Who is that talking to the Emperor so casually?" Ashton asked, trying to hide his annoyance. Theron glanced at Ashton, a flicker of sadness passing through his eyes. "That lunatic, as you so aptly put it, is Adri. He was once a candidate for the throne, but he fell out of favor with the former emperor." "Wait, what?" Anna interjected. "That is true." Theron shook his head, his eyes growing sadder by the passing moment. "He was exiled a while back. Those were the former emperor's final orders as he passed away." Ashton's eyebrows furrowed, his mind racing to piece together the puzzle. Why was he exiled? What did he do to warrant such punishment? Theron sighed, his gaze fixed on the ongoing confrontation. Adri's ambitions were great, but his methods were ruthless. He sought power at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing the kingdoms and its people's well-being. His exile became inevitable when he disobeyed a direct order from the former emperor. Theron continued, in contrast to his nature, Adri wanted to protect a planet from an unknown enemy, but the former emperor, his father, was against it. You could say the one time he showed compassion towards others, he got exiled. Anna's eyes widened in realization. So, the current emperor was chosen as the rightful successor? Theron nodded, his voice tinged with regret. Yes, after Adri's fall from grace, the former emperor recognized the current emperor's fairness, compassion, and strong leadership qualities. It was a difficult decision, but the empire's well-being took precedence. So, his exile was his punishment for defying the emperor's command? Anna interjected, her voice laced with pity for Adri. Theron nodded. Precisely. The former emperor saw his actions as a threat to the empire's stability, and thus Adri was cast out. Ashton's mind raced with possibilities. If Adri was once a contender for the throne, could it be that he seeks to reclaim his position by framing me as the emperor made me a court member? If that were his intention, he could have made a move long ago. The court holds a significant number of sympathizers for Adri, and he knows it. Theron shook his head, dismissing the notion. There must be another reason driving his relentless pursuit. But if he had sympathizers within the court, why didn't he attempt to seize the throne? Anna pointed out the apparent mystery. That is a valid question and one that has puzzled many. Theron sighed, his expression thoughtful. If Adri truly desired the throne, he could have made his move at any time with the support he had. But he never did, which suggests that his motivations may lie elsewhere. Ashton's mind raced with possibilities. So, if his exile wasn't a power play, what could be driving him to cause such a disturbance now? Theron's voice held a tinge of concern. That question troubles me as well. Adri's actions are unpredictable, and he seems driven by a sense of purpose. If he truly wanted to protect the planet, why is he causing chaos in the Emperor's court now? I think you should take a look at. As they spoke, the confrontation between Adri and the Emperor continued unabated. Nursing their bruised bodies, the guards exchanged glances of frustration and bewilderment. Adri's voice reverberated through the room, filled with intensity and conviction. Gabe, step aside. My problem is with Reaper, not you or this empire. The Emperor, known as Gabe to his loved ones, stood tall and unwavering, his gaze meeting Adri's with a steadfast resolve. Cousin, you have caused enough chaos and turmoil already. I cannot simply step aside and let you have your way. The room fell into a tense silence as the courtiers and guards watched the confrontation unfold. The air crackled with anticipation as if the very fabric of the space held its breath, awaiting the outcome. Ashton, known as Reaper, exchanged a knowing glance with Anna. The situation escalated further, and the conflict seemed centered solely on him. He braced himself for whatever Adri had in store, his senses sharpened, ready for the challenge ahead. Gabe's voice held a mix of caution and authority as he addressed Adri. You know that I cannot allow a duel to occur within the palace grounds. We must find a more civilized resolution. Adri's eyes burned with intensity as he retorted, his voice tinged with bitterness. Civilized resolution? Reaper deserves nothing less than a battle to the death. He humiliated my family, and I will not rest until justice is served. While the eyes were focused on the relatives, Ashton thought it was the right time to step up and take care of the mess. However, he couldn't help but feel like the cult was behind in orchestrating the situation before him. Allow me to make something very clear to you, sir, Ashton called out to Adri. I did what I needed to do to preserve my partner's honor. If your so-called family member wasn't a horn dog, I wouldn't have had to take such action. He continued, but let me clarify one thing. I will not back down from defending those I care about. Adri's fists clenched, his body trembling with rage. You think you can challenge me? I am a master martial artist, yet to be defeated. Good, there's a first time for everything. Ashton's expression hardened, his eyes locking with Adri's. Adri's nostrils flared, his pride wounded by Ashton's confident stance. The courtiers and guards held their breath, the tension in the room palpable. It seemed as though a confrontation between the two skilled fighters was inevitable. But before the situation could escalate further, the emperor's voice rang out, commanding attention. That is enough, both of you. We will not resort to violence within these walls. This court is a place of law and order. You both will stand down or live the rest of your days in prison.